MVP. BBQ Olivers. Ever8 Winners. SK Telecom T1. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Split.
Welcome, OGN Legion, to LCK Summer. I'm Atlas, this is Papa Smithy, and we have some games for you today. Some interesting ones, and look, the biggest thing that I want to find out, Papa Smithy, is how far have SKT fallen, and we will discover that by the end of the evening.
They might go to double digits. That's a crazy thing. They are 0-9 game score. They could move to 0-10. We're not on screen right now. We're actually just talking heads over the Korean broadcast. In case you don't know, in the middle it is Caster Jun, famous Korean hype man. On the right side, or at least our right side of the screen, Dongjun, known as being Pool Party Tarek. On the left side, it's Cloud Templar.
It is indeed. Well, at least that's what we can see. Don't know. You might be able to see us. It's a mystery to us, and we'll see exactly what is going to happen. However, we will know exactly what's up. And let's get into the games, Papa Smithy, because we're starting off with BBQ versus MVP. It is a bottom-of-the-barrel clash, but there are some caveats here. Both of them coming off matches against Samsung. BBQ looking a lot worse. They were not long games, Papa Smithy. They were very, very short games.
I actually invite a match like the one we have to start off just because, okay, on paper, not a high-tier clash, but at least we get a bit of time with patch 7.14 because I think that is the bigger talking point. Yeah. Yesterday's games weren't quite the same as EU LCS, NA LCS. We saw a little bit less ARAM, which I, for one, was happy to see that the 1-3-1 and the Jace tops haven't gone completely away, but I still feel like we only saw a smattering of 7.14. We saw one Cho'Gath game, no Cho'Gath bans. We saw some Maokai top, some Maokai jungle. Not really an agreement as to where the best spot is. So I think the tanks are back, and we get more information about it today.
Well, we'll see exactly what we are going to find out, Papa Smithy. However, let's have a look at the standings to start things off. As we mentioned, bottom of the barrel clash at the moment with BBQ versus MVP, and then Ever8 Winners versus SKT afterwards. We'll see how far the mighty have fallen then. But remember, if you think back, Papa Smithy, the magical loss streak that MVP were on was actually broken by BBQ. A 2-0 victory, actually, for MVP just before Rift Rivals. And since then, they have been looking better.
And the magic continued. Their win over Samsung Galaxy, it did feel a bit like the fairy dust was in the air. It was a surprising result. A lot of innovation. The Janna with heal, wind speakers, and also the Ardent Sensor was the big talking point. So, will we see Janna bans, even on red side from BBQ, because it was banned the rest of Series 1.
And Max did look pretty damn good on it. At least in the late game. The early game was still a bit of a struggle for MVP, but that composition I could talk about for hours because I loved absolutely everything about it. Let's go over the lineup though. Nothing has changed. It will be ADD, Beyond, Ian, Maha, and Max. Maha has been a player that's been stepping up in my eyes. His damage done, his KDA in the last series against Samsung was actually pretty impressive.
Yeah, the Xayah in particular has proved to be a really big pick for him, so I imagine there might be high priority on Xayah today, but we're seeing the mad scientist MVP, which even in their struggles, we called them the mad scientists. We're seeing them on patch 7.14. What's good? Because if you think about it, when it was the spring meta, right, the start especially, even Huni jumping on the tanks are back, and if ADD can find a bit more of that spring flavor, where he was looking like a very solid top laner, get the pit comps rolling, and maybe MVP can finally go on a winning streak for the first time in summer season.
And there's been Tarek buffs as well here now on 7.14, and Max is a big proponent of the Dazzling Man on the bottom side of the map. But let's move over to BBQ, a team that doesn't have necessarily recent accolades to be given towards them. However, see how they have adjusted. It will be Crazy, Blessed, Tempt, Ghost, and Totoro. Still playing around Ghost, and we thought the hypercarry meta might be helping them out, but now with a bunch more tanks and some Thornmails there, it might be a little bit more difficult for them to
And they have been mixing it up a bit surprisingly. They stuck with the Kog'Maw for a couple of days, then they moved on to Corki bot lane.
That was not great.
They got a bit too creative. It's one of those things where someone was like, well, we could flex this, and they didn't really think what it meant in the context of the entire comp, and it was a bit of a lose-lose flex. So BBQ predictably still have a lot to work on. We'll see if the optimism reigns supreme today. It's actually a fun matchup between two teams that came out of Challenger at the same time. ESC Ever and MVP were both promoted for summer of 2016. So seeing them come together, seeing an old rivalry that, sure, isn't a top-of-the-table rivalry, but two teams that have played each other many, many times.
And this is to get out of relegation as well. I mean, these bottom two spots are getting a little bit close with the fact that Rox and Ever8 Winners are also, you know, both vying for that position, as you're exactly right, just indicating to me that their match score is exactly the same.
And Rox is at 5 match wins, so getting to 7th place, looking pretty tricky with only 4 matches left for both teams, but competing against each other to stay out of relegations is, like you say, the really big point here. Finishing 8th is such an improvement on finishing 9th. Sure, you're not going to the postseason, but on this side, when you're only at 3 match wins, it's the bad side of the coin with the postseason that you're trying to avoid. When these teams played each other was a while ago. Like you say, it was MVP before Rift Rivals, finding some success beyond jumping on the Rex side, one of his favorite picks at that point. Really interesting to see what happens here, though, as the meta has changed, as we still haven't seen an agreement between the first 4 teams that played on 7-14, what the must-picks or what the must-bans are.
Yeah, and I want to go back to what this match means as well, just for a second, because it is a 2-point swing if one of these teams is able to win as well. So not only do you go up 1, but you also put that opponent down, so it makes it ever more important. However, the Pentagon, not as important. It's not a Longzhu one. Unfortunately, we don't have BDD stretching it all the way down there. It's just little nuts in the middle.
Yep, we've got some space in this Pentagon to work with. These players can improve and still be categorized, so that's what we're...
Some stretching room, maybe.
I mean, it's good to know growth potential. They know where they can get to. The Pentagon is achievable. BDD is the only one who has exploded outside. And these are the games they've played against each other since round 1 of spring. And round 1 of summer in 2016, like I was mentioning. Remember, they also played each other in 3 series during the course of Spring Challengers 2016. So a lot of experience against each other. MVP do have the wood over their opponents, even beat ESC Ever surprisingly in that Challenger final in spring. So traditionally, it has been MVP focused on the win side.
Yep. But could be a different story now as BBQ look to try and turn things around. Whole lot more on your screen here as PupSmithy. Can you make anything out of this?
I mean, the big thing to take away is GPMs. The GPM is traditionally bigger for MVP. MVP's early game has been polished at times. We're comparing the last time these two teams played Samsung. That's what we're looking at here. They both played Samsung their last match. 2-1 victory to MVP famously. BBQ run over by Samsung. And it was the early game difference, I think, that was apparent between both teams. And this man, the biggest proponent in those series against Samsung Galaxy, the Janna with wind speakers and heal. That was a really big pick for them. And even the Thresh, we wondered where he would go with his final pick, and it was Thresh in Game 3.
Yeah, and it actually looked fantastic. 11.5 KDA. Guy looked very, very good. I believe it was something like that anyway.
Both of them were support counter picks as well. The Janna was a big surprise. First Janna of summer season. I'm going to make a bold prediction. Maybe it's not that bold, but I think we'll see Janna today, as Wolf in our second series has been spamming it in solo queue, and players said they took inspiration from all his Janna solo queue play. I wonder if it'll be banned. Maybe not in Game 1, but Game 2, when you're on the blue side, banning Janna with how impressive it performed in the late game. Now, admittedly, not great in lane, but in the late game, did look very impressive for Max. Always a bit of feeling when these two teams play so often. Just like when we're going to have those Longzhu versus KT games that will decide first spot probably next week, it feels like this one really does decide the relegation battle.
Yeah, and that Janna has been a little bit contagious as well. Mata, of course, stepping back to it, was very famous for the pick in times gone by. Wasn't quite able to pick up a victory. However, we'll see what is going to happen as we hop into picks and bans. MVP was starting on blue, which was definitely a good thing in the past, but has seen a mix around as Talia going to be the first thing removed from Tempt, who didn't have the best performance last time he had the champion, but has looked good on it previously.
I don't think you can really judge Tempt on his most recent Talia game, given that it's been his most played this year. It's also his best performing champion. Famously got a pentakill on it in spring. On 7-14, the bans so far haven't seen too much change, although I imagine picks and bans for Game 1 will influence and impact what we will see later in this series. Will we just see the same 3 bans on red side that we've seen consistently? As the Kallista's the one that I think teams have been trying to play around letting open and then being heavily punished for.
And you can see MVP, actually, I really like what they've done, is just get rid of the comfort that BBQ have displayed. All of these champions are sort of maximum comfort for the 3 that they've targeted. As BBQ think about what they want to give away, as the Thresh is actually opted in for. So Kalista, like you were talking about, open for Maha to pick if he wants to grab that one away. And I like the Thresh respect given to Max because, man, he looked good against Samsung with that champion.
You may even see Xayah taking its higher priority over Kalista.
Potentially, yeah.
Or looking elsewhere and then taking Xayah as an answer to a Kalista pick from the likes of Ghost. But they're just going to go tier list here and draft the Kalista. Max going to be one of the big people empowered by this. And maybe we'll get creative on the engaged supports. Tanks are the word. Tanks. And tank supports like Blitzcrank have already been potentials in recent weeks. So wait to see what Max will do on the support front.
And it doesn't even need to be a support champion as well, Papa Smithy. It could be absolutely anything that they could pick for the bottom lane, as Gragas is locked in for Bless, has been pretty powerful on 7.14 thus far. More big bodies in there, and Gragas certainly has a big body. As Bless is thinking about what he wants to grab, as Jhin would be an interesting one. Haven't seen him on this patch thus far in the LCK.
He actually is really powerful because of the targeted buffs to lethality, but not powerful against tanks. So it's kind of that weird duality where his laning is stronger, his early game is very powerful. Serrated Dirk is an even bigger power spike on him than it's been in many patches, but then he can't damage tanks. So it's the weird spot where people felt the impact of 714 early in solo queue. The Dusk Blades were coming out, everyone was exploding, and then people like who was locked in for Beyond, like Maokai, started coming on, and then people like, wait, okay, the utility in the laning is still good for the Jhin, but they don't put a speck of damage on a Maokai, as Maokai will be a flex pick. ADD has been playing it in solo queue, so maybe it'll be top lane, and well, they see a Jhin, and it's double tanks, Atlas.
Yep, and they also see the fact that it's 7-1-4, and it's definitely going to be the double tanks. We saw KT utilize a composition very similar, very, very well, and it seemed like their opponent actually could not do anything in that game number 3. It was against Samsung as well.
I'm actually excited to see a comp like this because it looks like it's probably going to be Kalista and 4 tanks, right? Which is what we saw from KT Rolster. They were able to win that game, but their early game is so strong, maybe that's not a surprise. If that was on 7-13, we'd be talking about they need to get it done early because otherwise they'll run out of damage. It's only Kalista for damage. Yet now we're with the super tanks who are even stronger than before. So we'll get to maybe see a run for our money of how strong late game tanks with Thornmail are if they have lower damage. So I'm still going to be on the 7-13 side of the coin in terms of you need to be able to pilot these comps very effectively early to get most value out of them. But 7-14 is a new ball game in many ways.
Now MVP, they've got a lot of options because we know that Max plays probably both of these champions that have been picked up. Probably not Kalista support. That's the only thing that I would probably say. As now BBQ have a lot of things that they have to try and ban away. At the moment, having a look towards that mid lane and giving Max a little bit of respect for his Rakan. Kalista Rakan also pretty disgusting. It was something BBQ have felt the wrath of previously.
And even with the nerfs to Galio, effectiveness recently cannot really be in doubt. The strong picks against it have been up in the air. Corki is what BBQ settle on, and I think it'll do a decent job. And what we have seen in Korea more so than other regions, you know, some regions were playing some Trundle. There's been a lot of Trundle recently. When you see a blue side Trundle ban with Maokai already locked in, it does seem like ADD, like in solo queue, will probably be jumping onto the Maokai.
Yeah, points towards the top side of the map as Alistair is locked in. Alistair Jhin, heck of a lot of CC towards the bottom side of the map. See what MVP respond with as they round out their composition with the last 2 picks, and we'll see whether Max is going to be the one playing the Galio or anything else.
Bit of a blocker pick to the Blitzcrank that if it was a squishier support, I think would have probably been the avenue that Max took. Don't want to be hooking in an Alistair, but Jhin and Corki are both tasty opportunities.
Yeah.
Jumping on the Rek'Sai is not a surprise, and we will see it,
there we
Atlas.
go.
Nice prophecy from you on the Taric coming back. BBQ have played Taric once this season, but the Taric buff's alive on patch 7.14, and guess what? It's another tank.
It is, and it's a lot of healing as well. If you the buffs to the Q are actually a pretty big deal.
But it is super, super no damage, Atlas. We are really nowhere near any damage outside the other 4.
The Taric auto attacks, dude. In lane early, they do a lot of damage.
Now we're looking for the last pick here from BBQ. Cho'Gath will be locked in. Okay, first game of the day, first Cho'Gath. We saw 1 in 5 games yesterday, 1 in game 1 here. Cho'Gath could be top or in the jungle. Expecting to be a top laner for Crazy, though. The tank meta is back, and we might be seeing Maokai versus Cho'Gath in 2017.
Yeah, this is severely tank meta, Papa Smithy. We just don't want to look at the top lane at all. We're back to it. It's so long ago. I'd put it out of my mind.
So the question is, do we try to radio our OGN contacts and ask them to replace the damage dealt graph with the damage taken graph?
Oh, that'd
Because
just
we
look
could
silly.
see some interesting damage taken with this many tanks. People are going to be living a damn long time.
And thankfully, we have access to those match histories as well. We can check out that damage taken graph towards the end of the game. And I know I'm going to be Googling it like you wouldn't believe, hopping over to lolesports.com. But, so that's going to be that. Vulpal Spikes with a little bit of a buff for the old Cho'Gath as well on this patch. Does a lot more damage if you can utilize the time window that the cooldown now offers.
At the end of the day, MVP, very strong early game comp based on rotations, but not necessarily being a core part of their strategy. The Taric ultimate will be helpful in the late game. Even true damage won't puncture through the ultimate, but BBQ have more damage, and that's usually means more consistent options in the late game.
Yeah, we'll see whether MVP is going to continue their onslaught or whether it's going to be BBQ fighting back after a difficult previous week. A lot of questions to be answered. Let's get on to the Rift. Okay, fans out in force, Papa Smithy. We have a small band here, but look at the devotion to BBQ. These guys love some chicken.
They got some jerseys, which is cool. I actually haven't seen the BBQ jerseys for sale. FLICKR recently had their jerseys on sale. You can find those through Google right now, but always hard to find LCK merch.
When they walked in, I actually thought it was the BBQ sub-roster. I was like, wow, I could really go BBQ sub right now.
It's fair to say. I believe that's SKT Jin being worn by Ghost as well.
Yeah, bit of a shout-out. Oh, see, this is the only Taric skin you should ever use. Whenever there's people like, I'm a lifeguard, it's great. No, there is only one.
I mean, but Pool Party is an LCK caster meme, so I can give it a pass.
It's true. Like, I understand. However, pink Taric, man, it is so glorious.
Armor of the 5th Age.
Mm-hmm. And I just love how, like, it's not exactly... It's a more masculine name than it probably should be.
I've got good news for you.
Good.
Some people are sitting there saying Tank's Resident Sleeper. I'm excited about Doran's Ring Jing PogChamp.
Oh, yes!
Yes, it's back.
Once again.
The Teddy Special.
Mm-hmm.
So the theory here, guys, is that because there's total AD scaling on Jin, extra ability power actually gives you more damage on your Q and more pushing power at level 1, level 3, early laning than if you had gone attack damage. So it's actually pretty powerful in that regard. Sure, late game you don't get as much value. Not all his abilities scale off of ability power. But for level 1, which is where Jin loses, it's why we often see Boots for pot, because it's not a better option for Jin. The Doran's Ring ability power actually helps him in the early game more than any other level 1 buy, and you get the mana sustain as well.
Yeah. Not only that, but your captive audience has like a 1-to-1 scaling or something like that. Real silly. So
yes, the captive audience that
yeah,
you scale.
You stand on that. Whew.
You don't get it till level 8.
Yeah, you definitely don't. But still, if you wanted to put a cheeky point into it.
Oh. That's the only sort of point you put into it,
Yeah,
a cheeky one.
That is a cheeky one. That's just showing you're a hipster. I take captive audience level 2. Oh, yeah. Sounds really, really bad.
How's the depths of bronze suiting you, Atlas?
Oh, it's just great. Just really having a brilliant time. Anyway, ADD and Crazy, this is where we should be talking about the depths of bronze, honestly, because there's nothing more interesting than depths of bronze, especially when the only other option to talk about is a tank battle on the top side of the map.
I mean,
Thankfully,
tanks
we're now
everywhere.
with Beyond in the jungle.
I feel like we should say thanks very much to Riot Games for this particular patch. We were spoiled yesterday, Atlas, because we had Longzhu and KT who trust their early game players long enough to still go for the pressure top laners like the Jace, still draft power. I guess we should have expected when we got 8th versus 9th place, the tanks will be in full force because it's easier to play tanks. Why not go for the reliable tanks? You can ARAM in the mid game and turret dive aplenty. There's a lot of power in tanks with the changes in itemization and subtle other changes in 7.14, so if the tanks are more reliable, you can't really blame people for drafting tanks.
And it also suits both of these teams as well. I mean, BBQ and MVP have been getting behind their AD carries more and more in recent weeks anyway, regardless of this move over to 7.14. So giving them all of the ability to do damage just makes some sense. Yeah, hopefully we keep looking towards the top side, Popsmithy. I thought that hopefully someone was listening. Not happening this time. Now Ian just going to shove that wave in, probably buy a couple of extra items.
First max on the Cho'Gath will be the Vorpal Spikes. They're nerfed in 7.15, which patch notes just went live today. But the max HP damage and slow make them really good for trading.
Oh yeah.
Also, you don't have to worry about your mana costs as much. Q and W, a lot more mana intensive than the 30 mana cost of the Spikes. That will be the first max there from the Cho'Gath. Item build is kind of up in the air. Could see a lot of Righteous Glories this patch from the tanks, as Righteous Glory is very powerful right now, and everyone wants to engage.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense on the likes of the Maokai as well, just with what he wants to do. Unfortunately, we won't have the Kitty Wave,
out of mana,
which I'm really upset about.
That's true.
I want the Kitty Wave. I thought that everyone would be using that skin. Dang it.
Seems like ADD is a hipster.
Yeah.
Going for the Goalkeeper, I believe it is.
Yes, that's exactly the one. And I don't want to say the name of the sport that he's representing as well, because no matter which way I go, I could get in trouble.
Say football.
Yeah, do you think that football is just the best way to do it? I'm Australian, man. Football's confusing to me.
So the way I understand it is that Europeans care a lot about you saying football, and Americans call it soccer but don't really care if you call it football, so you just go with the side of least resistance.
Yeah, just try and cause as little offense as possible as the Dazzle landing onto Totoro, who answers back. Decent damage onto Maha, goes down to about half health. Max will have some heals as Ian goes aggressive onto Tempt at the same time. That buy really doing him some good work. Negatron Cloak actually coming out as first item. See what that turns into. Adaptive Helm has been an option against the likes of Corki.
Although I kind of nod my head at Tempt, being like, well, if everyone's a tank, I'm going to do some investment banking.
Yeah, makes
some sense. Jump and buy a Cull, happily farm my way to my Trinity Force.
Beyond finds Bless, but doesn't seem too worried about it. He's just swimming around. Under the ground, will take down this ward, and there's nothing Bless is going to do about it with 0 mana.
Different item build from Beyond, who's actually gone Tiamat first when the last 2 times we've seen him on Rek'Sai, he was preferring the Balmy Cinder after the Balmy Cinder buffs on patch 7.13, so a little bit of dueling power. We're not going to see too many longswords built this game outside of Ghost, most likely, so you take him where you can get him.
Yeah, he should be able to make up for it, though, Ghost. He has got a build that involves a lot of longswords if he's going to be going towards that lethality.
It's pretty cool.
At least 8 of them will be built.
That's true. I mean, maybe even more.
Yeah, actually, definitely more.
Armor penetration is going to be necessary in this game.
Yeah, absolutely.
The Caulfield's Warhammer and the Serrated Dirk's going to be coming out a lot.
Oh, everywhere is... See, look, it's so much worse. Oh, so much worse. I'm just imagining kitty cats, Pub Smithy.
The Maokai ult speed is so funny.
It's so funny. Just the way it looks as well. It's just perfect. Good work, right?
And when you see that clip, it's why it's not surprising that when it first came online, people are like, well, this is a useless spell. And in those sort of scenarios, it looks pretty silly. It looks pretty useless. But we've learned recently by watching other regions, one of the reasons the ARAM meta, as people call it, has come back is you just ult a turret. And it's just kind of like when you used to throw an AP Gragas cast behind a turret, or an Equalizer, or a Weaver's Wall. You can't just sit at the turret and defend it when the slow-moving 2-second route is coming in your direction. And thus, the power is more in the turret pushing than necessarily, especially the 1v1, where it is categorically weakest.
Exactly. Do like the fact that it roots for longer as well if it hits further away. Things like that means that if you run away from it, you're committed to running away from it, because if you turn around, you're probably just going to be standing still until you're dead. Maha takes a big bounce, as does Max. That should be easy for them just to clean up underneath this turret. You can see already Ghost, though, utilizing the Doran's Ring to full effect, giving himself about 12 CS advantage.
Let's focus on the skill order from Max if we actually do get a toggle over to his skill order. Speaking to supports in Korea, the big story is you take 2 points in Q early. Basically, a lot of the changes and buffs of Tarek around his heal. Yeah. And the big takeaway message you guys should know is that your passive now, which is the 2 auto attacks with 100% attack speed, each proc of it gives you a healing, a healing proc. So basically what you want to do is get at least 2 points in it, because then you have 2 procs available. You start with 1, 2, and then 3. And because you want to be able to get the full value out of your passive, when you trade, get the double auto in, you get the full heal available if you have 2 points in Q. So you lose a lot of effectiveness if you only have 1 point in Q as Taric, but you want to max Dazzle first anyways.
Yeah, make sure you're getting as much stun for your buck.
40 extra damage at level 9 is nothing to sniff at, for
Hey,
sure.
that's true. You were saying this was a no damage comp, Papa Smithy. Taric buffs here to save that one's life.
40 damage from a spell from Taric in the late game, very relevant.
Feels so good. Okay, and looking to Justice punch his way back in onto Tempt. But looks like, yeah. This is a tank meta, Pop Smithy. So he can just take a million auto attacks and a bunch of spells and just wander away casually towards a blue buff. Beyond is setting up for him. Waiting for them wins the war. There it is, all too easy. And we'll head back towards that mid lane, pick up that minion wave. But falling behind our MVP as far as farm is concerned, and it's spelling about 1,000 gold lead for BBQ. Good news.
And when you think back to the Deft as the Kalista only damage dealer complicated round, remember that Deft was 5-0 in the mid game and was disproportionately ahead on the Kalista. This Kalista is behind in CS and gone for the Ninja Tabby first. Also wants to be a tank. He's role-playing as a tank right now.
Also had a pretty engage-heavy bottom lane as well to complement their ability to get ahead in that early game. Right now, Max is just looking fabulous down there, as now we're looking for Crazy. The CC's coming in, tanking the turret is ADD, but Crazy's just so tanky himself. Oh, that's a lot of turret shots that ADD took. This is what happens when you bring a lot of tanks up there, and it's better than Beyond tanking it up, I guess.
Okay, close to feast range, though, is bot lane. Oh, the Deadly Flourish misses.
Yeah, unfortunate. Not as deadly this time around, Papa Smithy, as Totoro takes a lot of damage. Bless now looking to start off this dragon because, you know, why not? Ain't much else happening around the map.
But you'll be happy to know that a tank meta is also often a play-by-play meta, as you get really long fights to call.
That's true. We'll have a lot to talk about. They're hitting each other. They're hitting each other. They're still hitting each other.
You have a long time to work up the aggression. Okay,
yeah,
Ian does flash.
They're trying to pick this one up. Ultimate does go down as Maha is being protected. Heroic Entrance comes in, and now he can't take any damage. Explosive Cast a little bit too early, and that means it's not going to do any of the damage. Ian now looking for his way in. His Tempt is going to fall down. First blood goes to Beyond, as now BBQ chasing after ADD, but he's keeping 2 people busy. BBQ can't make their way back in. In the end, it's going to be an MVP victory unless Ghost can find something here, as Maha taking a lot of damage, but Beyond will save his life. And yes, that is very, very dramatic, Ghost, but we're not going to be able to find the kill with too many big bodies.
Yeah, no Deathfire Touch after the nurse. It was Warlords from Ghost. If it was Deathfire Touch, even after the nerf, I think he might have actually killed Maha, who was on a sliver of health. Really long fight. BBQ caught out. MVP used their flashes. You might think it's all over, but MVP fights stronger early. They have Fate's Call. Maha largely DPS'd out the Gragas ultimate right at the tail end of the Cosmic Radiance, meaning the Kalista doesn't go down. But the base values are higher from MVP at this point in the game. One of the times where they'd rather fight, and they do get a small advantage, even if it is predictably a long tank fight.
Yeah.
Watch Maha here. The second shot hits. He would have died to Deathfire Touch.
Yes, he would have. He was down. That was single-digit health, approximately. Now Beyond, he's going to take his shot at getting this dragon. Bit of extra regen seems to be the aim of the game here for both of these teams. They're both looking for it. Ian once again getting turned on. Fair bit of damage, but honestly, he's not taking much of it. That's just going to be stolen away. Bless says, thank you very much for the leash, and will now try and get himself out. Deadly Flourish once again just going to try and stop the assault. As Bless taking a lot of damage, but they just can't follow it up as MVP just walk away, tail between the legs.
Yeah, BBQ had more members, rotated them faster, and in the end of the day, it was a smite battle won by Bless. He was just holding on to his ultimate, he didn't want to use it, wanted to have it to threaten and engage. Because they see explosive cast, they can play a bit more aggressively in bot lane, so getting an ult out was the best reward they were going to get in that particular scenario, and we return to a 300 gold lead and a Drake to BBQ, but nothing else to speak of.
Yep, not too much. Deadly Flourish is going to miss, but the headbutt pole does knock Maha up. Still, they're taking a fair bit of damage. Unbreakable Will up there for Totoro, so he's not going to fall down.
Also got a bit of a buff in the damage reduction. They'll scale up more on this patch, so he'll be tankier earlier. Good stuff.
Yeah, always good to be tankier in this meta. Means that your flavor of the month capacity is certainly up there.
We'll see plenty of Cogmores as a result as the patch goes on, I would estimate. I wonder if we'll see any Veins.
Ooh.
I'm sure Reckless is considering his options in EU, but
I'm looking at China, man.
Oh,
Uzi.
Imps.
Uzi's going to be bringing it back as well. There's lots of Vayne players over there.
Uzi and Imp, as you say. Big chance of that.
The Dream. Okay. Rupture going to land multiple times here as Crazy's just gone nuts onto ADD. The Bramble Smash. Going to at least create some distance as Bless probably turned up a little bit too late. But we're going to look towards the bottom side as Maha's just going to get punched by a cow. The extra damage doing some work there as well as Max. He has to run the heck away. Looking glorious while he does it, but there's the curtain call. He's getting slowed down, and he just walks against the wall. It's not where you want to be, as boom goes the dynamite. Ghost going to be able to pick up that kill. BBQ, massive power on the bottom side, and that is a 2 for nothing.
Yeah, BBQ's duo lane has been playing better than MVP's over the course of this season. Obviously, MVP had a great series last time out against Samsung, but BBQ just heavily outplaying MVP. Max didn't have exhaust as that fight started, had the Cosmic Radiance, but didn't use it. Was confident, I guess, that Maha wouldn't die. Maha also didn't use Fate's Call during it. They had a lot of options to try to outplay or go even, but they lose the maximum as a double kill is basically donated to BBQ.
Yeah, Max didn't even use his flash to get out of the way of the captive. It was almost like they wanted to die. Interesting. Might have been method to the madness, as Maha is going to at least clear out this minion wave, try and get himself back up to parity, but not quite there. 34 CS is going to be the lead, and Ghost has his Dusk Blade already completed. That is 6 longswords done, Papa Smithy.
But more to come.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, another small factor why Jin is stronger is that his build path famously when lethality was strong was, even if I'm forced to back, I can buy a couple of long swords and get more power, not gated by zeals or larger items. So when you can thrift shop so effectively, you can do things. Okay, teleport's being used.
Yeah, MVP looking for the first brick here as the teleport will complete. Beyond taking a lot of damage, tunnels his way out, and now Temp just looking for it onto Maha. Rocket not going to land there, but BBQ now wanting to follow up. Ian just casually saunters his way in towards this bottom side of the map as they want to push this wave towards the tower, but there is enough wave clear, and there's the turn onto the Galio. Maha pretty safe towards the back end of this fight as Ghost at about half health, but now Maha's in trouble. Ultimate will go off. No, it just didn't get put down onto the Callista. Unfortunate stuff as Max will get headbutt pulled. The heroic entrance not going to be enough. There's now both teleports going off. Bless flashes his way out as now ADD, the attack of the roots. There they go. And he will have to flash his way out of here underneath the turret, and BBQ still in full control. Honestly, MVP didn't quite manage to execute whatever they were trying to do.
Yeah, Maha once again doesn't use Fate's Call, and that's because he wanted to be saved by the Cosmic Radiance. But it's all about the overlapping circles, Atlas, and awkwardly Maha was outside of both circles. Didn't get
Wasn't
the
in the Venn
effect of the
diagram.
ultimate. Exactly, the Venn diagram. He was not in the center like he was supposed to be. And the end result was just assassinated by a full tank Gragas for some reason. Kill goes over to BBQ, and MVP are playing the Callista bot lane about as bad as possible.
About the worst that we've seen ever.
They're 35 CS behind with a Callista lane, which already is awkward, but they've just, between the two of them, not been able to use their kits effectively, and they've lost the maximum when it should have been a lot closer between the two bot lanes.
Yep. To put it frankly, they just have not done their buttons almost at all in a lot of these cases, and that was an unforced error from Maha. He could have just stood in the Cosmic Radiance and survived. That's just the long and short of it.
I like to think he's saving his Fate's Call for late game.
Perfect. I like that. That's the sort of optimism that you need as a play-by-play. Do you want to swap roles?
This patch might actually, we might need to mid-game when you like run out of breath after the 15th two-minute team fight.
Need all the help that I can get. It's crazy. Yells at some creeps. Gentleman Cho'Gath, shout-outs to one of the best Cho'Gath skins.
It's a bit of an awkward factor for MVP. We're talking about the no damage, and to some degree the no damage will be something to talk about, but consider that Ghost is really far ahead on his lethality build, and MVP is stacking magic resist, which is largely what you need against everyone but Ghost. So Ghost having gold is the worst possible thing for the side of MVP because he does a lot of damage right now.
Yep, he's actually doing the damage to the turret at the moment. Now going to turn on to Ian, who gets booped back into his team. Okay, surviving for a very long time though is Tempt. He's in trouble. Curtain Call comes down as Ian, okay, he's on walkabout at the moment as there's the Jin getting turned on. Beyond wants to find him. The ultimate's going to come out, but he flashes back to his team. Good timing, won't die to the sapling as now BBQ get themselves out, and Ian did die on the back end. The Gargoyle did not last as long as he would have liked.
The grouping there wasn't fantastic from either team. Jin almost assassinated by a Maokai in the backline, but was able to flash back into his team, still had his summoners available. No chance for a Fate's Call or a Cosmic Radiance once again in that particular engagement. Everyone backs away, and only kill of the fight is Ian going down.
Yeah, Ian lasted a very long time. Remember, his health bar started going down underneath his turret about a minute ago. BBQ going to try and get the Cloud Drake. Will make their second as they have the Rainy Day Dragons to start off this game. And okay,
I guess Bless was going to run out of duration on the Rift Herald, so just used it about as suboptimally as possible.
Look at him casually wandering towards the mid lane.
This is going to be another one of those 0 damage Rift Heralds.
Yep. Oh no, it got an auto attack off onto Beyond, sort of.
Did it? I couldn't tell by his health bar. It's still full.
I'm actually pretty sure that that was a net buff to MVP, giving them 25 gold and doing 0 for BBQ. Bad news.
It is 8th versus 9th.
But this is the MVP that beat Samsung, and BBQ are now beating them. So, you know, it's theoretically a better news story than you'd otherwise think. I feel like we need to be giving these guys a little bit more of a hard time for getting things wrong based on that.
I like your higher expectations, to some degree deserved, because it was a good performance against Samsung, but we wonder what MVP would do on the new patch. They take their best example from KT, and sure, it is largely the comp that KT won so easily against Samsung Galaxy with in Game 2 yesterday. But if you get behind with this comp, and if Kalista falls behind in particular, you will have significant problems as the game goes on. And Kalista's been about 30 CS or more behind the Jin for the majority of the early game.
Yes. Thankfully, that lead has not extended too far, if I could utilize some pretty generous optimism. But now Tempt has moved towards the top side of the map, just wants to push down this turret up here. And it's going to be Ghost meeting him there as well. So BBQ just rotating around. You mentioned this earlier on, that that's what they want to be doing here in the early game, extending this lead as much as possible. And it's already hit the tune of 5,000, which is definitely decent for 20 minutes.
Yeah, Abyssal Mask on both teams. Galio, always going to be one that would love that item when it was reworked to include the Catalyst, but the Gragas here from Bless has it as well. Going to be very relevant given the Cho'Gath and specifically the Corki. Going to get value out of the 10% bonus damage. You know it's a tank meta when Corki's best boots are Merc Treads. Doesn't need to think about maximizing damage against squishies. There's really no squishies to speak of.
Yep. This is what happens when you get a tank meta as well. I mean, an engagement starts, and you don't really start talking about it until the tank has gone to about a third health. And that's when you could probably start getting a bit excited. But there was just a bit of a slug.
And when there's things like Cosmic Radiance, damage reduction from Galio, that doesn't happen that quickly, Atlas.
Yep, I get baited pretty hard when it comes to tank metas.
I mean, the OGN Legion loves us talking about mini Nintendo 64s and our favorite Call of Duty game. Maybe we'll be able to do that for 20 seconds of a team fight.
Yeah, exactly.
We can reclaim our time.
I think that we could almost do it like a challenge to ourselves. How many topics can we get through in one team fight, whilst also talking about everything relevant in the team fight at the same time?
This is the bounty given to us by patch 7.14.
Oh, it's fantastic. And I just really like the positive attitude as well that we've sort of spun over towards it.
Look, it's a broadcast, so if your glass isn't half full about the teams you're casting or the patch, you got to find somewhere else to fill up your glass. And
exactly.
That's apparently at vintage consoles.
And Call of Duty. Thank goodness. Okay, ADD. Gonna Arcane Smash. I'm gonna call it Arcane Smash. As he's gonna go wide of the old Phosphorus Bomb. Going to head back towards the wave and clear that one out. Just so used to talking about top laners that don't have a big health bar. And so I was like, oh, let's talk about the abilities because he might die. No, he won't. Oh, dear. Even when we're talking about it, I still just can't pick it up.
Maybe the wards will be interesting, as the wards will tell us where the tanks can walk.
Oh, yes, Season 2 world.
But unfortunately, because the tanks are so tanky, they can also put down wards and not die face-checking brushes. So wards become less interesting as a result.
At least Dancing Grenade will always be interesting, because when it like tries to get to a minion really far away and it goes really high in the air, that is super entertaining. We
but
just
unfortunately,
witnessed that just then.
One of the biggest purveyors of knocking people really high in the air, Cho'Gath, had that bug fixed about 2 years ago. He no longer has the hilarious knock-ups. The knockbacks are happening. ADD taking damage.
We may actually need to talk about his death relatively soon, as Sap Magic was doing some work. BBQ are the first ones to respond as heroic entrance comes down, and nope! Not happening. Good God.
He became really close to death, though, Atlas.
Yeah! He did some almost nearly dying, which is what we probably shouldn't get used to.
Do we hit the 9 for the almost die on the 10 hype scale?
Yeah, if we were going to be holding up scorecards, I would give it at least a 9 to a 9.5.
Oh, this game.
Ian. Oh, now they're trying to kill another tank. So what did you do on the weekend?
We're really good at casting patch 714. Oh, dear. I mean, you have the more interesting story from the weekend, as you had your first sampling of Korean healthcare.
Yeah, I did. Well, it was an interesting weekend and also very uninteresting because I spent most of it lying on my back on the couch because my back was broken. But I did get to go to the hospital, and it was lovely. First,
I mean,
South
the moment
Korean
that you phrased
medical
it as get to go to the hospital, which usually is a thing of
Yeah.
terror. The fact that you phrased it so positively led me to believe that you had a good experience.
Oh, it was fantastic. Spoke brilliant English. Everyone was really nice to me. I don't know. I felt really taken care of. It's good. It's good stuff. Would go back again. Tempted to, try and tweak a muscle in my back more often.
Well, let's talk about the game for a second, because the Baron has at least started.
Oh, no.
Only a second, though, apparently.
Just for a moment. Think what is still there by BBQ, and Crazy does have his teleport. Tempt as well is with the old teleport Corky that we've been seeing more and more of.
So I feel like when we do caster prep, usually it's about KDAs and stats, but maybe we should just be doing stand-up prep.
Yeah, I feel like
714.
we should be doing prep more about not the game. As playing himself some football is crazy. Not exactly the best at it this time around, is Bless. Looking for Dragon number 3, 2 Oceans, and a Cloud Drake. The perfect epitomization of this game.
I mean, there's big health bars, so you're going to get more regen from your regen.
Let's talk about the tank meta synergy with Ocean Drake, shall we?
I mean, it doesn't have much synergy with Infernal.
That's true. That's going to be the least good buff. That's going to be, once again, the 50-50 being controlled as ADD gets turned on, but who cares? Because he takes about no damage. Maha finally found his ultimate button. Cosmic Radiance, another option is there's no damage being done to Tempt, and enough to actually get a kill as Beyond picks that one up. Justice Punch onto Totoro, and he gets taunted in the end after flashing out of the way. Doesn't have Unbreakable Will anymore, and he may also fall down as Maha gets his first kill of this particular engagement, and MVP win themselves a fight 2-0.
Yeah, slow team fight win for MVP. Remember, Bless to get the smite on the Ocean Drake, but MVP are running straight to Baron. That would be a much bigger receipt than 2 kills to prosper from their team fight victory. But now just visiting mid lane. I mean, ADD certainly knows what's up.
Yeah.
Rushes straight and home guards onto the Baron. Now remember, Bless is alive, so this is not as trivial a take as you might think.
Yep, Ghost is going to make his way in there as well, as there's the knock up onto the Cho'Gath. Maybe not the optimal engage target, as Beyond almost dies underneath the turret. As here's all the CC, here's all the tanks, and Max is dead. Unfortunately, it's Maha pulling out the sticks, and he's going to be able to pick up the Cho'Gath as we go 1-for-1, but it could have been a Baron instead. BBQ are going to find the fight back. ADD moves out of the way of the curtain call, and the Sap Magic is doing work. Tempt gets slowed down by a billion different things, and now we've got the Benny Hill music. Yakety sax once again. Papa Smithy is ADD going to knock himself back in. I believe that was Tempt that turned that one around, as the Roots were after them, but it just did not do anything.
So we're able to clean up, and now we spoke about Baron on the side of MVP, overextended in mid lane, trying to get the turret, trying to get another advantage, and BBQ, who started the Baron a moment ago, will rush there, just like was the case for MVP. The enemy jungler is up, so there's not 100% guarantee this will be claimed.
And they're not doing a lot of damage to it this time around. Of course, BBQ with a bit more damage than the likes of MVP.
Beyond is at 1v4. He should not be able to steal this Baron.
Yeah, his tunnel is down, and he doesn't have flash, and now he's getting knocked up and eaten. Okay, that's not going to be the Baron going over to MVP, and it is going to be locked down once again by Crazy. Gets himself the kill, starting to get massive, and the big boy tanks are really starting to turn it on BBQ's side as well.
I very much liked how you narrated Rek'Sai's death. It sounded like a diary entry. Dear diary, I was knocked up and eaten. Feels bad, man. As we go back to what happened at the start here, MVP walking up under turrets because we're all tanks, why not? But during the course of all of this, Ghost is able to get more shots off than you might expect. Crazy gets those big combos that are possible with the health ratio on the true damage from the Cho'Gath. True damage pretty relevant when everyone's a super tank.
Oh yeah.
They weren't able to clean up everyone. They didn't have vision on the actual squishies who were able to walk out of the range of the curtain call. Let's watch here as Tempt forces AD's death. Catch it during the moment. I assume it was the ranged auto attacker hitting the brass cone. It was. Very nice.
Yes. Thankfully, it wasn't the Maokai, which kind of looked like. Also, I just want to make sure people understand that we need contextual relevance to the thing that you just said before about Rek'Sai's death.
Look, at this point,
that diary entry was not a great one outside of League of Legends context.
At this point, if you cribbed some of the things we'd said on broadcast and pasted them onto other things, we'd look very dodgy. We're all serial killers, talking about murder, death, celebrating 4 or 5 people dying at the same time by the hands of one person.
That is very, very true. Is MVP now trying to defend against this
We're
Baron buff?
A-ramming Atlas.
They're not taking a lot of damage, Papa Smithy.
But we're all in mid lane. 10 members in mid lane.
Look at how little damage they're doing to the turret. Okay. BBQ may want to rethink this particular plan of attack. Might be something like a 1-3-1 that could be utilized with multiple Baron buff locations. ZDD throwing footballs around once again. Look at him charge.
Why not ARAM Atlas?
Well, it looks like ARAM is going to be the decision, and MVP are going to back themselves away. So BBQ edging towards that 10,000 gold lead here at 30 minutes in. Want to take down this inhibitor turret. Ghost doesn't find the snare.
Unfortunately, Tempt can't walk up for auto attacks, and Ghost not the best taking turrets either. ADD, bit of a love tap onto the Alistar.
Yep. Totoro takes about 0 damage.
The big problem is,
for a potential engage.
with Tempt's teleport down, none of the people that can side lane really do damage to turrets that fast, and if they're not there, then the Wombo engage might take down their 1 DPS deal because they're not there to peel either.
There's a chain CC. They send the Galio into the fight, though. May not necessarily be the target to focus, but he does take a lot of damage. There's the roots heading forward, as it's not going to stop Ghost from setting up this curtain call. I mean, it doesn't do a heck of a lot of damage, but Maha moves himself out of the way. Everybody else tunneling their way out. But look, it's just creating enough zone, and BBQ take down the inhibitor turret, and the inhibitor will follow immediately after.
Yeah, objectives still die at the same rate, and that is really the variable we have to embrace. BBQ able to zone MVP away, force a recall. Fate's Call and Cosmic Radiance just will not be used, it seems, with any regularity in this particular game.
I mean, don't use them this game. You've already lost. May as well hold on to them for next game, Papa Smithy.
I made the joke before. It's still funny now, Atlas. That lets you know how this game has gone for the bot lane of MVP. Much more difficult to pick up Kalista on the red side. BBQ, they've broken the base on their first Baron, which against tanks with strong wave clear is not a trivial factor. The next one should be able to close up the game.
They are at least setting up vision around the area. They have a Baron buff for another couple of minutes. Now with bottom inhibitor, definitely a good avenue for collecting the Baron.
And the incentive for side lane play is much higher now for BBQ because they will have teleport back on Tempt very soon. So not like either of these teams have been super proficient at playing side lanes. So again, the game plan seen here is also a product of some of the macro struggles of both these teams before the tank meta and then exacerbated by the start of the tank meta, but with teleport on Corki, a lot more options to play those side lanes. But why not just roll down one lane?
Yeah, let's just make use of the fact that MVP are out of position. Ian gets knocked up to high heaven. That's how he's going to fall down. Ghost doing the last hit, but getting a lot of that damage in as well as Max gets stunned by the deadly flourish. They got a fair bit of poke damage as well as Tempt. He's looking for it, gets the flash, and the Trinity Force proc is going to be enough. They'll secure the turret as well. His ADD's going to turn up late. Remember, this is a 4 versus 5. Make that a 5 versus 3. As BBQ are just looking to clean up MVP and grab the game 1 victory. At least 1 kill is going to go down, and it is Ghost. So a lot of the damage now missing, but Tempt is there. Grabs himself the last remaining kill. That's the ace, and that should be BBQ taking it towards the Nexus turret.
Yeah, 4 tanks standing on a carry means that no one can click on Tempt. He lives. The rest of MVP goes down. They're going to be able to roll down. They can definitely tank up turrets, Atlas. It's the tank meta, and we should have a game 1 victor. It'll be BBQ.
And Bless looked terrifying with that gargoyle stone plate, man. He looks like this scary insect, like a cicada about to shed his skin. And he was taking about 0 damage there as well, as the Nexus slowly but surely will be taken down as they tank up fountain lasers as well. BBQ, after what was a disappointing performance against Samsung, turn it all around against MVP and pick up their first victory against the team for this season.
And MVP had the right read of tanks, and they looked at KT Rolster's comp yesterday and thought they could do an impression, but because they are not as good at the early game as KT, and really only Longzhu can hold a candle to KT, predictably it got to the point where with multiple damage sources and some good decision making, BBQ were able to pick up the first Baron. That was really the factor that led up to an actual appreciable advantage for BBQ. They broke the base in one spot, rolled down the top lane, and from there, victory achieved by BBQ Olivers.
Yep, and it was just executed well at the same time. I mean, micro circumstances maybe not necessarily as much, however, their ability to move around the map, capitalize on advantages. BBQ was playing it pretty much by the numbers, made it look a whole lot better, and see whether the Cho'Gath gets a look at in the next pick and ban phase, because he wasn't doing a lot of dying towards the end of that game.
One dies too fast in this meta, especially with picks like Jhin and Kalista being two of the three damage dealers next to a Corki. First sighting of Cho'Gath, you have to say, a pretty big success. Ran at the Kalista, silence, Nom. Kalista's day is over, and that was another reason why the last fight for BBQ was so clean.
Yeah. Certainly worked out very, very well. Ghost as well needs another shout out. The Doran's Ring Jhin really taking control of that early game. We'll see exactly what is going to happen game number 2. MVP, can they turn it around, or is BBQ going to go for the 2-0? We'll find out after this short break.
Jumping fences. We're gonna shake these boots. We're taking chances. We're taking chances. We're taking chances. We're taking chances. You better tie those shoes. We're jumping fences. We're gonna shake these boots. We're taking chances. We're taking chances. We're taking chances. We're taking chances.
Now listen, fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Whoa! 50 million souls live in this realm without much hope. Not too
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as a wild bird sings. A sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's now. As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back to what it's now.
Welcome back, OGN Legion, to LCK Summer. I know, yes, we've got the damage graphs on your screen. I hope you guys have hopped over towards the internet to try and find the match history for the damage taken graph, because that one would have been fun. But look at Tempt, 30k. The dude did some work.
Yeah, the Corki predictably able to do quite a lot of damage, Atlas, and even the Doran's Ring Jin was pumping out the deeps in the early game. MVP here, I imagine, will be one of the damage deals, although our Cho'Gath from Crazy was pretty sick as well.
Certainly did some work. The unfortunate thing is Maha. Third highest damage on the team when theoretically you're the only damage is not exactly great, as Crazy's going to pick up the MVP. 4, 1, and 5 on the Cho'Gath. 9.0 KDA going to be boosting that one relatively high as he gets out of the way of this gank. As ADD tanks a lot of turret shots.
A lot of people knocked up in the air in this particular series, all the knockbacks, knockups, CCs that were available. The Cho'Gath's role is pretty invaluable in this meta. Can build full tank and still do true damage, which is oh so relevant when no one dies fast. I don't think you need to chomp at the end there. It was pretty low health on the Galio. The ones onto Callista were the big story though. Knowing your role in a team fight as Cho'Gath is actually quite difficult because your role is often different from team fight to team fight. You find it very difficult to not get kited, even with long-range engaged CC, like the Rupture. So credit to Crazy, who knew his role on a pick that has only been in the meta for a moment, and he screamed and ate the Callista, and she died.
Yeah, and he's about as big as all of the MVP players at the moment. So, I mean, he picks up an MVP, and he also ate a lot of MVPs.
I'm not even joking when I say that Cho'Gath, being as large as he can be, and that's without even including something like the Gago Stoneplate, he literally can stand on top of carries, and it's very hard to click on them. It is.
Yeah, absolutely. Takes up all of the space. However, Callista darting around will have a very difficult time getting out of his auto attack range. So that's another, I guess positive about Cho'Gath versus Callista specifically.
I would argue that Maha had a hard time playing Callista that game, so...
I don't think his R button was bound to the right button most of the time as well, which was a little bit unfortunate. A lot of unforced errors from MVP, and maybe Game 1 was serving as a warm-up as we move into Champions.
It also serves to remind us that there are times where certain picks are required. For example, Rumble first pick was there for a very long time in the start of spring season especially, but even the start of summer as well. And we had good Rumbles and we had bad Rumbles. And now we have Callista being forced as a first pick pretty frequently, and that was definitely a low light from Maha, who has played it before to better success. But the synergy between Maha and Max on the Callista and Taric was definitely not LCK standard, so perhaps banning that one away or avoiding the pick might behoove MVP, who do not want to go down 2-0 to BBQ, which may actually be the key result in condemning them to a spot in the relegation tournament.
Exactly right. We mentioned the two-way swing nature of this particular matchup, given the relegations that are just around the corner. Remember, there's only a few more games for these teams to play before they will be having to answer to either relegation or not. Callista is going to be the final ban for BBQ.
Surprisingly banned on blue side. I don't know what that means, but I'm not going to think about it too hard.
Gives MVP a free Elise ban, theoretically, unless BBQ are actually looking for a different first pick here. Might be something about these tanks that they've been looking for, as now let's see exactly what the priority is for BBQ, as Elise would make some sense for Bless if he wants to.
And Bless, the Elise that you called out, I think was the key pick for BBQ's early game. Bless had some really good early games on Elise recently that he hasn't been able to match on other champions. So giving BBQ a bit more presence in the early game makes a lot of sense, and Elise does well, especially in the early game with current and max, current and also execution HP damage on her kit.
I like the Xayah from Maha here. Does make a lot of sense for MVP because he did look good on it against Ruler and Core JJ the last time we saw the team. It's going to be locked away.
Maybe a bit more laning presence. Braum would be a nice pick here, even if Max hasn't been a Braum fanatic like most of our supports have been.
What about Janna?
It'd be too early for Janna, but if you see something like the Rek'Sai locked in, which we do see, then perhaps a last pick Janna is a possibility. BBQ could ban it in the second round of bans, though. You can't really protect Janna, so if you take it at Ian's picks and ban support, it doesn't really protect Janna, who does really struggle in many lanes. You kind of have to ban every engaged support to get a safe Janna lane, so perhaps just leaving it for a last pick support counter pick, which is what they did in the past. Still a possibility for MVP, as we spoke about that Braum, and predictably going to be taken earlier in the draft for Totoro, who's already played it 12 times this season.
Yeah, and that bottom lane is going to be snapped up, leaving their solo lanes potentially as you don't want... He's tempting fate. That's not what you want to do. We've seen these Teemo lock-ins happen, but that is going to be the Tristana Braum for the bottom lane of BBQ. Once again, pretty high pressure and a lot of pushing power to come out of these guys, and draw a bead will help Tristana create a bit more distance against the Xayah in the late game. And it might mean that Max can grab the Janna here because they know exactly what the bottom lane is going to be. But Taric is another option.
Taric's still available. Will be less variables than the Fate's Core and also the Cosmic Radiance, and they go with it surprisingly early. So prioritizing getting a solo lane counter pick over necessarily having a support counter pick, which was the meta in 7-13. Basically every team on the red side was counter picking support, and MVP with Max's large champion pool have been known to do that many times. Still, Taric is at a high power level, even if that wasn't evident in Game 1. Is a very powerful pick, and it's also a pretty comfortable lane into Braum. So no big quandaries with the Taric being taken here. As another series, it seems, where Trundle will be banned in both games.
And BBQ, if you want to have a look at what MVP are doing, you may want to ban something like Maokai here, because you see Trundle being banned away, you can just go back in time. And like, what was Trundle good at? Oh yeah, super tanks towards the top side of the map. Maokai, definitely one of them.
I think you might ban it second, though, and not first, because you want to see if there's a ban coming through onto Cho'Gath. And then there'd be a bit more of a premium on something like Maokai when it comes to power tanks on patch 7.14. Crazy just did with MVP on Cho'Gath, and sure, I imagine ADD could just be playing it himself. He's not been playing it in solo queue on his main account. He's largely been playing the Maokai that we saw in Game 1. There's a chance there's flexibility there as they ban away Lucian, who's often a pick into Galio, so we have to mention the Galio name as well as a potential blind pick for Ian at the first pick in the red draft.
Yeah, so MVP considering doing the same draft again. If at first you don't succeed, do it more until you do succeed. Papa Smithy, I think, is how it goes. As Corky's going to be banned away from BBQ.
Curious ban, given that they needed things to draft into a potential Galio pick, and Corky was what they preferred in the past, so a bit of a surprise to see that.
Now Lucian taken away as well, so Galio draft certainly an option here. Is Maokai being considered even with the Cho'Gath available? So ADD, like you mentioned, probably not practicing the Cho'Gath and also not respecting it too much on the side of Crazy either, as BBQ now have to round out their composition. We'll see whether they pick up the Galio or not.
I was looking at solo queue accounts to see who was playing the Cho'Gath and Maokai in particular, the top laners in jungle, and ADD was on the Maokai side of the coin. I think you have to take Galio here after you ban Corky, and it seemed like BBQ just assumed that MVP put the highest priority onto the aforementioned Maokai. We could see this. We have never seen a single pick in LCK.
Oh,
we're not going to see it this time. The Alawi has never been picked in LCK history.
I love Alawi, man.
So does Pulse.
So does
watching this
Pulse.
somewhere, smiling.
The OTP of Alawi. But this was the predictable one, as Cho'Gath going to be taken for Crazy up towards the top side of the map. Going to have exactly the same matchup once again. And now what does Ian do? Does he just pick Syndra? I don't know.
Into Galio, it's not a happy lane matchup, and you think about
it's just
targets.
The fact that it's Ian, right?
Who are you ulting, though? You got Braum there to put up a shield if it tries to be the Tristana.
Yeah, it just sounds like a really bad idea. However,
Orianna
has been something he's done in the past anyway.
Orianna into Galio is actually not a fantastic matchup either, because he has the dash, and in general her ball positioning is almost impossible. Again, what does a good Orianna ult look against this comp? It's another hard thing to pull off, but he needed some comfort. Ian picked up a first win on the Orianna finally in recent history, and because of the Corky ban and not a Galio first rotationed on red side in the second round, there was precious few picks that felt fantastic into the Galio. Cassiopeia was banned as well. So 2 champions who can answer a Galio were banned, and yet MVP prioritized Maokai over the Galio. I would say that was a drafting mistake, and in the end, a masterstroke by BBQ.
And with the double tank solo laners here, I actually really like the Elise from BBQ as well. Gives you a bit more damage as well coming out of this composition, and doesn't pigeonhole you into saying that, well, Tristana is our only source of damage. Let's just hope that she gets ahead.
Absolutely. I'm a big fan of BBQ's draft in the context of patch 7.14. No guarantees about the result, but there's a lot more thought and nuance into their draft than MVP, who do have some power picks on patch 7.14. But the reliability of the Taric was a bit of a question mark in Game 1. So even though there is some power here, actually pulling off the team fights will require significant snowball, so all eyes on to Beyond, who is on his comfort Rek'Sai, for making the difference in the early game that he couldn't do in Game 1.
Yep. Looking towards Max as well to see whether he can make this Taric work this time. Could potentially be difficult, and it looks like we're getting MVP versus KT version of MVP so far in game number 1. Have they moved to Samsung Galaxy version of MVP? We'll have to find out as we get onto Summoner's Rift.
Sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's
My God, this is like not a massive crowd today.
Nope.
But we've got a real loud one. It just shows that MVP and BBQ fans definitely super engaged.
I mean, it's kind of like a final for these teams, given what it represents, given that it is the match that may decide who goes into the relegations. There was some periodic table stuff going on in that particular cheerful,
That was a
or sign, I should say. BBQ, look at this. They're rocking up top lane.
Damn! It's lane swap meta again. Where are we, Papa Smithy?
Probably not sticking around top lane, but maybe they want to just try and use the Rupture to get a cheesy level 1 kill. Remember that Braum is the level 1 king when it comes to CC from the concussive blows. So I think it's cheese time, Atlas.
Ooh, okay. I do like me some vintage cheddar.
We're getting real cheesy.
Okay, ADD wandering casually.
He wants to force him back through lane.
Yeah.
This is so cheesy.
Oh my God.
2013 strategies.
Oh no.
I wonder what they're going to skill. Well, here we go.
There's the exhaust, and they'll just stack up these concussive blows. The flash, was it a little bit too late? Those rocket jump was taken, and Ghost picks up the first blood. The cheese was definitely a good one. They head towards clearing out the minion waves and getting back down towards that bottom lane.
Oh, will they?
Unless they fast push the turret, what's happening?
Yeah, the fast push doesn't really work because of the turret reinforcements, Atlas. They just want a turret dive, which I guess is going to kill him again.
Okay, well, they're going to look for it anyways. Totoro just wants to tank up this turret for as long as possible. ADD will take... Okay, Crazy has to flash. And ADD at least takes some damage. Forces Crazy to teleport.
So I like the level 1 plan. I can understand the cheese in that scenario, but overstaying is not really welcomed. And it looks like BBQ are priced into staying in top lane after not getting the successful kill. So they try a lot of cheese, but because of the nature of bot lane turrets, even the Gigabyte Marines struggle to get maximum value out of these sort of turret swaps back at MSI. So you have to be skeptical this is the right way to go. A nice interrupt on the back there from ADD.
Yep, little kitty trying to find the Tristana, but will not. As Little Witch will head back to the bottom lane. We are going to, I believe, achieve some form of normalcy.
This feels a lot like BBQ's attempt to run bot lane Corki, because Crazy teleported bot lane and now will get forced out. So they're going to have a bit of an emaciated Cho'Gath when it comes to experience, given that he was sharing experience in top lane on the kill and the minions, and now has to walk back up top lane with no summoners. So BBQ, they decided they wanted cheese, but it felt like they didn't know where they wanted to put the cheese afterwards, and that was the bigger problem.
Yeah. Like, they're having fondue, but then, like, it just makes a mess.
They're having fondue,
gross.
and the first bite was good, but they forgot to buy plates.
Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah, so it's like I can't say that word. Have you seen have you read Asterix?
Yes.
Yeah. You know, they there's a lot of cheese parties in that particular comic series. And they're called a word that is associated with something very different.
You really screwed up that reference.
I really did.
That was terrible.
I know. However,
It's the tank meta. We can't afford to have these misfires.
Because everything we say that's not about the game is so much more important.
It's higher value.
Yeah. Okay, well, Crazy's going to clear out waves. BBQ and MVP now meeting their duos on the bottom side.
It does mean they're meeting with an experience disadvantage because they were sharing experience with the Cho'Gath, like we mentioned.
Whoop. Bit of dazzling on a Totoro, but he doesn't really care.
That's lost blue, and there was a nice pull away by Beyond, who gets a second blue as well. So both blues denied from, crucially, Bless on the first rotation of spells.
Yep, not going to mean much for Beyond. However, he's now looking for Bless. There's the flash. Ian trying to get the work done. Dazzle doesn't quite find the targets, but now they're looking for Totoro. Winds of War going to slow down MVP. Despite a lot of summoner spells going off, no one's going to die, which seems like basically this meta in a nutshell.
Oh, Braum did so much work. Totoro is super on point there to allow the safe exit from Bless, who had already flashed. Very, very squishy. Only boots is the first purchase, but will get away. Watching how Ghost and Totoro deal with the 2v2 laning. Now they gave Maha and Max basically a free advantage when it comes to experience, specifically in the bot lane. Gun's going to show up bot lane throughout a control ward. All they really got, did BBQ, was a first shot, and it's matched by Maha, who got similar gold, just sticking around lane.
Yeah, he gets himself a longsword in comparison to the dagger, so you're exactly right. Item parity here to the tune of approximately a difference of 60 gold, so no one really cares about that. Beyond going to drive by the mid lane, attempt, just going to watch him do so. He's actually losing out on some of these trades, but mainly just wave clear, wave clear, wave clear. For everything, ever. Now Tempt actually going to lose a bit of his health bar.
Big thing for Tempt, who just picks up the hero's entrance, is combining with Bless. The draft was largely coordinated to get Bless on his best performing champion recently, the Elise, and the strong invades, and the hero's entrance as an extra global pressure. Means that BBQ have a big advantage if they want to play in the red side jungle.
I like the combination of heroic entrance as well as the repel at the same time, because it means that Bless can guarantee that the Galio will get there when it's a 2 versus 1 situation, potentially.
Invests his flash, instantly cleansed by Ian. Not sure if full communication was there. It's okay, big trade bot lane.
Yeah, Maha takes a lot of damage. Decent heals coming out from Max, but Maha still not necessarily winning this one. Trades back nicely in the end, but no more mana remaining for the Xayah.
There's a full rotation, but there's more healing available to Max than in previous times. Bless doesn't have the damage to kill Beyond.
Yep. And MVP rotate up, are able to clear out that ward, and their control ward's going to make sure that they have as much room as possible. Control ward spotted, but this ward's going to be denied. Both junglers spending a lot of time bottom lane. And I don't blame him, because this lane in particular doesn't exactly look all that entertaining. It's crazy he was going down to about 300 health, but I will not be baited, because there's a knock-up onto Totoro. Does manage to stand behind Ghost, but the double dazzle going to come out from Max. Heal's going to be used, and they're going to give up.
That was without even the hero's entrance being used. Wasn't in range, was Tempt. Just about able to survive. Totoro, credit, did not use his flash, neither did Ghost. Any part of that engagement. Totoro will have to go back to base. So Ghost might be denied off some CS. Beyond is in that unenviable position where he kind of has to shadow his bot lane because of the threat of mid lane, because of the teleport also. Hero's entrance is the one overriding factor when Ian is cleanse flash on the Orianna. So that means that largely you have to be reactive as a Rek'Sai. In that case, it almost was proactive, and it almost was an extra kill bot lane.
Yeah. But it does mean that BBQ do escape. They keep their 500 gold lead that they've been able to build on from the early game. Of course, that first blood only really got them a 200 gold advantage after all of the lane swap shenanigans, so not a huge deal after the cheese settles. Don't know whether I agree with that particular line, but we've got some opportunities to try different things out. Pop Smithy, you have to give me a little bit of leeway here.
When it comes to cheese, I don't think we'll see lane swaps like we saw in this game too frequently. We already saw in the same midst of the game that the play afterwards is so unreliable that you often lose out more even if you pick up the first blood, and sometimes you don't even get that. Still, a bit more free time in the bot lane, and the explosive charge means that the turret HP lead for BBQ is beginning.
Yeah. Explosive charge also with this skin is super awesome. The fact that the little pumpkin head gets more and more excited as it's about to explode. Seems a little bit odd, but definitely cute. So now it's Maha without any friend towards the bottom lane, and Max has moved over towards the lifeguard. Shout out to Cloud Templar. I'm still sad. Armor of the 5th Age is the best.
To be fair, you have to admit that the pink turret wasn't working out for Max in game 1, so a skin change was the minimum in order, I would say, to improve his turret play.
Yep. Uneventful Bless gank towards the mid lane. Doesn't want to invest too much. Doesn't have flash either for any flash cocoons. So no worries there at all.
Confirmation that Max has gone a second point into the Starlight's Touch, the Q heal, in order to get the second charge when he goes for the passive autos. Dazzle double auto gives a full 2-stack heal. That's why the Taric build is basically Q at level 4 and then Max E from there.
Wanted to get as much stun and damage for his buck as well out of that Dazzle.
Big CS lead for Crazy. Kind of predictable given that ADD was chased out of top lane, but experience lead's not going to be there as ADD. Full rotation might kill the Maokai, and well, this will work.
Yeah, he's really high in the sky, Papa Smithy, as there's the ultimate. Okay, Crazy hit by the last little kitty cat. As they trade 1 for 1, and Temp says, well, I'm sorry, buddy. You flashed to your death.
I like BBQ didn't link up as cleanly on that as could be. The knockback from the Maokai Q was actually pretty relevant in keeping him alive, and then comically the slow-moving ultimate actually secured the kill, and in the same time, Bless not doing a great job holding mid lane in the face of Ian, level 9 Orianna, and significant turret HP lead for MVP in the mid lane could mean a repeat visit and also a first brick in the mid lane in the not-so-distant future.
Well, Ghost is going to get away from beyond here as Totoro also still has the flash, still has everything, and MVP another unsuccessful game.
Invest your flash, you might be able to interrupt the rocket jump, but probably wasn't in range to actually stop the animation from overriding. Bless is here to shadow bot lane, but bot lane party is happening apparently.
Yeah, Ian's down here as well. Has access to his shockwave at the same time. As I mentioned, that Starlight's Touch doing well for Max here just to try and keep Maha healthy. There's the shockwave, just boom goes the dynamite. Ghost is going to be dead. And MVP wander back towards this turret with a fresh minion wave and a man advantage.
Yeah, the bot lane summoner spells were under question for MVP in game 1. This time it's Ghost who had everything up. Didn't use any of it. The heal would have gotten him through. Even the Thunderlord's proc, and it will be first brick in the bot lane for MVP.
Yeah, and MVP have turned around what was pretty abysmal play in game number 1, Papa Smithy. I know as a play-by-play I probably shouldn't be saying things like that, but it almost was objectively bad. But now, turning it all around. Ian looking much better on a damage dealer, and we may actually be in for back-to-back Galio priority in the mid lane and losses.
Can't disagree with your first point. In that MVP were objectively bad in game 1, but looking objectively better in game 2. It kind of only had to go up in regards to that.
That's true. You look that bad.
Pick up the turret in bot lane, get the Ocean Drake, which with these big health balls, somehow a glass half full on the Ocean Drake. What have you done to us?
Yeah, I know.
Patch 7.14.
Everything I know has been turned around. Okay, Eddie D gonna take his kitties back home. Oh, leech one.
A bit of percentage HP damage onto the Cho'Gath at some point. And yeah, they will actually lane swap themselves MVP. Usually the Tristana comp is 9 times out of 10 in a matchup like this, the team to leave lane first and start to assault side lane turrets, but they will be able to kill this bot lane turret pretty expediently.
Yeah, there very quickly is, oh, look at how excited that little pumpkin was. There it goes. Okay, Kitty gonna fly down. Bramble Smash gonna do some work there to Totoro.
Getting that first blood and the first brick also. Tempo lead to the side of MVP and the turret pushing. Cho'Gath can do some decent ranged wave clear, but because you don't max W first, your ranged wave clear kind of requires you to get near a minion to be able to get the E damage in, so not as strong at clearing minion waves as he once was. In this case, not too relevant, given that most of the minions have died to the turret.
Yep, and you can also yell at them. Feral Scream also able to help clear things out and made Maha a bit quieter. Certainly handy. Good vision here available for BBQ. They know exactly where Beyond is, and might mean that Crazy and Ghost are going to need to be a little bit more careful understanding where on the map Beyond is.
Crazy's just getting the short end of the stick. Even with an 18 CS advantage, it could have been so much more if he was set up to succeed. He's always getting called to rotate to side lane second, and means that he will finally get to the minion wave in bot lane. We're not 20 minutes in yet, so no home guard to secure all the CS. We'll get most of it as it crashes into the inner turret in bot lane.
This must feel like good news, though, for BBQ, being able to trade 1-for-1 in that turret in the bottom lane, able to defend their top lane outer as well. So evening things out and not getting first brick necessarily, but catching up to about a touchable gold disadvantage.
Yeah, it's one of those things where the proactive move stopped it from being the inevitability of BBQ picking up first brick. So the first brick gold and the Drake are their bonus objectives, because trading evenly, they would have accepted as, okay, cleanse used.
Yeah, Maha does have to get himself out of the way. Got to mention the fact that we've got cleanse and heal getting taken by MVP as well.
The second time we've seen this from the Janna, this time we're seeing it from the Taric. When it comes to the Cleanse Summoner being preferred on Maha, and the Wind Speakers, the Summoner spell heal, and probably an inevitable Ardent Sensor going to be coming through from Max to be able to do the healing duty for his team.
Yep, a little bit of extra as well, as you mentioned the Starlight's touch buff. Trying to capitalize on it more with the Wind Speakers. Yeah,
there was an interview with Gorilla who basically said, look, I'm not convinced on the Janna being meta, even though he used to be a Janna player, but he says that Ardent Sensor is the meta, so we'll see that here.
There's the Cocoon. Yeah, Ultimate does come out from Max as he includes all 4 of his members this time. Good use of the correct ultimate placement. However, it was unnecessary in the end.
Cosmic Radiance, value achieved, but it just meant that BBQ disengaged. They didn't need to hard engage in that scenario, and we return to parity. But yeah, basically Gorilla, the take-home message, he feels it's more of an Ardent Sensor meta than a Janna meta.
Okay. Sort of anyone can be a Janna, so you don't necessarily have to be.
Yeah, if you can proc the Ardent Sensor with reliability, which, as you say, with the buffs to the Starlight's Touch, Turret Q, feels weird calling it Starlight's Touch, because you normally just call it heal, you just don't mention it, because it's not a very exciting heal. The buffs have made it a lot more formidable. The synergy with the passive as well means you see it more, so proccing Wind Speakers, giving your AD the extra attack speed and other buffs makes it more relevant, so we'll start to say it sometimes.
Yep. Taric's passive as well, Bravado. I mean, that's a pretty cool name.
It's a good name.
We need to start using that.
It's a pretty dazzling name.
Oh.
Perfect. So BBQ, not ahead on tempo and turret pushing with a tempo pushing comp. The Tristana lets you know that's what they wanted to do. Trying to get position, but you can see. So can BBQ, that Orianna had started her roam from mid lane, so didn't want to overstay. Every time you see a Tristana comp at 15 to 20 minutes, not ahead in turrets, that means that something went significantly awry in the early game.
MVP haven't capitalized that much on it, though. Despite, yes, having some advantages. Okay, ADD just wanders casually underneath the turret.
He wants to get auto attacks in, but it's a Galio, so as a melee champion, that's not going to happen.
Nope.
You're right that they've not gotten the maximum Atlas, but they are still, against the flow of things, getting turret HP leads, and you see BBQ walk up, and Beyond was there to shadow the situation.
Yeah, thankfully BBQ were able to clear out that minion wave, but that tower, not long for the world. Oh, he's so sad. Look at the dejected Cho'Gath.
He went to...
Where's my farm?
He went to kill the control one and got replaced at the exact same time.
And he sat there sad. It's like, I had an opportunity here as Totoro. He's in potential trouble. The ultimate comes down offensively from Max.
It's not on Maha.
Yeah, they're going to turn it all around. Maha, not great standing in Cosmic Radiance. Could be the bait in, but not going to go in onto Ghost.
Ghost is happy to go in aggressively because Tempt was walking towards top lane. The hero's entrance would have meant that Tristana wasn't popped on the re-engage. BBQ trying to take advantage of Orianna being immobile in the mid lane, but for now, not able to make the cross-map plays.
Yeah, Orianna not too worried either, has all the summoner spells back up again, so in should theoretically be fine. Okay, clearing out of vision, and we're just going to get back to normalcy. 2-2 is a kill score, and 300 gold is still the lead for MVP.
But it's another one of those games, and we talk about this quite frequently in a Kalista meta. You know, you think of yesterday's Kalista comp, you think of the Kalista comp in Game 1 from MVP, where you need to be 5,000 gold ahead at 20 minutes to win with a comp, and you look at the draft from BBQ, it's set up to win early, so BBQ being behind about 100 gold right now, even in gold, still represents MVP winning because they're doing better than expected, earlier than expected. So it's still a really sound early game for MVP. They wish it was bigger, But in general, MVP have done their job early and stopped BBQ when they're strongest from growing a big gold lead.
Yeah, now we've got some item spikes coming in as well. Ian's walking back to lane with that Void Staff already done, and buying it second makes some sense in this particular meta, because getting through tankiness is your option. I'd actually really respect Leandri's Torment as item number 2 as well. Like, let's throw all of our eggs into the Shred Tanks basket.
Won't have to tell Crown that twice. I'm sure he will be on Leandri's duty, even more so than normal.
How can you be more so than 100%?
You build a second Leandri's Torment, of course, duh.
Sorry, Pop Smithy, I just didn't know. Totoro gonna head home, and that will spell the end of this turret. If he does actually leave, his ADD, nice dodge on the Winter's Bite.
They can't kill him.
Well, they're gonna certainly try, as ADD turns it all around onto Bless. Punches him back with the Bramble Smash. Not too many friends making their way up. The tempt was there.
It was a Spirit Visage Merc Treads Maokai. He was not dying ever.
Come on, it's my job to get excited about people potentially dying. And he could have, like, if he had have just not pressed any buttons and waited there for an hour, he would have died.
How about you don't get excited about people potentially dying, and I don't get excited about KT?
I can't stop you from getting excited about KT, Pop Smithy. There are some things that I do not have control of.
Typical OGN analyst.
Yeah.
Excited about KT Rolster.
That's a trap that I'm happy to fall into as well, don't you worry. Okay, MVB setting themselves up now in the mid lane. Attempting to try and get this one down if they can, but it seems like the stall from BBQ is working.
Stall does allow MVB to pile on items. Soon to be 2, I believe, from Maho. Has been sitting on the double daggers for a long time. So Orianna, 3 items. Xayah, 3 items. Sure, we're skeptical of how much work Orianna can do, but that was in a game where BBQ was ahead as they drafted. We still will get 6-item Orianna at some point, and while she might not be exploding people, she's still going to be relevant.
Yeah, it does do consistent damage as well. I mean, this is where we need to start talking about command attack and the fact that you can use that over and over again. The Clockwork Wind-Up for Ian. Consistent damage from Orianna was a reason why she was picked in metas like this as well, as Temp does manage to taunt up Ian, but he still has his cleanse. Bless is being engaged on the bottom side, so everything going to peter out.
Again, remember, this is double cleanse on the AD carry and the mid laner. Those are respecting the Galio and specifically the Elise as well. Theory behind this that Maha doesn't need to buy a QSS early and can just beeline for the 3 core items, which for a Xayah usually represent the rapid fire cannon into Infinity Edge after the Essence Reaver, and the mid lane outer tower that's in the standing gold for about 5 to 8 minutes is finally claimed by MVP.
Yeah, quick succession as well, as was ADD able to punch down the top lane outer turret as well. Utilizing Maokai's highest base AD for a melee champion in the game, Papa Smithy.
Oh, your Season 3 facts.
Oh, it's a fun one. Okay, Ian clearing out his blue buff. This is the time when we can talk about fun facts like that, Papa Smithy.
Do you have any other fun facts?
I don't know. Sejuani's boar's name is Bristle.
The Bramble Pit is the red buff pit.
The Brambleback?
Bramble Pit.
Oh, the Bramble Pit. Oh, that's what the actual place is called.
Yeah.
Do you remember when he was called the Crimson Brambleback?
I do.
That was the best time. Do you remember when he had Cinderlings hanging out with him?
Are we really going through the history of the red buff?
Yeah, I liked it.
It's Game of Thrones-esque without spoiling Game of Thrones, so Twitch chat's a little bit less triggered.
Everyone just tensed. Everyone just tensed for a second there, Papa Smithy. You can't put it into our brains as well. I mean,
you can't even facetiously talk about
no,
Game of
you
Thrones
can't.
spoilers because people will just get tilted.
Yep. Which is exactly what we're doing. Not great. Gargoyle Stone Plate. Understandably picked up here by Tempt. I like it. Class Fantasy, well, certainly in there. I like it a lot. Vision being cleared out. MVP and BBQ currently doing approximately 0 to one another. 2,000 gold is the lead for MVP, though, are just happily moving themselves towards this late game.
The lead only has been reflected in the gold, though, and the fact that we mentioned they've stalled BBQ's advance, because MVP haven't really been placing the vision down that would cement their early game supremacy. They haven't been able to put down a control ward line we can really talk about. Just a single control ward just now placed, and now finally a second, so MVP a little bit late, cottoning on to the fact that they should be able to control the Baron buff area pretty extensively.
Interestingly, Maha has once again gone for the Renan's Hurricane instead of the Rapid Fire Cannon. We actually saw this against Samsung in their Game 1 victory. I liked it in that composition just because they were using a lot of get behind the Maha strategy, so him doing AoE damage is actually a very good thing with a lot of members diving on him as the priority target. Don't know whether it necessarily works out as well in this composition, but I mean, I guess the trade-out is, you know, a slight difference in the top lane with Maokai instead of Jarvan, and you've got Beyond on the Rek'Sai instead of the Gragas, but the flavor's still there with Max on the Taric instead of the Jarvan.
One of the reasons why I don't mind it is that we've seen a lot of isolation comps, so Jarvan top, like you were mentioning, where Jarvan jumps in, and you're not really going to, as a Xayah, be able to put Hurricane bolts into other people because you're kind of separated from the fight. Whereas with a Hurricane, these fights are going to go for a long time. Hurricane scales better with your items than it used to before.
Yeah.
And thus, it's one of those games where the threat onto Maha in a fight is actually pretty limited. Sure, there's going to be the first round where she might need to flash away from a hero's entrance or a rupture, but as the fight goes on, it is largely going to be sentry turret AD carry play. You can just pile on the damage. So for a max damage build, certainly you would prefer, with how long the fights are going to go, the rapid fire cannon. The other reason you go for the Hurricane, which he's gone for, and also rapid fire cannon, which is usually preferred, is for hitting turrets. And when you walk up to hit a turret, you are under a lot of threat against this comp from the rupture. So maybe just not feeling like turret killing is something that Maha's going to do reliably, but team fight will be able to put out a lot of damage, and thus goes the rapid fire cannon.
Yeah, and also rapid fire cannon gives you safety from getting exploded by high damage members of the opposition team. There's like one of them on BBQ's side, and yes, CC is something that you have to get out of the way of, but Cleanse is there for that. I like your reasoning, and I like the rapid fire cannon instead anyway.
And that's just, you know, at the end of the day, as an analyst, you kind of have to piece together the scenario and make an educated guess. It could just be that Maha, you know, spent the last week in solo queue using Hurricane and liked the way it felt and can judge.
Maybe he just likes rapidly firing a cannon.
Sure, it's literally can be as trivial as, well, it felt good in that 3-game victory I went on, so why not rapid fire cannon? Similar gold value, similar damage output to a single target. But in this game, with how long the fights are, and the fact that, apart from that particular moment, he should be very safe to auto. I am a fan of the rapid fire cannon.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, he's going to get ruptured, and BBQ actually create a beeline for this mid-outer turret. First wants to make a proactive play, and now Totoro taking up the turret, but has the shield. Dazzle gets flashed on, and they're actually looking for Ghost, who gets himself out of the way. Tempt with the heroic entrance comes in as here come the Roots moving forward. MVP trying to jump onto Tempt here, who will successfully get CC, does still have the flash, and he's lasting so long. Winds of War come in, and this is exactly the... Take this moment and describe the patch, because that was it.
But the tank battle, because of the Taric ultimate, the HP lead on the Smite, and also the mid lane tank, is heavily won by MVP Atlas, and that means, because they DPS down the front line, they can bait Baron very easily.
Well, Totoro is going to get his control ward in there. Beyond not able to find the knock-up as Rupture does land. Crazy. MVP game 1 now looking for it. Game number 2 as well, as he's actually 50 CS in the lead after getting shafted super hard in the early game. And it's going to be BBQ with the inside track. So in the end, able to outsmart MVP with the rotational play.
BBQ need a control ward advantage, forcing a face check, and they can beat the MVP comp. But that particular team fight, you saw why Taric is so strong against low damage comps, because basically it means that your tanks will outdamage the enemy tanks, even your AD carry, will invariably do some damage to the enemy front line. And then, by the time the Cosmic Radiance goes down, you have such a big health advantage on your front line that the enemy front line has to flash away, has to move defensively. The enemy carry, who might have 5 items by then, can't do damage because they're not safe to, and then you win the fight. So Cosmic Radiance here is largely about keeping the front line healthy, much more than keeping the Orianna or the Xayah healthy.
Yeah. The benefit of slow motion team fights with a delayed ability like the Cosmic Radiance certainly makes sense to me.
If Galio has 20% health, he doesn't do anything. He can't go in, he can't initiate, he can't zone. Speaking of zones...
Yeah, speaking of going in, it's going to be Ian focused on there for a moment, but the Gargoyle Stone Plate, will it be enough? As Crazy's actually going to flash his way out. Cosmic Radiance once again onto 5, but doesn't really do too much as BBQ sort of held on to everything.
Shockwave!
3-man Shockwave in the back line as Ghost flashes himself out, and Ian's able to pick up the kill onto a Bless. Now we've got the ultimate coming out from Beyond, who just dives on the little AD carry. Nothing Ghost could do, and the double kill now in there for Ian. MVP really want to bring us to a game number 3. And with 3 kills, one of them being the jungler, they should be able to head to this Baron.
A really smart play from MVP, who are playing these fights intelligently. It didn't look like a big Cosmic Radiance, but it let them walk up, it let them choose targets. They take down the Baron, and Ian won that fight, getting a double shockwave on 2 of the Squishy members, Bless and Ghost. They take them down, they take down the Baron, and that might be the one move in this game that will define it.
Yeah, 4,000 gold now the lead. And let's have a look at this one again, because the Cosmic Radiance, another thing that was absolutely fantastic from Max.
I mean, it doesn't look like it's a lot. You know, in the fight, you're like, well, it doesn't achieve a lot, but they can walk up and control spots where they couldn't previously. And then when they turn on, they focus closest targets. That's Ian solo wins the fight by taking down Bless and Ghost to very low health numbers on the back end. Nice snipe from Beyond, actually, with the Void Rush. Able to take him out, and the fight won by MVP, the Baron taken by MVP. The front line being so rotund, being so tanky, is allowing basically Ian to skip past multiple members and go for the ideal shockwave rather than relying on the positioning of his tanks and the command protect. Ignoring the damage, getting the premium shockwave, and potentially winning the game for MVP.
Yeah, now has himself his Luden's Echo, so that 3-item spike that we often talk about for the Orianna, most certainly there. After that fight, 3-0-1. BBQ still very tanky. Have options, but killing these minions is difficult for this team, Crom.
And Maha, the new 3-item that might be the 714 3-items Atlas, is the Lord Dominic's Regard in the place of the Infinity Edge.
Ah, feels so bad. Now has a Vamp Scepter as well. Are we ever going to get an Infinity Edge? But I guess not, because I understand exactly what you're saying. You want to do consistent damage to tanks.
Who's going to kill the enemy's tanks first? That's what's become. Assassinating the enemy's AD carry. No. No Dust Blades to be had in this game too.
Front to back League of Legends, Bob Smithy.
Except the front is about as robust as can be.
Yes. The front will take a while to get through.
And it turns out that if you get through laning phase without failing miserably, Taric is super powerful in mid to late game team fights.
Yep. Getting a demonstration of that right now. Beyond takes about half his health bar. Close shot can go off there as well. The tower doesn't last very long in the hands of Maha. Gets the heal. Now this inhibitor should fall down as well. MVP with so much control. BBQ just look like they have absolutely no options at all while this Baron buff is rotating around these players.
Well, the sort of game where MVP feel like their zero-sum thing to do is to walk up to a turret. They have Cosmic Radiance and very reliable engage. They're not playing their side lanes. Only now is there a slow push being achieved in the top lane, as they have never lost their top lane turret either.
Yeah.
They're just grouping as 5 with their tanks, threatening the dive, and largely taking objectives as BBQ watch on.
Yeah, just waiting for these super creeps to make their way towards the bottom lane as well. Means that they will be able to easily grab all of these inner turrets. A big wave stacking on the top side. As you alluded to earlier, it seems like everything just working like clockwork, pardon the pun, on the side of MVP.
Really little reaction from BBQ. They haven't been able to engineer a victory with a tempo comp like we mentioned. Ever since they were held down in the early game, it looked like there'd be a big consequence. Okay, Cosmic Radiance.
Yeah, it is going to come in once again as Temp throws down the heroic entrance, but it's answered by the ultimate from the Taric fantastically well. Double taunt, but it's onto Max and ADD, and they just flat out don't care about it. Now the engage comes in for BBQ. It's crazy. Gargoyle's Stone played in there, but you can see Ian, Maha, both of them still up. Maha at full health as the tanks are soaking so much damage. Crazy has to flash his way out, and just look at the work that this Xayah is doing. Walks forward. Temp not going to get snared up as the Featherstorm in not exactly optimal position, and now Ghost getting frisky. This time it was the Tristana also untouched, so MVP not able to pressure forward.
And a counterpoint to your previous point about what 7-14 teamfights look like. No one dies despite all the action. The Shockwave only landing onto Tempt this time. So much is on Ian, actually finding access to Ghost, and Ghost was playing very safely in the backline. So no backline threat from Orianna. Weird thing to talk about, but a reality. Just how tanky teamfights are and how long you can hold on to the Shockwave. It's one of those things where we've seen a previous meta where you kind of had to use the Shockwave for initiation. It hasn't been the extended fights where you really hold on to the Shockwave to zone. But we're almost back to that meta with the return to the tanks. What's old is new again when it comes to working out how League of Legends fights go. Nobody dies and the game is still going to be in the balance here in Game 2.
Yeah, it just shows how all about tanks it is as well, because Beyond has absolutely 0 damage items at all. It started off with Warrior Rek'Sai with a Tiamat, and then it was Cinderhulk Rek'Sai with a Tiamat, and now it's just Cinderhulk full tank Rek'Sai.
I mean, it was Tiamat last game, but I think he worked out his error, and that was not going for the Balmy Cinder.
Not tank enough!
Oh boy.
Yep. One of those stories. Maha unable to buy any more items when he went back to the shop, sort of priced himself into it, given the fact that he's only got 6 item slots. See whether it's going to be Mercurial Scimitar for the double cleanse action for the Xayah, keeping himself as safe as possible. As Crazy takes a bit of damage from Ian. They push once again on this inner turret. Unsuccessful completely last time, but Super Creeps now making their way back in. Dazzle actually going to land onto Totoro, but not exactly optimal target. 3-man Rupture coming out from Crazy, who throws down the Gargoyle Stoneplate very early.
Yeah, getting out Gargoyle Stoneplate is probably a mini victory for MVP. BBQ want to try to find a way to bake the Cosmic Radiance. If that ability is down, they do have a chance to win a team fight, but very hard to force Max to use it early. He's probably the most empowered. Honestly, you'd think the Shockwave was the most important ability on the side of MVP, but I would say the Cosmic Radiance gives them more options for positioning, and thus maybe the most important ultimate on the side of MVP. So Max is the one with that responsibility, and for now, Game 2 especially, been much more on point with the ability use.
Also has the redemption now as well that he didn't have in the last colossal team fight victory that put MVP in this very positive position. So I feel like that item has gotten a lot more useful as well, as ADD gets the slowdown onto Totoro. This could be the pick, but he has the Unbreakable, and in go the Kitty Cats. Another massive set of roots onto multiple targets, but BBQ are going to be okay. And you mentioned the Cosmic Radiance. BBQ just getting themselves out of it. Now that one's going to be on cooldown for the next little while at least.
Yeah, BBQ able to disengage the fight the moment they saw the channeling of the Cosmic Radiance. We're too late in the game to kill the Taric during the channel time. 2.5 seconds in the early game. Relevant for taking out a Taric, but much more difficult now.
It feels like slow motion League of Legends.
It does. I mean, the game is moving at the pace of the Maokai ultimate. We know how fast that goes.
The crawling of the kitties.
But now it's a Smite battle, Atlas.
Yeah. Half the health already taken off this Baron, as BBQ are looking for a good 2-man Shockwave, and one of them is going to be landing onto a big priority target. Ian now right in the front line though, flashes himself out. No, that was actually Max, as BBQ now chasing after the Maokai. Look at the sap magic. My God, it did so much work. Good double bash with that Bramble. No one going to be dead just yet, as Bless, he's a squishy one, and Maha's going to be able to pick up that kill. Tempt moves himself out of the way. More kitties roaming through as Max gets snared, but otherwise it's only Bless to fall down so far. Ghost, he's already gone back home, and Ian picks up the kill onto Crazy. Totoro, oh, the door. Hold the door. He's dead. MVP going to be able to pick up 3 in that fight, but they don't get the Baron, and that is the big thing, is Crazy was able to get the face.
Yeah, BBQ get the force around Baron. Smart of them to rush it down, because Cosmic Radiance only now is available again. Atlas wasn't available during the fight, so it took a long time for MVP to actually attempt to finish, the fight they really wanted to go for much earlier. They will lose a lot. We're late enough in the game where MVP can rush down with the long death timers and take an inhibitor in the face of this. But will BBQ have ever been able to force a fight on their terms if they had fought when the Cosmic Radiance is up? The answer was probably no, but it is up now.
Yeah, they have the opportunity to utilize that one as Temp jumps his way in. Oh God, okay, see you later, Ghost, and that's going to be turret falling down in the mid lane, but who cares? MVP want to win the game. Nexus turrets both being focused. Just seems like BBQ don't have the damage to stop this. Even the Maokai punching this Nexus is going to be enough, as MVP take down game number 2 and bring us to a game number 3 decider.
MVP's early game so much improved over game 1 was the difference in performance. The Taric lane, which lost so heavily in game 1, did much better here. There's a lot of onus on the side of BBQ to get things done early with their Tristana, but had to rotate second, and BBQ in general was second to many objectives until they overforced around the Baron. Felt like that was the only time they could make something happen while the Cosmic Radiance was on cooldown. They got the Baron, but from that passage of play, MVP slowly killed 3, ended the game, and now we go back to the drawing board. And one of the questions BBQ will argue is it time to contest or maybe even ban away the Taric?
Yeah, and looking at a tank meta like this, we've now seen the team with more tanks lose twice in a row, Papa Smithy. We mentioned it earlier on, but Galio losing 2 games in a row is another thing that might deter teams from heading straight towards the Galio compositions as much as this patch moves forward, because we liked BBQ's comp because they had the Elise for a little bit of extra damage, things like that, but in the end, it just wasn't quite enough, and having the consistent damage of the Orianna from that mid lane really helped the MVP comp finish off these targets, and Ian, he had a breakout performance.
Yeah, it was really good stuff on the Orianna. A little bit less threat in team fights now. Able to walk up and hold onto the shockwave. The one shockwave around Baron was a highlight.
Oh yeah, absolutely huge. And I say breakout performance, he played a heck of a lot of Orianna, but certainly hasn't been a pivotal linchpin for his team that we've been able to observe.
A summer season breakout, because of course, been around for a while
of course,
now.
of course.
Well, just about to close this one up, and all in line, on the line. Remember, both teams at 3 match wins, both teams desperate to make it to the playoffs. We'll come back for game 3 and see which team will open up the lead.
You better tie those shoes. We're jumping fences. We're gonna shake these boots. We're taking chances. We're taking take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as a wild bird sings, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's now. As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back to what it's now.
Welcome back, OGN Legion to LCK Summer. I'm really excited because I haven't got into the tank meta game just yet. But game 2, under wraps, and that is a lot of damage by a Tristana, but unfortunately for BBQ, it wasn't enough against an MVP in control for the majority of the game. And look at that, Orianna damage, Ian, and of course Maha doing a bunch of work that game.
And while Max only did 2950 damage, his contribution was felt much bigger in the terms of the Cosmic Radiance, and also an appreciable improvement on his Taric play from game 1 that looked very shaky. Your MVP here should definitely be Ian for his great shockwave placements, able to walk past the tank line in these extended fights and find premium targets, specifically the shockwave around Baron. Probably what separated the teams, and only the second MVP on the season for Ian.
Yep, and an undefined KDA there as well. So nicely done by Ian. Normally able to pick up the MVPs on the likes of his Syndra, but yeah, there's the explosion on the Ultra Tristana with a flash up as well in that
heal.
circumstance. Yeah, flash and heal, multiple things. But this is the ultimate that really won MVP the game. Just watch the ball, guys.
And you have to track the ball because so often you can hold that shockwave. You can see both Bless and Ghost not tracking the ball. Was available, the shockwave, like you say, they walked on it, expertly used by Ian, and from there able to clean up the fight. And MVP really stuck the landing on this. Actually, the final fight where Cho'Gath able to take away the smite and also the feast to pick up the Baron, but it didn't mean much. And as the fight extended, health bar is so much higher for MVP, able to close out the game.
Yep, and Tristana in that circumstance is zoned completely away. If you remember, just BBQ with their composition in disarray. And look at this. Tank's able to get underneath the turret like nobody's business. Ghost once again exploded via a shockwave. There's the man on your screen right there. Just wait, what's going on? Why would you be doing? Oh wait, hang on, I just won an MVP.
He hasn't won too many, so he's failing on the form of the classic OGN zoom in after the fact. Here is his opposite number, Tempt, on the side of BBQ, looking to improve his fortunes. He's got the Taliyah cheerful, jumping back on Taliyah is something he'd love to do.
But it's been banned twice in a row now, and feels like it's a good idea against the man who has shown pretty fantastic performances on it in the past.
MVP will be back on the blue side to get that extra flexibility with the pick and ban. Maybe that condemns MVP to be able to pick up the Taric once again. Been a very big pick for them in game 2 in particular. I don't think the Callista's going to be banned from BBQ. They're probably...
No.
They banned it on the blue side in game 2, but didn't really seem necessary. And getting Maha off the Xayah seems higher value, so let's see what happens in picks and bans, because the Caitlyn and Zac, that should stay the same.
Yep. That does make a lot of sense for the red side bans. MVP last time banned away definitely both of these two on the blue side. Waiting to see whether we reach parity with an Elise ban to be the final one for MVP. Is that going to be taken off the board? And now where do things change?
Yeah, the tanks have not been banned so far this series, so we have seen the tank meta in full flow. Remember, this is a very important match when it comes to seedings. MVP going to ban Kalista on blue side, so maybe thinking that this time BBQ will be the ones to take it in the second rotation. Maybe they themselves are fishing for something like the Elise.
Yeah. So could be a Xayah first pick here for MVP, depending on how much priority they put on that pick for Maha, or do they go for a max pick in the Taric as well?
I don't think it needs to be first picked if you're going to go for the Taric. Could be first round, but Xayah does seem like the most likely first pick just because of how much better Maha has looked on Xayah recently than really any other AD carry, and it has been a Ghost favorite as well. MVP joining the teams like FLICKR who love picking the Xayah at first pick, so priority on Xayah increasing very quickly.
Especially without the Caitlyn and the Kalista available. A lot of other teams have put those ahead. Xayah really does feel like that third rung AD carry role.
I'm excited to see a Caitlyn eventually on patch 7.14. I think people are sleeping on just how big the nerf is to base attack speed because all items multiply the base, and the base being lower. It's very, very relevant for the late game.
Also, it's attack speed growth as well, isn't it? So it's even more relevant in the late game.
Yes, because it's always the base attack speed growth. And we will see a return of Doran's Ring Jhin in Game 2. In Game 3, you'd have to imagine.
Yes. Certainly worked out for BBQ in Game number 1.
What about that Taric? Because
nope,
Taric could be an
happen.
achievement. This time we'll see our first Rakan of the series.
Does BBQ pick up the Alistar here? Because Totoro was fantastic on the pick in Game number 1, really enabling Ghost to get control of the lane. Will it be different against the Rakan? Potentially.
It's been a pretty frequent pick into Rakan, just the headbutt away, stop some of the engage, and buying space for Jhin is important, so why not stick with it?
Yeah.
That's the way I'd look at it, and we'll be locked in. Hoping we're going to see some Tucson Alistar yesterday, as that was one of my favorite highlights of recent FLICKR games, but
oh yeah,
I'll settle for Totoro Alistar today.
And he looked good Game 1 and was actually able to get some decent headbutt pulves in there, and really controlling the bottom lane was their key to victory.
Risky to go low damage on the side of MVP. If they go Xayah as their only true damage dealer, Gragas and Alistar can both eject single targets away from a fight and just mean that the Xayah never does damage, so to see how the draft develops from MVP. I would really like to see a second threat that was solely absent from them in Game 1.
Ian does have the opportunity to head towards something like the Orianna. His Cassiopeia's banned away here.
Much less of a happy time against this particular comp as Orianna, though, as Gragas and Alistar can both ruin your day. When it comes to mid lane picks, Galio's still available, but the Galio isn't quite what it once was. You do feel like one of these teams will take it, though.
Yeah, the Lucian also still available as well. Has seen bans in this second round 2 games in a row.
If we see Cassiopeia and also Lucian bans by BBQ, it does heavily threaten a Galio, even though I wouldn't be a big fan of Galio with just a Jhin as a damage dealer. So we wait for the time to run out, and maybe there was no ban coming through. Could also be a spectator error, so we'll wait and see what became of that.
Yeah, quite peculiar at this particular stage. I'm cheating a little bit, Smithy, as yep, it was just no ban.
You leave that screen up. We have another screen that shows us what's happening in the client, so it might just be an error that will be reset. Yeah, we're being let know that there is a bug when it came to the second ban on red side, so unfortunately, we'll have a bit of time to lyrical while we wait for the champion select to be remade and gone through again.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there, and I wonder what that last ban was. Whether it will be the Lucian. We will find out, of course. It is going to be the same picks being locked in. I don't think we're going to completely redo the draft once again.
Don't think so.
No, I certainly hope not. We'll see whether MVP go for another big, burly, solo damage dealer composition, or whether it is going to be, once again, the Orianna for the double damage comp.
And it does feel like we're getting the sweet spot of 2 damage deals. And that's not to say that Katie, Rolster, and Longzhu can't go for something like this. They certainly can still be going for the 1 damage dealer, but risking going for just a single damage dealer when you're not that good in the early game seems like a risk too far, as we also got extra confirmation that the pick and ban's up to where we were, which was the second ban and the second round on red side will stay the same.
Yeah, so we're just going to go through it once again, get these picks all loaded up, and then hop straight back into it. See what this second ban on the side of BBQ is going to be.
Leaving the champion set music go on is an interesting choice by OGN.
yeah. So if it's just we're getting there, guys. Don't worry about it. They have a look at some of these players. MVP feeling like they have momentum moving into this final game of the series. However, red side seemed to work out for BBQ.
2 games in a row. It has gone red side. Not red side support counter picks. Been the surprise. That was a story last week on patch 7.13 was the Jannas and the other riskier picks Kamiya's last picks, and then SKT trying to last pick for lane but not making it work. We'll get SKT in our second series today after this game. This game will be starting around 7 Korean time, so heavily expecting that the SKT series will be a little bit delayed as we get through a finals match and also the interviews.
Yep. And of course, needing to set up for the next round of players as well. So should be just a little bit past that. However, you're right. I'm excited for it as well, Papa Smithy.
Heavily expect SKT to get back to winning form against Ever8, but that's kind of what conventional logic suggests. And then if you start to think about the what if, it gets pretty scary for the world of League of Legends.
And we were talking about it as well. I mean, SKT, how far have they fallen down? We have got confirmation that we're going to have to wait just a little bit longer, guys. Just making sure that we get all of the bugs out of the woodwork, as it were.
Means we get to extend the Atlas and Papa Smithy podcast.
I know, and I get to make termite references, which is a lot of fun, you know, coming from Australia. Heading back to us. Hi, guys.
We're still here.
Yeah, just a bit of League of talk. And look, it's good because I've had a week off, man. Like,
it's true.
It's great. I'm now getting as much of the experience as possible. First, we get a 3-game series to start things off. On here as much as possible. The games go for a really long time. The team fights go for a really long time. If you ever want sort of practice mode League of Legends commentary, this is exactly how you do it.
Plenty of opportunity to get the rust off, right? Because the game goes a long time. You can try some of your banter. Some of it works, some of it doesn't, as is always the way.
Let's be honest. But, yeah. I'm excited to be back here, Papa Smithy, because I missed you guys. OGN Legion, you know, once you're here, once you get a taste of what the OGN Legion brings you, you just can't give it up.
I don't know.
It's like a drug.
I looked between the games, and the OGN Legion was only on Naruto, so...
I don't understand this
I personally
at all.
don't speak any Naruto. I've not watched
neither.
a single episode of Naruto, so I've got nothing to contribute. Sorry, guys. Nothing.
I've seen like a couple of episodes, maybe. I know what it is, but I just have no idea why it's being referenced so much. But now it definitely is, because we're talking about it.
That's true.
Jesus,
to
we're
be
feeding
fair,
the fire.
Again, what I saw between games, we couldn't really stoke the fire anymore. It was already the maximum Naruto.
Yeah, that's true. And look, it's not like we're really offering anything back in like comparison as well. So I mean, what do we want Twitch chat to be talking about, honestly?
Not
like,
Naruto.
Yeah, but you can't just say not Naruto and tell them to just not talk
I can
about
try.
it. You got to give them something else. What are we going to give them as the
I'd love to
next
give them
thing?
League of Legends, but we can't, Atlas. That's just the reality of now.
No, but I mean, there's a lot of other things in the world.
Is there?
I think so.
Are you sure?
Well, I don't know. I'm a League of Legends commentator. It's sort of my everything. However, other people do other things.
Do they?
Yeah. There was like, I don't know, there was that guy that had that other job. What was it?
Naruto enthusiast.
Damn it. Not again. Yeah, anime script writer. No.
Fiddlesticks.
BBQ Chicken.
Yes.
Chain owner. Yeah.
Is that your future after esports? Are you going to invest in the fried chicken chain?
Yeah, so that I can then get back into esports.
Yes.
With another BBQ Chicken chain.
You got to keep a tenuous link to your
that's
esports
true.
days.
You can't just leapfrog to something completely unrelated.
No.
Otherwise, it'll just fall apart. You know, you got to have those links. Make sure you can utilize all of your previous talents.
That's right.
Or lack of talents. What could we also get a job in by just, you know, talking about nothing for hours on end?
We could be BBQ Chicken Sproikers. Go out there and really extol the values of BBQ Chicken.
Yeah, that's true. What are the values of BBQ Chicken, though?
They're olive oil based.
Hey, that's true. That's true. I mean, it's not going to be necessarily as bad.
We're getting a little bit more information that it's going to take a little bit while. We're going to basically get into the resumption very soon, so it's going to confirm the picks and bans until that second round, second red ban. We'll say the same.
Yeah, so we're just going to run through, get all those picks done, and we'll chuck it up on your screen once we actually have everything done. So
I can't wait.
Yeah, this little chat that we have had was definitely meaningful, and I hope that the Naruto has sort of calmed down a little bit. This is sort of like your intervention at the moment, OGN Legion. We just don't really want...
We're doing this for you, not for us.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. We just feel like it's in your best interest to move on in this case. Because there could be a
But not from League
meme.
of Legends, only from Naruto.
Only from Naruto, yeah. You can move back to League of Legends if you want, or just to the next thing, and we'll see what that is. We'll see whether that's entertaining, because it might be great. We might be really excited about it.
Probably not. It's probably still League of Legends.
Yeah, it's probably just going to be another anime.
Yeah, which one, though?
I don't know, One Piece?
Let's not talk about that.
I don't like that very much.
How about Cowboy Bebop? Let's talk about that.
That's a good one. Oh, that opening music.
Love me some jazz.
So good. Oh, I can't want to listen to it.
We can't. We're going to listen to the Champion Select music soon.
Can't we listen to like only 15 seconds of it based on copyright law?
I don't think we even have enough time to load up our phones onto the YouTube app, Atlas.
Damn it.
We're also live streaming this on YouTube, so we've said YouTube a lot of times in a row.
Whoa, that's so much YouTube. YouTubeception. Huh. Well, we're actually well and truly through this Champion Select, so that will be back up on your screen very, very shortly.
Oh.
And as I say it, it's in fact right now, as MVP versus BBQ will resume with game number 3. And the Papatless podcast will have to end before the next episode, which will be coming up.
You say end, halt it.
Halt it.
It'll come back till about 2/3 of the way through a team fight like we learned in game 1. So this is
Indeed.
where we got to. So right now we're banning champions that can lane against Galio.
Yep.
Galio
Lucian
would
falling
definitely
into
be,
that category.
If this was a Jeopardy question in the second round of bans, the answer would be Galio.
Yep. Wheel of Fortune. Oh, Sin going to be taken away from Ian. Now, will the Galio be banned? Will the Lucian be banned? These are the questions on all of our minds.
Corki taking out that first ban there, so really narrowing the mid lane champion pool where Talia was taken out much earlier in the piece.
Yeah.
Orianna does shoot up in terms of powerful mid lane drafts, and maybe we'll see BBQ be the one to consider Orianna's. Our first tank ban of the new meta of 7-14 is going to be the Cho'Gath that Crazy's been sticking with. Speaking of new meta,
Yeah, we've seen this one before overseas, not so far in the LCK.
Tempt showing us cool mid lane champions he hasn't played.
Yeah. Only 8 seconds to go, though, as Ghost is thinking about what he wants to grab, and it will be the Orianna.
Yeah,
so
that was the predictable one, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So we got our hopes up with the Aurelion Soul for 10 seconds there.
What can Ian hover for us, though? He could probably hover some fun things. Maha's deciding not to do anything at all.
A lot of options here for mid lane and top. And ADD has been on Maokai duty the entire series, so why stop now?
Trundle's available, though. Crazy could head towards that now that his Cho'Gath is out of the picture. Interesting.
Trundle would be very powerful into the Maokai. We have it confirmed it's a top lane Maokai, and Trundle does well. Not always win rate, not always the highest win rate, because it's honestly a lot about how strong the remaining 4 of your team can play while the Trundle's winning the split push war. With the Trundle banned so much, this would be a great opportunity to lock it in for the side of BBQ.
Okay, Totoro, what is he going to grab? So yeah, once again, double damage from MVP. Is Renekton being looked at, but it just doesn't look like a Trundle to me. I want it.
So far, not much Trundle play recently. Khan playing it yesterday. At
Yeah.
the last second, they will move away from the Renekton, who doesn't do fantastically, into the Maokai, and it will be the Jarvan. So just a super hard engage comp for the Orianna. But it feels like it's more based around 7-13 play patterns of burst than the consistent damage Orianna. That was such a treat in game 2 from Ian. So it's burst only from BBQ. Consistent damage after the first rotation of spells is down for Orianna and Jhin is very low. So it feels like they've kind of all overthought this situation, and the end result is that BBQ, unless they can get some significant snowball going in the early to mid game, may find it pretty damn hard to puncture what is, okay, not multiple super tanks from MVP, but still a Maokai, who is about as tanky as can be.
Yeah. And I feel like it's a little bit of a cop-out comp. I know it feels bad to say on the side of BBQ, but they decided to pick sort of the easy engage option of the Jarvan. Instead of going for like the more 1-4 flavor of the Trundle towards the top side of the map, which has been harder for a lot of our teams here in the LCK to execute this season. But the Trundle is just so strong. We saw, like you said earlier, also we saw Smeb on it earlier on KT. Certainly has been something that has worked and certainly works out against the Maokai, but see whether this sort of move back to very standard teamfight composition with a lot of engage that BBQ has.
It feels like the team with the most consistent damage in the mid to late game has won consistently in this series. MVP has that. If they can control the early game better than game 1, they got a big advantage.
Yeah, Wombo engage, also something that will work out relatively effectively, is let's hop into Summoner's Rift and find out. Man, MVP fans certainly want to get that momentum flowing moving into game number 3. BBQ holding on hope as well. There's Ghost back on the Jhin, looking good. MVP fans in the audience here. Okay. See whether anything will change, Papa Smithy. In the early game, there was some cheese by BBQ game 2, which was exciting. It looks like 5-point defense system from everyone now.
And it's still Doran's Ring Jhin, so that prediction reigns true.
Woohoo!
Teddy's done another thing. He's made this a meta starting item for the AD carries, the Jhin in particular. Mana sustain and early push power on the Dancing Grenade, the reason if you missed game 1 in that series, why we see Doran's Ring Jhin.
And MVP's composition just looks so standard from a while ago, but like super standard. Tank in the top lane.
I mean, the only surprise if this was Spring Split Week 1 would be who the hell are these two people in the bot lane?
Yeah.
Otherwise, very standard.
Yeah. Could have certainly been a year ago, something like that. A couple of years ago, perhaps.
Scales really, really powerfully. Xayah 3 items, Victor 2 items, Maokai will be unkillable.
Yeah.
A lot of things to ruminate on there, and I imagine Beyond will be going Cinderhulk into the Knight's Vow to help out the Xayah.
Even Rakan, I mean, in the late game, able to get a lot of work done with his innumerable CC options.
That's BBQ, because they have so much burst, it's about the early game. It's crazy, gets a nice trade onto AD.
Bashing this pajamaed up tree.
Wants to force AD to use some potions, because he's gone Doran's Ring start. Doesn't want him to get value out of sap magic, so what's that first potion pre-level 2?
Oh, it doesn't even get the minion. Upsetting.
Doesn't have the landing damage anymore.
Exactly. That was an old Maokai tactic that ADD tried to utilize.
We'll throw it into the brush, and now it'll be much more about doing harass damage and push damage.
Yeah, the Bramble Smash will help him try and clear out more of these minions as well, so Crazy just utilizing his advantage level 1. Almost something exciting to talk about is ADD. You mentioned Sap Magic, being able to bring this one all the way back, but had to use both of his potions.
And notice that Crazy actually had to take the Golden Aegis level 2 because the harass from the lane sapling play into the brush was denying him just going for the quick flag and drag. Didn't want to go for an all-in. Didn't know how many saplings there could be in the brush if he went for an all-in play, and thus went the safe route.
Well, Bless was considering the top lane, but the push of the wave a little bit too strong, Crazy. So ADD would have to be dove. It's not something the Gragas wants to do at level 3. MVP shoving things forward. And remember, it was Kalista versus the Jhin last time around. Now with the Xayah, it looks like Maha is a little bit more confident.
You get a lot more lane presence out of Xayah Rakan than you do in most Xayah lanes. The Rakan can even look like a decent trader, and you have the level 1 cheese option of going for the Deadly Plumage first to go for strong harass. So with double ranged auto attacks, able to push in Jhin, who may be better with the Doran's Ring, but still is Jhin when it comes to trimming a wave in the early game.
Still, as far as killing minions, absolutely on par with this particular lane.
ADD is the only one who has been hurt by the early all-in where he was zoned away from the first minion wave to 2 minion waves when it came to actually getting last hits, and thus is about a minion wave behind his opponent, Crazy.
Yep. Is it like, you know, the Maokai lanes of old where it's like, just don't die and it'll be fine? Or is it a little bit different now that we've reached the new 7.14?
I think definitely against the compies, against burst damage, Armor is going to get so much value. It may even just be I don't know if Thornmail's the right call. You could go Thornmail and you want to because of the recent changes, but Jhin, not a regular, reliable auto attack AD carry, and I guess Jarvan is to some extent. Okay, Bless does get the last hit onto the big Raptor, but because the first itemization will be so clean, and you can go Armor and just try to either Twisted Advance through the Shockwave or ignore Orianna's damage, that because Armor gets such high value for Maokai, I think the first purchase the lane gets a lot better for ADD. It might even just be the Righteous Glory.
Yeah. Well, at the moment, just clearing out minions underneath the turret seems just fine for this Maokai. Crazy, well and truly in control. Back is being gained. So ADD, I think, got to the right gold total that he wanted to. Standard getting in the way. At least there's no gank for ADD to be worried about.
Used the
Crazy's
last
gonna
bit of
get
his
the first back.
Used the last bit of his mana, Crazy, to do that. So AD not worried about any all-in potential and has his own interruption,
Like it.
throwing a cat at the way of Crazy.
This is at least top side, so once these teleports do come back in towards the top side of the map, he might go for some sort of gank to stop ADD's fun times.
So the first item is going to be the Bramble Vest coming through from
I like
ADD.
it.
So it is about the Grievous Wounds and also reflection damage on auto attacks. Means those all-in plays from Crazy are lower value. Honestly, all this really means is that Crazy probably won't go for an EQ and then 3 auto attack trade. He'll probably just sit back, wave clear with his Q, and not look for all-in trades anymore.
I feel like it's fantastic against Grasp of the Undying, picking up the early Bramble Vest, though.
Sure. Less regen on the proc.
Feels very, very good. And he's now able to get that shove in as well. So at least ADD was able to take control of the minion wave for the moment, able to move himself towards the river and get some vision down if he can.
The new Thornmail, to me, is the gold standard as to why we have this tank meta on patch 7.14, because I'm sure some people track the notes and they're like, okay, well, I can see Cho'Gath. Cho'Gath got better. He got buffed. I can understand why Cho'Gath's in the meta, but Maokai had no direct changes, right?
Yeah.
In this particular patch, and it's the accumulation of items over time. The Righteous Glory, now stronger with great build path out of the Glacial Shroud that you always want to build as a tank, and gives you that mana and HP to lane pretty strongly, even if you're not going for the Catalyst first like you used to. But it's also the Thornmail, and Atlas, I think Thornmail is a pretty insane item, because consider that if someone has Thornmail completed and you auto-attack them, specifically as a lifesteal AD carry, which is the person you're usually building a Thornmail against, you're taking 25 magic damage with a ratio of 10% of bonus armor, and you're having Grievous Wounds on you for a second, which is that reduced healing from lifesteal, and your attack speed slowed by 15%. Like, it's just the worst day ever for an auto-attacking champion to hit someone with Thornmail. So Thornmail no longer being just armor, having health, so thus being even stronger against mixed damage because you have a bit of health, makes it just so damn strong an item that I think alone, over time, it shifts the meta by itself. Plus, there were changes to tanks to make them better. And between those two things, the tank meta is here.
Yeah, and I think that the main thing that you mentioned was the Grievous Wounds situation.
Because you just never had Grievous Wounds to tank before.
And also, what did you build against a tank that built a Thornmail? You built Lifesteal, so you could counteract the Thornmail with Lifesteal.
And now you still have to.
That doesn't work.
You still have to, but you feel so much worse.
Yeah.
And you die in fights where previously you would have been safe. So directly buffing tanks and also tank itemization over the course of a couple of patches just getting way better has meant the tanks are here, and we were speaking about it between games. The tanks are easy to play. That's the other thing, is that you get directed CC on a Maokai, you can turret dive, you don't need to play nuanced 1-3-1s with a Jace when you can just dive turrets when you're ahead as tanks. So especially if you're one of the weaker teams macro-wise, which you would level at both BBQ and MVP, going for tanks is the right move, because let's say you don't go tanks and the enemy team does. If they get ahead, it's so straightforward for them to close the game that you might just lose straight up because you didn't opt into the tank meta.
Yeah, when are you going to make this tank meta flowchart?
It's a really depressing flowchart.
Oh, in go the kitties! It's not going to find Bless, though. Crazy tanked that one up.
He didn't even bother to use the cask.
Didn't bother to use anything. ADD didn't bother to flash. Oh, fantastic.
Nobody in that part was committed to what they were. That's like a theater production where everyone's half-asking at the same time.
Yeah.
That everyone thought they were better than this engage.
Uh-huh. It's like that party that you plan, and then you just, like, once it comes around, it's like, really what you want to do is just to be sitting at home watching a movie or something like that. So everyone says, no, I just don't really want to come anymore. And you're actually just like, oh, that's a shame. But really, you're totally into it.
Awkwardly, you're hosting the party, but you're also half-assing it, so you go to a friend's house to watch Netflix as your house is having a half-assed party.
Yep.
Feels bad.
Oh, feels so half-assed, man. Okay, Maximaha getting zoned a little bit by the lurking cow. Where's the Moo Cow Alistair skin?
I don't know. We could have
heck?
had so much cowbell this game.
We could have had so much cowbell. Instead, we got none.
If you think about it, in the tank meta, you have more time to use the cowbell.
I'm biased towards MVP now. Maha actually gets engaged on. Grand Entrance finds nothing there as Max unable to get onto the cow as, ooh, the double grenade from Ghost getting some value. Serrated Dirk in his back pocket as well, but Maha got the ideal back with the BF sword.
If you're unfamiliar with Serrated Dirk, which I imagine you guys largely watch LCS and know what's going on 714, but just to be clear, Serrated Dirk now, it's about if you kill an enemy, which includes minions, then your next spell does more damage. So Dancing Grenade does an extra 40 damage, which is pretty sick if you can get the amplified damage by last hitting a minion with it.
Does it retroactively add the damage as well with Dancing Grenade? Because you know the execute value of, Dancing
I'm not
Grenade.
sure when
kill
it's
a
calculated.
minion.
That's a very interesting question.
Yeah,
I know for
when
sure.
It's calculated will
I
be
know for sure that it interacts with the bonus Bouncing Grenade damage as it's in flight.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it is retroactive. If you kill a minion as it's bouncing when the damage calculation comes through, I want to say yes, but I'm not 100% clear on that.
So do I. It does make Serrated Dirk work extraordinarily nicely with Jhin, if that was the case.
It really needed to get better with Jhin, Serrated Dirk.
It was already just it was a bit of a problem, so now it feels great.
And lethality is calculated on your own level. We saw the Duskblade in the earlier game, so if you're snowballing, you get more lethality, which is nice. Well, bot lane.
Yep, there's the grand entrance. We've got a lot of damage coming out from Maha as well as Ghost is being ignited. There's the Featherstorm and First Blood once again to Beyond. This time around, Totoro, Blade Caller not there for Maha. Doesn't actually have the mana, as there he does. Pulls it back in.
Enough gap close meant they finally took down Ghost, pushing up as well. Bless got there late, no ability to disengage. That cleaver completed. Let's see how this auto attack party goes. It's half-assed again.
Yeah, that was... you got baited. You got tank meted, Papa Smithy. Tank meted hard, my friend.
At least we got a Duskblade of Drakthar. That has a cool name.
It does.
It was so relevant in solo queue, and then in competitive play it doesn't matter because everyone's tank.
And it also got Huffix. It's just,
It's still powerful.
yeah, it is.
It's better than it was before, but tank meta.
Yeah, unfortunate. Letality's not great in the tank meta. Okay, speaking of which, we're watching ADD tank up minions because his Bramble Vest means that they hurt themselves when they punch him.
Yeah, he's wave clearing.
Yeah. Wave clearing by taking damage. Hashtag tank meta.
New meta.
Oh no. No! Oh! That was sick! Alright. That's the good part of the tank meta. We get Twisted Advance fun times again.
That was great.
The most exciting thing that's happened in this game.
That's a perfect hex score. It's going to actually tick on Tempt. I thought for one more tick, but not enough. At the same time, MVP taking the first Drake of the game. It is that all-powerful tank meta Ocean Drake.
Oh, the tank meta Ocean Drake! Feels so good. Now BBQ move themselves back after just letting that one go. Get back into this lane and continue what has been a slow early game thus far. Good first blood to go down, but didn't really net MVP that much. Not a lot of considerable damage on the turret has been done on that bottom side of the map. Tempt, despite taking that Chaos Storm, was still able to grab his blue buff and head back to this lane to help clear out this minions. If we check in on the creep score for every single lane, it is going to be the advantage for Crazy to the tune of about 20. Totoro taking some damage on the bottom side of the map, gets knocked up. Unbreakable Will has been used, and Max, a little bit baited, but Battle Dance gets himself back out, as well as the quickness, so big cooldowns used.
Trade of ultimates, though, as Totoro used the Unbreakable Will. Thought he might be pincered on.
Yeah, got 3 versus 3 down here.
Who's trapped with who?
Yeah, I don't know. Tank meta.
I think ADD's winning trades, and he doesn't even have the completed Thornmail yet.
And he's also winning the tank meta because he's a tank.
True. I mean, I think Crazy will probably go on the tanky ebb. Jarvan was the defining top lane pick in patch 713.
Yeah,
champion
this is
pool
the quintessential battle, isn't it? With like basically 7-14 versus 7-13, given the fact that BBQ's composition could have been seen in the last patch.
Just remember that 713, not all of it is gone. Longzhu will still run Jace. Teams will still experiment with split pushes, but we're on the lower ebb. You're looking for reliability, and Maokai will always do Maokai things. One item, if it's just a Righteous Glory, still going to be relevant. It's Maokai. Not much has changed, even if he doesn't have the AoE damage reduction he once did.
Yeah, and you're also looking at, like, ADD, his early game felt absolutely abysmal because he just got level 1'd by Crazy and then shoved out of that wave, but it just seems like it doesn't matter. Even now, he's clawing back as far as farm. He's got his Righteous Glory, and it all just reaches some normalcy because the Jarvan and the Gragas even together, can't kill him. And that's a great CC combo normally in what was the 7-13 meta.
And the bouncy castle, single target now, as you no longer have the AoE knockup on Beyond. There is
Knockups? Okay, never mind.
not a massively consequential one. Oh, Bless could interrupt the back here.
You saw nothing. I'm just going to walk to the bottom.
Only way that could have been worse if he's flashed onto a ghost.
Yeah, I know. Oh, he would have had to stand there for a little while. Do you remember Crazy trying to clear that ward in game 2? Oh, sad times. ADD will come down, help try and punch this Rift Herald. But he ain't got a free back. And they know that Bless is down here. Pings onto the Gragas as he clears out the ward. Beyond will be able to pick up the Rift Herald without any counter at all. And MVP now, with all of the river control thus far. Oh, look at that. Sick trades on the top side of the map between Crazy and ADD.
And the Xayah and the Victor both happily scaling up. Maha doesn't need to go for incremental buys. He's been sitting on most of an Essence Reaver for a while. I think he'll have the Zeal completed as well. When he finally goes to shop, extended laning phase suits MVP just fine. Most of BBQ's options are strongest at 1 to 2 items. Whenever you're forcing a Duskblade AD carry to sit in lane and wave clear against an Essence Reaver AD carry, you're a very happy man.
Oh yeah. Now it just feels like we're going through the motions. The Rift Herald has now been set up to charge this bottom outer turret. We'll at least get the charge off here, but they'll deal with it. Does do some meaningful damage to that turret though. BBQ have to send multiple members down. Know exactly where Bless is, and it means that now MVP able to just continue farming in the other lanes. Got a 10 CS lead now for Ian, who's turned things around after what was somewhat of a struggle in the earlier stage of the game. And ADD, did you see that turret shot? Yeah, did nothing.
It just feels so good when you're laning against a physical damage dealer as Maokai, but honestly, you know, it used to always be like, oh, I really want to build Spirit Visage to abuse Sap Magic the most.
Yep.
And then Sap Magic's got changed. You don't actually get as much value because you get less procs of it. But then you just move into Righteous Glory, into, at the moment, the Bramble Vest, but eventually the Thornmail, you'd imagine. You feel just as good given how strong Righteous Glory is as a build path.
And if what you want is just that Grievous Wounds, it's actually okay to sit on Bramble Vest for an extended period of time, given the fact that Thornmail, as far as stat efficiency, is only at about 70%. It's not an item that you feel fantastic picking up.
In the late game, reliable. Against an auto-attack AD carry, again, a good thing. But in this particular game against a Jhin, I can agree.
But against a crit AD carry, I mean, Ghost will be building crit. Like, the Infinity Edge important, fourth auto-attack will be important. So, still going to be doing a bunch of that damage. Cold Steel will be helping out with Ghost, lowering that damage.
Against a Jhin, attack speed, again, not a massive
It's a flat
quandary.
damage nerf.
It is. It is, Atlas.
Yeah, I know. I get excited about these certain things.
If you don't get excited about things other than the action in the tank meta, sometimes you get a bit depressed. You know?
I like the tank meta. I've warmed to it. Over this series, I felt like I was being a little bit cynical, but now it's just, it's calm and content. My brain could be really slow, and I'd still be able to effectively commentate a team fight in the tank meta.
Well, silver linings, huh?
Yeah. Well, BBQ are going to go for the least important Drake, Infernal Drake.
It's definitely no Ocean Drake, Atlas.
Oh, it's no Ocean Drake. Or a Cloud Drake. Imagine tanks moving faster. And now we've got the engage. Max actually flashing away from this one as Bless taking some damage. Maha getting himself into a great position as there's the grand entrance. Good double shockwave though as Max moves himself out of the way. In go the Kitty Cats. And EDD is able to set up for that kill. Nicely done as Tempt. The only one to fall down, but now it looks like Ghost is in trouble. Ian gonna zap him to death with the Death Ray. And BBQ, despite the fact that they started the Infernal Drake, wasn't enough, and they're gonna lose that as well as 2 of their carries. Crazy. Beyond's gonna cancel the Q, and ADD is just gonna tank up this turret. They get the knockback, and at least Crazy gets himself out of the way, but MVP take down the mid-outer turret. start this advantage moving up very, very quickly.
Yeah, BBQ may have started the Drake Atlas, but they did not have their top laner in position to actually impact the fight. Maokai got in there, was able to commit to the fight, and Crazy was zoned basically the entire time. Was a non-factor. MVP got easy access to Ghost and Tempt. They both died. Only 2 members of BBQ to go down. No damage meant no extension of the fight for BBQ, and MVP maybe going for the reverse sweep in this series. Able to get the reliability. The moment the early game went better than expected, we're getting closer and closer to 2 items on the 3-item carries from MVP. So definitely gone better than expected, especially for ADD, who bore the brunt of the early game being very one-sided for Crazy.
Yeah, and also got a fantastic ult, setting up for that kill on Tempt, who did get a good 2-man shockwave, so it's not that Tempt played the fight poorly. Just the setup felt a little bit better for MVP. Max gets himself out of the way of the Baron. Got quite angry, him and Beyond. And now it feels like MVP go back to this laning phase setup. It's actually going to be switched upside down, given the fact that Dragon did just fall, so not a lot to be defended on the bottom side. But the setup comes in. MVP now look at their last remaining outer turret. Max lurking in the brush.
Ancient Coin on the Rakan was always pretty popular in the LCK when other regions were going for the Spell Thief's Edge. The big change this patch is that you no longer get the extra level. You now get the basically the old Captain's Boots effect of having 8% extra movement speed moving towards an ally, which is pretty sick.
Call it Tailwind.
It is pretty sick.
Yeah. Okay, it's just going to be brute force. Gravity Field comes in there as Ian is actually looking for Totoro. Featherstorm comes in as there's the quickness, charming everyone up, and they take down the cow. And then just settle with that. I like that, just utilize the quickness instead to deny any follow-up damage.
He didn't have flash, but still was able to do quite a lot in that particular fight was Max. Engaging and disengaging aplenty. He also has a Righteous Glory.
Oh yeah.
Turbo Rakan and Turbo Maokai, both in the same game.
Pretty fun.
Beyond has gone full tank. He has learned from his mistakes of game 1.
I like how Ian has gone as anti-tank as possible by picking up 2nd item Lichbane. Now has a null magic mantle, but I'm going to ignore that because perfect Hex Core plus Lichbane is sick damages.
Yeah, it's really good burst, which emulates what's on the side of BBQ, but they have consistent damage as well compared to BBQ that only have burst. Really not a fan of BBQ's draft in the 7-14 meta. That's why Jin was, at the start with lethality a big buff. He's going to face check this.
See you later. That's going to be a lot of CC, and Ghost does have the damage. It's just a casual gravity field. And yes, probably going to be feeling a bit sheepish after that. See what BBQ can actually gather from this, because Ghost has that minion wave moving towards the top outer turret, but it's above half health. And they have at least Beyond hanging around.
Not able to really set up any vision at all, though. So while they know they have a numbers advantage, double control ward on that side of the map for MVP, so it's going to be at least slower and more effortful when they go for this turret take. Not going to be dissuaded because Zaya's showing in the mid lane, so they're not really feeling any threat in the top lane.
Yeah, they got a lot of minions here as well. Totoro just hanging out, utilizing his face to the mountain, steal away some of these creeps. Good times as Ghost takes away that turret. That's the first one of the game for BBQ as well, so good to get on the board. 4,000 gold is the difference and the lead for MVP. Now considering a Baron.
Baron speeds are going to be lower overall on this patch as Blade the Ruined King is largely gone on most of the meta AD carries, and the top lane tanks don't really do damage to Baron either. So it feels like you need the team wipe to actually pick up Baron.
Yeah. I like to think that, Ian and Maha will be doing a bunch of damage towards the late game, but yeah, right now, we're not going to be seeing these 20-minute Barons and accelerated big objective takes.
But that's kind of the parts I look for, the silver lining on what is just a little bit too into the tank side of things for me. I prefer when 7-13 where you had more options, you could still run a Shen, but you largely were able to run top lane carries. But the silver lining is things like, well, now Baron speeds are slower. What does that mean in terms of where vision will go down? The teams that use that scouting report to put vision in more valuable areas. But then there's also the question of, well, if you see a week of no vision around Baron because people won't expect the 20-minute Baron, you could try a cheese Baron as well. So the The flow-on effects of such a severe meta change are felt in things like Trundle coming out of nowhere as a big pick, of Janna actually being powerful on this patch at disengaging tanks. So there are going to be flow-on effects, even if largely what we're going to see is some very extended team fights.
Yeah. And I like the idea of a little bit more baiting, a little bit less rushing. We know that MVP has been outspoken in enjoying to rush down Barons as often as possible. So right now they're clearing vision once again. Bless should be able to get something else in there as they set up their control ward line, but back a little bit further given MVP's advantage.
Yeah, the control wards have been good from MVP. BBQ got a pick in top lane, got an outer top lane turret, but no vision at all was placed in the blue side jungle of MVP, so it's not the sort of advantage they can return to. In general, MVP control the top side, and even at managing to get a free Drake on the bot side. This will be their third stack of towards the Elder Dragon. Will be one more Drake spawning though.
Yeah, generally something you shouldn't be able to do here as well is ward heavily on the top side of the map and then still get objectives when you don't necessarily have the vision for it. But MVP not getting punished by BBQ whatsoever given their lead, given their just general map control, and should even be able to take this blue buff at the same time.
Problem is that only now, as they walk up to the blue buff, do they get enough information to safely put 3 people top side.
Oh, trading knockups.
If they had a ward on the Drake, then they could have started to contest the vision Atlas, but it was slower. It has happened, as you'll see, some vision around the area has been cleaned out, but because it's slower than it would be in an ideal sense, they can kind of get the minimum, whereas MVP get the maximum.
Okay, here's the battle of the ages. No, it's not. Crazy walking away.
It's another way to think of the battle of the ages. It's the age-long battle.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Well, that control ward in the Baron Pit has certainly done some work here for MVP as far as denying BBQ the vision around the area. They are now going to be able to at least walk up. Maha does have the protection of Max, but otherwise needs to be a little bit careful given the double backs coming in from jungle and mid. MVP wanting to add to these item repertoires, as that's a full Lord Dominic's Regard done by Maha. And you've got a whole lot of everything picked up by Ian, who looks like he's heading towards his Banshee's Veil.
I feel like Infinity Edge might have actually been the right choice from Maha this game. It's not super tanks on the side of BBQ, even if the itemization of Randuin's came in pretty early from Crazy.
Yeah.
So I feel like it's not the highest potential damage build, but if he feels like he just wants to sit in the Cataclysm and kill Jarvan, he'll get value out of it.
Yeah, feels a bit better. Also the fact that Randuin's Omen denies crit damage, and he's decided to forego the Infinity Edge, so I mean that's another, I guess, screw you to Crazy.
A crazy screw you, if you will.
Yes, exactly. Took the words right out of Hoof's mouth. Deadly Flourish just gonna try and get an auto attack onto Beyond, doesn't get one. Baron decides to do that funny knock-up move. I need to work out Baron's ability next. I'm a terrible caster.
It's true. Both those things are true.
Yeah. Oh, you're...
MVP just trying to control vision around Baron. You notice Maokai's rotating first. They've actually started the Baron. Maha's exploding it as we speak, and Maokai's here to zone. Risky to force this, though. They know the smite is here.
Yeah, Max in there as well, as Beyond just tanking up the Baron, wants to get himself over, as there's the Kitty Cats trying to get the snares. It's a decent two-man shockwave for Maha, just continuing forward. There's the flash, triple pulverized as he gets the headbutt, but the Featherstorm is available. Maha flashes his way out. He's still alive. Deadly Flourish doesn't land the damage onto him, and no one is dead just yet apart from Crazy. Bless trying to get his way back in, but this might be a problem as now Ghost sets himself up. Decent damage onto Beyond. Max now just going to be tanking it for him, and Bless falls. Could mean the Baron now for MVP as they utilize their health bars very expertly, and BBQ doesn't have a lot of frontline left.
They're going to return onto the Baron. Now, there is a ward that isn't being scoped out, so they see Maha and know the spin started, but Bless is dead, Crazy is dead. There's no frontline. They have to give up the free Baron. Nice play from ADD to actually pop the shockwave damage, like I mentioned, through the Twisted Advance, get through. You see in the replay here, it looks like it's bad terrain for MVP to fight on because the shockwave means they're grouped. But the shockwave doesn't do any damage, and ADD just used it as a free chance to get in the front line, and by now, he's solo zoning ADD and solo zoning Tempt and Ghost in the back line is ADD. Ghost finally gets out of the fight, flashes will open up with the ultimate, but the damage's been done because the health bars on the tank, sadly, the most relevant thing in these fights is the health bars on the tank. ADD solo zoned out both damage dealers, and he won them the fight.
Yeah, the curtain call, dramatic music was just not the best feeling, as now BBQ seem to have set themselves up to take down Maha. There's the shockwave, perfect timing from Tempt, as it's Ghost that locks down the kill on the big damage threat on the side of MVP.
Just a mistake in positioning, but with Drake not spawning for a minute 40, not the sort of thing that can be punished. We'll delay the game a little bit. We didn't really see the setup there to see why Maha was on a joyous mission into the embrace of BBQ.
Yep, bit of Owen Wilson right there behind enemy lines. But it does mean that this Baron buff is not going to be utilized as effectively by MVP, so buying time is certainly what BBQ wants to be doing after losing that fight and the Baron.
BBQ feels good about the fact that there's no kills onto the Xayah, who has free farmed her way to a 40 CS advantage and also 3.5 items, but you load some kills on there like we saw with Def yesterday on the Kalista. But he's certainly a lot more to respect on the side of the Xayah. Ian himself doing fine, but a pretty low damage build. And she's pretty early for both Tempt and Ian in the course of this game.
I would have liked a third item, Void Staff, just for the I'm committed to doing damage.
He's more committed to ignoring initiation CC though. That's why the spell shield can be pretty important.
Yep. Quietly Beyond has got to 5-0-0, and if this was Rift Rivals, we'd be worried right now, Papa Smithy.
It was a slower 5-0-0, so
yeah, that's
less
true.
room to throw, I guess.
Yeah, if you feed the Rek'Sai 4 kills in the early game, easy win. But now he's able to clean up these team fights at about the 30-minute mark. Different story. Good.
ADD is just disgusting today.
He's so tanky.
236 armor.
Has a stone plate there as well.
Yep.
Ugh.
And then if you're a burst AD carry like Jin or spell weaving like Tempt, he really can solo zone both of them by running at them.
And running at them is even easier now with a Righteous Glory.
He's had that since the start, but you're right.
Yeah.
Item in a great spot balance-wise for people who can abuse it. Maokai, Skarner, who we saw from Score, Rakan, pretty common buy on him as well.
Depending on how you want to talk about it as well, I mean, it might be in a bad spot balance-wise, because it feels a little bit like it's gone the other way.
But it wasn't the fault of the buff to that item. It's everything else that happened in the interim has made it look even better.
Yeah.
Nothing happens in a vacuum in League of Legends. There's accumulations of buffs and nerfs that lead to these meta changes. MVP want to close the game. They're in a comfortable spot, but predictably not playing the side lanes, Atlas.
No, that bottom wave is a bit of a problem here for MVP, so they will address it moving down. Might grab themselves a dragon on the way through, and that was a cute little double blast cone.
Maokai is definitely the biggest abuser of the ARAM meta, as people call it, because he can turret dive with Twisted Advance, pop the stone plate, and by the time he's getting low, can disengage the turret aggro with another Twisted Advance. So he really decreases the need to play side lanes almost solely because of how damn tanky he can get, especially when he's able to prioritize armor over magic resist.
Yeah, now we'll have that humongous shield with the Gargoyle Stone Plate, disgusting Locket of the Iron Solari synergy filth. Did I say enough ways to say that is a disgusting combination?
I liked you calling it filth. That was very distasteful of you.
It was distasteful, though. It makes you feel a bad taste in your mouth.
One day he'll have a Thornmail, too.
Not fun. Not fun to be the opposition. How does ADD have so many things that synergize so disgustingly well with everything a tank wants to do?
Whereas Ghost is super good at killing Maha in a side lane, and maybe even Ian, but I feel like Ian would burst him faster than Ghost would burst him. So, not convinced on the Jin pick. And there was a reach from BBQ on that route, or maybe even a misread of the meta, which, you know, it is day 2 of the meta, so it wouldn't be that unheard of.
And Ghost did make it work in game number 1. Just different composition. As, oh man, MVP. Bad luck when it comes to the dragons. Double Infernal instead of the double Ocean opportunity. Ugh.
Being a bit facetious in this particular game, they do have 2 real damage dealers,
Yeah,
but gotta work on our meme game.
No, but it's... I feel like Ocean Drake has gotten such a bad rap for so long that I just feel like if there's any way that we can give it any props at any point, we definitely should, because it'll be starting to feel bad for itself. And we don't want that. We want to have dragon parity, so at least all of them pop out.
Equal opportunity Baron lovers.
Yeah, exactly.
Drake
I'm all about
lovers.
equality when it comes to League of Legends Dragons.
I'm more of a consecration.
Oh, God. That's brilliant. Get the Hearthstone references in there.
Control ward line, triangle almost of control wards around Baron. It's pretty brilliant for my mind. I was talking about how the game is largely played in these control wards, so MVP is certainly ready for 1 minute's time. But will they have to attend to their side lanes and give up some of these control wards is a question that might be raised in the next minute or so.
Crazy's doing his best to answer those questions as well. Papa Smithy pushing out that bottom wave. Still an outer turret there. Outer turret in the mid lane still up as well. Of course, only one that BBQ have got to. And not quite a 10,000 gold lead, but it's getting there. 9,000 is about the tune.
If you can keep up your outer turrets, maybe you don't need to be able to play side lanes because the enemy's options to push out minion waves are so limited.
Yep. Get that extra dude down there clearing things out. Whoever's chucking those little orbs towards the minions.
Does feel a bit like beginner's 7-14 when you don't even have your outer turrets down.
Yeah. I wonder who actually... Is there anyone in the lore that actually chills out in the turrets, like shooting it? Or is it somehow like the turrets are alive as like their own sentient being situation?
You know, I've never wondered that.
Yeah.
You would imagine there was some sort of staff in there.
Yeah.
But then they don't talk to each other. That's why they never focus down the person who's doing the most damage to them.
Yeah, well, it's they follow a strict set of rules, you know? It's,
They're like the wall. They're separate to the war.
Yeah. They have to watch the handbook, get everything sorted out. And they're very good at it. You know, I feel like turrets haven't made
Oh, Maokai's in the back line, Atlas.
Oh dear, the big flanking kitty cat guy in his pajamas. The ultimate does come out. Good route lands as Ghost just can't survive the damage. Decent two-man shockwave, but Maha just takes no damage from it. This Tempt has used all of his summoner spells and he'll be taken down by Ian. BBQ, tail between their legs, will get out of here. And MVP feel like they don't even need the Baron to try and take down these turrets with both of the damage dealers on BBQ dead. There's just no threat to any of these huge damage threats on MVP.
And ADD alone answers both Tempt and Ghost because he's able to get onto immobile threats, trivialize them in a fight. No action from Ghost, no action from Tempt, and MVP will go 4-match wins and finally Atlas get themselves out of the bottom two.
He was tanking 2 Nexus turrets that whole time as well, Papa Smithy, and gained health. That'll be the Nexus falling down, and MVP a 2-1 victory over BBQ.
Well deserved, and they have been rooted at the bottom of the table for so long that it will mean a lot for MVP fans that post-Rift Rivals, they have finally emerged from what seemed like guaranteed relegation status to get up there to 9 game wins and also get out of the bottom 2. They are currently 8. There is still 3 matches for both teams to play. But as of today, MVP may surprisingly be dodging the relegation tournament.
Yeah, and they have been a late surge team. They did it in spring as well, but summer looked like it was a way worse story for them. Certainly was a late surge team today. It seemed like maybe game number 1 didn't quite have their heads in it, especially on the bottom side of the map, but Maha turning it around with back-to-back Xayah games, giving in the priority in the draft. Certainly worked out, but Ian is another name that we need to talk about. The Victor looked great game 3, but Orianna game 2 also a really stellar performance after what was pretty mediocre news on the Galio.
And this was ADD with the flank teleport. Super play from him here. Gets onto Ghost, nothing he can do. Swambo in some semblance, that's for sure, as you can see the kitties on the back end catching both Tempt and also Bless in the back line. From there, they have a lot of gap close, they have a lot of damage, consistent damage, the difference between the two comps. If you get way ahead in terms of gold like they did in game 1, the burst is fine, but when you get behind, the burst does nothing.
Yep, the max ADD Beyond dive combination, friends, certainly worked out well. You saw in that last team fight that we just visited onto. Ian getting a lot of discussion. This guy has certainly stepped up last 2 games here for MVP. And last few matches as well. I mean, Ian has been a success story as MVP have started to learn how to win again. But BBQ, they were showing signs of life. It felt like 7-13 was looking okay at the beginning, but since then have really started to fall back down again.
It did feel like they were playing the protect the AD carry comp well, but even this Max's insistence on Taric is a good answer to that if there had been such a comp attempted by BBQ. So BBQ trying to evolve, but being knocked down by MVP in this game. The meta changes and so do the results, and the SKT team in the back waiting to get onto the Rift after this series. We'll hope this is also a sign of fortune for them. First sighting of SKT after the interview and a short break will be coming soon, as damage dealers for MVP had almost no threat on them, so no surprise that specifically the mid laner and AD carry from MVP, Maha and Ian, did considerably more damage than their BBQ counterparts.
Yeah, you have to look at ADD at the same time. That dude did some work, and he's going to be 006 and our MVP for the first time this season.
Secret Agent ADD. Where has he been hiding all this time? Maybe the man named ADD previously was a different person, but the tank meta comes back in, and we mentioned this during the pregame. What were MVP good at in spring season? It wasn't always the Maokai, it was usually the Scion, but it was the true engaged tank in the top lane, being able to start the play, and then Ian and other members from MVP capitalizing of it. The meta shifts, maybe it's shifting the way of ADD, because he looked a lot more comfortable in this series.
Yeah, and he certainly was the Electravelian, I believe, who was 006 in the GoldenEye movie. Certainly able to secret agent towards the backline. That teleport towards the end of the game certainly working out. Saving Maha most of the time here as well, so nicely done. Not actually gonna sell out his teammates this time.
Just kind of comical watching ADD trivialize multiple damage threats on BBQ, fight after fight. They're doing no damage to champions. Watch how much damage Ghost does to anyone other than Maokai in this fight. He's just tussled, there's nothing he can do. Tries to heal and get out, but Flash and the ultimate from Ian will do it. And sure, one shockwave comes through, but we already mentioned that burst is not going to be enough. You need consistent damage. ADD alone stopped there being consistent damage from BBQ.
Yeah. Tanks up these Nexus turrets for this entire time, but look at the shields, look at everything doing so much work. Locket of the Iron Solari, I believe, tanked up the entire shockwave as well, Papa Smithy. So it's just a bad news story for BBQ, but a fantastic news story for ADD. So he grabs that MVP, and we are going to head to that MVP interview once again. So let's throw it over to Joel for that translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Joel with your interview translations. We are here with MVP, who lost the first game, but do pick up the next two to get a 2-1 victory over BBQ Olivers. And we are here with today's MVPs, ADD and Ian, for the interview.
이한 선수, MVP 오랜만에 받는 거 아니에요?
Ian, how long has it been since you won an MVP?
한번 받긴 했는데. 네.
Yeah, I did get one back in the Longzhu series I had, but it's good to get it again, though.
쉬지 않으세요 지금?
Aren't you pretty happy about the situation? Yeah, I feel like just trying to avoid the relegation is like the biggest hope for us right now.
사실 에드 선수가 또 굉장히 오랜만이에요.
And ADD, it's just been such a long time since we've seen you here.
오랜만에 인터뷰를 하다 보니까 여기 오는 길을 여기 부스에서 이쪽으로 오는
Yeah, I was so lost on how to do the interviews in the first place. It's been such a long time that I forgot how to get here from the booth. It's such a long walk.
바로 옆에 길이 없더라고요.
So yeah, I forgot the usual path that I usually took to get here. So that's how long it's been since I got an MVP. So hope I remember the path next time around. So I hope I get another one soon enough.
좋은 활약을 보여줬는데 사실 이제 패치 이야기를 또 안 할 수가 없잖아요.
And we just cannot avoid not talking about the patch. And this is a big change that you guys seen.
별로 된 게 없어서.
Yeah, I think there hasn't been much change to the mid lane, but I think you would really want to talk to the top laner.
썸머 1라운드 때 메타가 솔직히 이제 탑이 뭘 하든 그냥 정글 미드가 와서 죽이러 오면
Yeah, the first round Robin of the summer was really all dependent on the junglers. The top meta really didn't do anything unless the jungle came in and really changed the laning phase, and that was the difference maker. But now the top laners can really make their own difference as well. And a lot of people do really expect that MVP was really waiting for this particular meta, with the tank meta really being an advantage for you guys.
서포터 라인에는 큰 변화가 이제 돈템 변화밖에 없어서 그리 큰 상관 없어 하는 거.
Yeah, I think mid and bot lane weren't really seeing much changes with the new meta, but I think it's more dependent on the top laner and also the jungler as well. And as a team, we like having these tank really hard initiating top laners up top, so that's kind of what we expected. And we saw a very aggressive use of the Maokai today, and And they actually prepared with the Cho'Gath last time around. And it seems like that has been really the center of discussion with the current meta change.
초가스랑 다 연습을 해놨는데 이게 BBQ 팀 쪽에서 마오카이를 가져갈 생각이 없어 보여서.
Yeah, I tried practicing Maokai and Cho'Gath during practice, and I felt that both were okay, but it just seemed like BBQ had no intentions on playing Maokai. So with the matchup, I thought it was a better pick to go with.
제가 초가스를 몇백 판 써봐서 아는데 이게 라인전 자체는 되게 좋거든요.
Yeah, after using Cho'Gath for a few hundred games, I realized that the laning matchup is good, but there's just a little bit of limitness of what you can do in team fights with the Cho'Gath.
그래서 2세트에 뭐 조합을 짜면서 어떤 피드백이 있었나요?
And what was the difference maker after game 1 in forming the composition in game 2? Yeah, after game 1, when the ADC was the only damage dealer in the team, we thought that composition wasn't as successful as we previously intended it, but I think we tried to pick out the balance a little bit better that time around. So I think that was kind of what led to our win in game 2.
그래서 혹시 그 갈리오였잖아요 상대가. 갈리오를 상대로 오리아나가 그렇게 좋은.
And it just felt like you picking Orianna the last pick against Galio. We don't know if the Galio really goes well against Orianna. Yeah, I feel like it's personally me using the Orianna, I have good eyes for using the ultimate, and that's kind of the opportunities that I like to look out for. And yes, the second game was also very similar to the first game, where all these tanks from both teams were really trying to initiate the fight after another, and it went to really long fights, very extended fights. Yeah, I think especially with game 1, I think our damage dealers did not have room to go into the tanks and put in enough damage to knock them out, but I think we were trying to limit our mistakes in game 2 and trying to get that damage done, so that's kind of the difference between the two games. I think we have a few highlights that we can actually show through the videos here. Did you mean to go towards the back a little bit? Yeah, if we extend our tanks a little bit further up, then the opponent dealers could not really position themselves well, so that was kind of what we intended in that play. Did you feel that you got the win right after that play? Yeah, definitely our booth was really quiet for most of the game, and right after the play, the tension really rose within our booth, and we all got very loud and very hyper about that after that play.
이한 선수가 오리아나로 좀 멋진 모습을 그렇게 보여줬어요. 그리고 3세트는 오히려 반대 상황이었습니다. 빅토르를 또 뽑아들었어요.
And the third game was kind of an opposite situation where you picked out the victor this time around.
옛날에 빅토르 오리아나 구도를 많이 연습했어서.
Yeah, I was really aware of the Victor versus Orianna matchup, and since long ago. And I just kind of experimented with it and felt like it was a good pick to go with this time around. ADD, you don't care about what your opponent picks. You just go with the Maokai and you just go with it pretty early in the drafting phase. Yeah, Maokai used to be a champion where it did have very noticeable counters and very counter picks to it. But I think with the recent meta change, there's been a less prevalence of that, so that's kind of why I go with it early. Did you feel like Maokai really adds to the composition, synergy-wise? Yeah, I think with Beyond having his champion really was his comfort pick, and also my Maokai was a comfort pick for me, so that's kind of why we went with that today.
저희가 이미 2세트가 지나가긴 했습니다만은 상대가 갑자기 라인을 바꾸면서.
And you guys might have been really confused as soon as the game 2 started with the lane swaps and really getting the kill early from the opposition. I think it was a good chance for us to realize that BBQ can pull off these plays, and they're really full of these unexpected plays, and that's kind of what we have to think about again once we do face them off again. And it just seems like this time around you guys seemed pretty calm after that initial death, and you guys came back through. Unlike the times where you guys weren't doing it as well, but when you had that same kind of mistake, you guys really falter. But this time you guys seem different. Yeah, I think our really mindset about this whole gaming experience is that as long as we don't make mistakes and do exactly what we're supposed to do one by one, eventually we're gonna get our advantages, and that's kind of what we believed in. And so we just try to keep our mindset strong and our mentality strong as well. I think we have another video highlight we want to show of ADD making this play here. What mindset did you have in going on with this? Yeah, they had to open up a team fight as long as we initiated, so ADD went in strong, made the initiating fight, and we just put in the damage to the right people. Yeah, I think Maokai is one of those champions that never dies to a Jin, so you can just go in without fear, as I'm doing right now. So that's the situation where, you know, if the other teammates kind of follow through, I'll take all the damage and they can put in all the damage on the opposition as well. And a lot of people are really speculating that with the tank meta change, the Ocean Drake has a lot more value now. Yeah, I think since team fights are supposed to end relatively quickly, the Ocean Drakes aren't as effective as you think, but I feel like with the laning phase though, it's very helpful with the recent meta change with the tanks. So with the loss, win-win, you guys do get the win for this series, and a lot of people have been really confused about where the real standing of MVP as a team was until recent times, but you guys are getting those wins, and hopefully, you know, with these MVP points that you guys are stacking up as a team, I'm sure you guys will do better. Would you like to say anything about that? Yeah, I think our solo queue points and our LCK points do differ very highly, so that's something we like to keep a little bit more balanced and try to get even with. So hopefully we can afford to do that someday. ADD, would you like to add to that? And of course, you showed a very good performance throughout the spring season, but this season you just seem like to be rather inconsistent in how you play out some certain plays. I felt like the meta was really to blame for most of the part. And the fact that, you know, when you have like Jax and Camille that has very weak tanking abilities, and no matter how well I do, if the opposition really goes all in on me, there's no way for me to survive. So this meta is definitely a more fitting one for me. You guys do get the win this time around, and hopefully you guys are one step closer in avoiding the relegation altogether. And you do have a few teams that you have to beat to make this happen. Would you like to say anything to your fans here? And we have 3 games that we must try to win most of it at least. And I really want to use those accumulated points we had in spring to hopefully make it to contention for Worlds as well. So we're just really going to try hard to really try to get there. AD, anything you'd like to say to the fans as well? Yeah, I felt like the summer first round robin was really an embarrassing season for me, an embarrassing split for me that I really don't want to remember, but I like to just improve myself, and hopefully I'll get to see you guys with more pride. So that seems to be the end of the interview. Back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Joel. Fantastic to hear that the Ocean Drake is in fact now better.
When you got more health and mana, getting the regen can be important. Fights along, the disengage, the re-engage. Ocean Drake, it's not, maybe not the 4th best Drake anymore, Atlas.
Yes, feels fantastic.
But MVP winning also means they are not one of the bottom 2 teams anymore as well. Yeah. Taking down BBQ, moving to 4 match wins. 8th spot is certainly not safety just yet, but it's a good sign for MVP.
And certainly great to see MVP have a pretty awful game number 1 and then turn things around, not getting bogged down, and you heard from them themselves saying that their mentality has improved. So as you can see, that's going to be the switch around. MVP going to hop up over BBQ Olivers. with that extra match win. Of course, both of them still with not necessarily the greatest scoreline, but that is absolutely fine.
Have an interesting match coming up next. SK Telecom T1. 4 LCK match losses in a row. Facing Ever8 Winners, only have 2 match wins on the season. Neither team in great form, but somehow SKT in poorer form. You look at the 4 teams they've lost to, all of them are top 6. So they've lost to good teams. There's no excuses if they lose to Ever8 Winners.
Yeah, absolutely not. And we mentioned it earlier. I mean, if SKT don't win here, then something has gone definitely wrong with the universe. Something is askew. There is a massive problem. However, I think that they should be able to take down Ever8 Winners here, which sets them up for next week. We get our next telecom war, and they need to try and get runs on the board.
About 15 minutes, guys. We'll come back, we'll wrap up, we'll reveal the lineups. A lot to be hyped about. Because you're right, SKT should win. But for once, we're not sure.
Yeah, exactly right. But we are going to throw it to that short break. When we get back, we will have our next matchup. Don't go anywhere, guys.
Coming up next, Ever8 Winners. SK Telecom T1. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Split.
Not too
as a wild bird sing. A sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's now. As the world comes tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back to what it's now.
Today's matchup. Ever8 Winners. SK Telecom T1. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Split.
Welcome back, OG and Legion, to LCK Summer. We have a packed house as SKT is going to be taken to the Rift against Ever8 Winners. Can they finally get that win on the board, Papa Smithy?
And that's the big question, because it's just surreal that a month ago, could you imagine approaching SKT versus Ever8 Winners and having the match be of any consequence? Would it just be a padding of the stats for SKT? Would it represent anything? You'd have to think no. But 9 game wins in a row since that fateful loss against Team WE. And somehow, we don't actually know if SKT can return to their old form. Heavily expected to win, heavy favorites, but they've been heavy favorites a lot recently, and it hasn't meant a lot.
Yeah, hasn't necessarily worked out. And if we go through who they've lost against, it was Samsung, Afrika, Jinair, and Longzhu. So not dipping below that 6th place. So Ever8 Winners certainly have a ways to go if they want to get there. As you can see, SKT still manning that 4th position due to their fantastic start to the season. However, they keep on this path and things are going to be looking dangerous as far as playoffs.
They're still in a great spot, right? At the end of the day, they're still 2 match wins away from 6th spot. But you're right, they have to win at some point. This is the week. Ever8 Winners and Rocks Tigers, neither of the teams in good form. Both of them should be. Padding of the stats for SKT. But you can't help but wonder, what if it isn't?
Yeah, there are certainly what-if scenarios, and it's going to be Ever8 Winners having to completely overperform, Papa Smithy. Will be, once again, the return of Keen to the top side of the map. We are going to have Malrung, Scepter, Jewel, and Ella as the roster.
But we just had a series where MVP and ADD talked about, okay, the meta moved back into my side of things. I'm a tank player. Keen was brought into this lineup to be a carry player, and you can still run carries if you're a team that really relies on their macro. Ever8 Winners is not one of those teams, so how Keen is going to bounce back in a new meta against SK Telecom T1 is certainly a variable that we'll have to track, and it will probably be one of the big stories as we watch this game.
And whether or not he's going to be picking up that Trundle as well, as Tara is going to be his opponent. Bit of a spoiler there.
We'll be seeing the side of SKT. Now the question mark for every SKT fan is who is starting. Like you say, Huni will not be returning to lineup. Another game where Untara is starting. Peanut, however, will also be playing. So Untara, Peanut, the rest of them, you know them. FLICKR, Bang, and Wolf. Wolf in a bit of ill health recently, so he's going to have to battle through like Gorilla was about 3 or 4 weeks ago. SK Telecom still trying to work out who their best lineup is. Untara largely has been the role player this season, so him in a tank meta makes some sense.
Yeah, certainly does. See what Peanut's going to be playing as well. We know that he likes the aggressive junglers, and we've seen aggressive junglers be hit or miss. Whether or not he's been practicing the likes of the Maokai, I do not know, because there are some tanks that have found their way into the jungle as well.
Interesting note on Peanut is, again, looked at all the solo queues because the champion pools have shifted. Peanut's played 10 games of Nidalee in the last 7 days, been spamming it recently. So Nidalee's been his big pick, a little bit of Maokai. 1 game in his main account's match history. No Cho'Gath, but we'll get some more when we hit Champion Select. SK Telecom was having an SKT-esque summer season until that win over MVP. They go over to Taiwan, they come back, and suddenly things have changed very heavily.
Yes, and you can see that distinct moment where everything goes gray, OGN.
I mean, we can't, because there has to be an asterisk, right? It should say versus WE just before the Samsung game, because that was the start of things.
Well, we're going to check in with how this went the last time around. Predictably, it was a 2-0 victory for SKT, and still certainly predicted to be that way. Game 2, though, 22 minutes. That is called a stomping, if ever I've seen one.
This was, again, a first-round robin SKT game where they came through, dominated the side of Ever8 Winners. Blank was in the lineup for both games that day, so it's Peanut's first game ever against Ever8 Winners, given they are having their first split. KDA-wise, this would have been very one-sided a few weeks ago, and certainly in some positions, like Bang and also Bang Wolf and FLICKR, the KDAs are still strong, but it's getting closer. It's inching closer.
Yeah, Malrong being a bit of a standout there as well. You can see actually edging ahead of Peanut, who hasn't had the best season thus far. We're going to focus on the mid lane, though. Scepted versus FLICKR in games, in fact, in both games. Last time we saw these two teams, it was all about FLICKR. That KDA sitting at 18.0, it was certainly a day out for the mid lane.
And SK Team was the team that broke Ever8, if you remember, Atlas.
Yeah.
Blank on Lee Sin in game 2, ganking the mid lane again and again, putting Scepted completely behind. People were hyped about Scepted, and Scepted versus FLICKR was a matchup people were looking forward to until SKT put paid to that. And suddenly, things have shifted really far. It's amazing how it almost mirrors it in a different way in the second round robin as we continue the comparison of the two. One shining light for Scepted is actually in the CS per minute, where he's the highest in the entire league, despite being the player often focused on by enemy junglers in particular. He has the highest CS per minute, and FLICKR predictably at number 2.
Yeah. FLICKR also predictably able to eke out the most damage as well with that highest damage per minute number. But I want to look at the kill participation here, because you can see Scepted actually able to get highest CS per minute, but also second highest kill participation in the mid lane.
And that doesn't necessarily mean you can't really warp those statistics to mean that Scepted's better than FLICKR. It's just that Ever8 plays through Scepted a lot more is what you learn from that.
Also, he's very good at killing minions and being with his team for a fight.
And that's the way they choose to approach it. FLICKR spent a lot of the season in side lanes, especially when they were winning. He'd be on Cassiopeia, Orianna. Doesn't matter if he didn't have teleport, he'd just be picking up extra waves to be ready with 3 or 4 items at a team fight. Scepted versus FLICKR is a lopsided matchup, just like the series is, Atlas. It's the sort of series where you kind of need to fake hype it in another world, but right now, where we are at, SKT may be favorites, but we really don't know how big favorites they are.
Yeah. Also, SKT gauging what their download is on this 7.14 patch is going to be a huge deal, because 7.13 was honestly disaster mode. Did not win very much on that particular patch. Exactly. So we are going to jump into Champion Select, and we'll see what adjustments SKT have made. So they're going to start off on the red side. Definitely a good start to the story, given the fact that Red was looking good in our previous series, despite Game 3.
And solo queue, Keen has played Cho'Gath 5-0 on Maokai recently, so he can play the tanks, but his playstyle is a pressure playstyle, which is going to be more difficult to emulate, as we have seemed to go on to pretty much parity in the top lane in terms of tanks. Untara, he's played Maokai, no Cho'Gath in his match history, but still the Rumble and Camille, which are a little bit more edge meta picks than right in the center of the meta like they were on the previous patch. Still expecting the red side bans to be Zac, Caitlyn, and Kalista in most situations. We'll wait and see if SKT deem that to be a normal situation, whereas the blue side bans, much more freedom involved.
Yeah, certainly can target them if you want. I don't want to return to your point about Keen playing the Maokai, playing it to good effect. I feel like moving over to a tank meta just nullifies talent that you have on the top side of the map, because they are going to be playing those tank role players, and you don't necessarily get those flashy plays. The skill ceiling is not as high.
Yeah, I mean, picking up an MVP with sick outplays on Camille, solo killing Shy on the Trundle is going to be less relevant in this particular patch. Absolutely, as Thresh is banned on blue side against Wolf, interestingly.
Yeah, not necessarily his key pick, but I was going to mention the bottom lane, because that's where the focus has largely gone. It's AD carries that have been able to get a lot of the limelight, and Bang is certainly a person used to being there. After SKT are thinking about the Kalista ban.
After their last loss against Longzhu.
Wow.
I mentioned the Jace ban here. That was an obvious ban against Longzhu and Khan, but they're clearly respecting that Keen will also potentially jump on a pressure top laner. But just to note it, after their last loss against Longzhu to go 0-9, Wolf was the one who, on Twitter, said publicly, I apologize for the losses. I haven't been practicing as much as I should. If you look at his solo queue, he is spamming Janna, 12-2 in the last week. So 16-2. I tell a lie, 18 games of Janna in a week. So interesting to see if that translates to professional play. We've already seen some people mess with it, most notably Max in MVP Series last week.
Yeah,
what SKT wants to think about. Patch 7.14, tanks in the top lane. A lot has changed since we saw them 6 days ago.
A lot of priority, though, going to be put on the Orianna here for FLICKR as they grab it first up. Peanut, understandably, will head towards his Elise. They have a few seconds to think about whether they want to lock it in, but makes a lot of sense there as the Kalista was the first pick on the side of Ever8 as we catch up with the champion select. Malrung, we'll see where he wants to go as, a bit of a dip back into potential lethality meta.
Be surprising to see Kha'Zix taken early, even though Malrung is a good Kha'Zix. Just came off a series with as many tanks as you could ever possibly stomach, and even then, I don't think everyone could stomach them as much as some, and they will go with the Kha'Zix, who certainly still has some early power. You don't have a Galio to pair him with, which is where I think KT was often playing earlier in the season, to be Galio, Kha'Zix, and the same rotation. Looking for a pick to answer the Orianna in mid lane from FLICKR. Syndra certainly does have lane supremacy on the Orianna in terms of pressure early, but if Peanut can blow the flash of Sceptid, that will be the start. And okay, Sceptid will jump on Syndra. Been a long time since he's played Syndra this season. He's 2-0, but it has been a tertiary pick compared to other options.
And this is a massive dip away from the tank meta as well, Papa Smithy. We've got 3 damage dealers already locked in for Ever8 with only top end support to be picked up. Ever8 certainly saying that to hell with the old tank meta, we want to be doing some damage. It's now FLICKR to decide on what they want to pick up to round this out. He's going to be Alistar given a lot of priority as we move towards the second ban phase.
But this is actually really important. SKT fans should note that recently we've been seeing a lot of last pick support on the red side for SKT in patch 7.13, and it was often range supports like Lulu and Zyra for lane, and then they would just straight up lose 2v2 in some of those scenarios. It felt like their read on the meta in 7.13 was off. Now we finally do get engaged support from Wolf. Alistar has been a pick he has been on many times in the past. Seeing here, LCK total, 54 games on Alistar from just Wolf. Him and Gorilla have played a lot of the Alistar in the past. SKT had that extra time to research 7.14. It's good to see the Alistar. It's good to see some engage compared to the disengaged supports they were favoring before.
Well, speaking of disengaged supports, Papa Smithy, Ella was probably one of the most dedicated Janna players in the history of LPL when he was over there. The dude played a hell of a lot of Janna, and it looked like, when he was playing it long ago, that it was the only champion he could play.
Well, the Draven Janna days of Ella and Crystal are a long, far thing of the past, and also remember that Kalista and Janna don't have a lot of synergy, don't really want to throwing in the Janna, and you could go Nami style and just try to frontline with the Janna, then pull her out. But I don't think Janna will be looked at here.
What about the Fates Call Flash Monsoon as like a really, really bad Lee Sin insect play?
Don't think we're going to see it. We should mention, though, that Tristana from Bang is going to come out in this particular game. Very good laning matchup against Kalista. When you're trading Rend and the explosive shot, we take the explosive shot every time. As well, they denied a lot of split pushes, but Jax is still available. First Jax sighting on 7.14.
Yeah, we'll see what Antara is going to bring into it, as now Ever8 have to round out this composition. Ella has his own pick to grab as they're looking for that Kalista Cannon combo. Please pardon the alliteration, theoretically, as Wolf to find that pick for Antara to put towards the top side of the map, unless they want to go top cow. But Maokai makes a heck of a lot of sense, and looks like SKT are feeling out 7.14 a lot more based on the meta than we would have expected of 7.13 SKT.
It's a very old style of drop, but it's a very straightforward engage comp from SKT. It may not be full tank meta, but there's so much lockdown, so you see so many reliable ball carriers. They also have early game explosion if Peanut gets ahead, because if Peanut gets ahead and can gank the bot lane, with their flashes up, Cannon and Kalista will be merciless in harassing down the Alistar. But if they're ganked early and the snowball can begin, you can get the Tristana out of lane. So many options there for SKT. You got to say that Jax potentially can run away with the top lane, other things being equal. But SK Telecom, if they take over the map, Jax's ability to split push in the face of Maokai will not be as relevant if Maokai's turret diving with the command protect on top of it.
Yeah. And we're also going to get a demonstration as to why we're calling it the tank meta at the moment if SKT are able to get themselves into that advantageous position, because Ever8 Winners have ignored that idea completely, even picking up a squishy, basically damage-dealing support in the cannon there as well. So there's absolutely no frontline here for these guys unless Jax is going to build full tank.
Strong laning matchups though, so snowball to a great degree for the side of Ever8, but if the snowball doesn't happen, SK Telecom have a lot of options, Atlas.
Oh hell yeah, and we'll see whether they can cancel out that losing streak. Definitely don't want to let that one get to double-digit game score as SKT looking to try and pick themselves up against Ever8 Winners. Let's do it.
If you needed a confirmation that the Ever8 fans have been, let's say, infiltrated by SKT side of the coin, I believe we have basically a full studio of SKT fans.
Yeah, there was like one dude. And I was actually feeling awkward, like, should we actually just start commentating? I'm not sure.
Still seems
Hashtag
a bit
free Tyler 1.
Still seems a bit expensive for Tyler 1.
Yeah.
Good news though, the cowbell's back.
Oh, that's true. There it is. Oh, off to the side. Keep it up, Wolves. Let's do it.
Yeah.
This is just the best day ever.
I know.
Ella, stop it. He was cowbelling. There we go.
He's doing some nice animation cancels into cowbell.
Oh, his rhythm's actually fantastic as well with this like animation canceling.
Ah. Gold lead to Ever8 Winners confirmed.
Nailed it. Okay. Enough of that. Enough having a great time listening to the cowbell.
Syndra on Ori, lane pressure early, kill pressure at level 6. Bot lane, Kalista and Kennen, definitely heavily out pressure Tristana and Alistar, given Alistar's weak laning presence before they have the Fate's Call button. And Jax should theoretically get free farm in the top lane, Atlas, so a lot to like about Ever8, but like you say, the cost of getting all those advantageous matchups or pressure leads and snowball options is that they are very, very squishy as a lineup on the side of Ever8 Winners. And if they start to fall behind, who's going to be able to deny the initiation and wombo? The Orianna Shockwave is going to do so much more damage than the Shockwaves in Game 1, where there wasn't as many targets that could potentially be taken down with Burst like there is on the side of Ever8 in Series 2.
Yeah, it does feel like Ever8 has the potential to just pop in any of these fights, especially as we get later into the game if there's any sort of gold parity between SKT and Ever8. I just feel like this is another one of those examples that you were talking about in our last series, Papa Smithy, where if SKT get any sort of a lead, it's crazy how much ahead they actually are considering that situation. Ever8 is going to need to snowball to get to a good position.
And Marong had a nice gank approach, but just as the ward on the side of SKT was timing out, so was spotted and has to back away.
Level 3 gank. Going to be denied as he hops over his blue buff. We'll isolate it and take it down.
And it's an interesting read on the meta from Ever8 because focusing on winning lanes and a split push feels like we're looking at patch 7.13 on the side of Ever8. And we just had a series between 8th and 9th place in the LCK where my main takeaway was, well, teams at the lower ebb with poorer macro, which Ever8 definitely fits into. We've seen them lose with a 13,000 gold lead and a fed Kassadin. Disincentivized because it's much harder to play 4-1 or 1-3-1 than it is to play a tank comp, as Elise is in a great spot here waiting for a potential Alistar initiation.
Yeah.
Both lanes have got action.
Yeah, as Marong's going to move himself in, but there's the dive and first blood goes down. Peanut somehow misses that cocoon. Looked like it went through Jewel, but we popped down there as that cocoon was in the air, so it might have been a little bit of a spectator disarray situation.
Double summon is used by Duel, but consider that Peanut had an excellent angle of approach and Ever8 were overextended, and yet they didn't wait to let Wolf start off the initiation and then have the cocoon to guarantee a stun after the flash. So Really interesting decision-making there from SKT that we only caught some of, trying to gauge all of it as we were watching topside as well.
Speaking of watching topside, okay, Barrow's going to move himself out of the way. I thought he was going to get awkwardly cornered there for a moment.
He was already spotted by the first sap.
Yeah, exactly. The jig was up.
No kill pressure, at least.
Well, FLICKR is certainly taking control here in the mid lane. Has himself a bunch of minions to eat up, as well as getting a bunch of damage on Decepted as well. So he's going to grab his lost chapter when he goes back for the first time, and we'll see whether Ever8 is going to be able to create any pressure. FLICKR so far has certainly had control.
Multiple good lanes for Peanut to gank. He's been jungling bot side so far, but it's a control ward down from Untara in top. And they also have a setup CC for the Cocoon to guaranteed land from the side of Peanut. So a lot of good options for the SKT jungler after being frustrated in the bot side. SKT have the summoner lead, but nothing else in this particular regard.
Yep. You can see Jules actually picked up Bang's skin as well as the full mana play. I like it.
Seeing Porn play SKT Syndra yesterday, and I was laughing about that one.
That was pretty good. Always good.
So in the early game, Untara has a significant pushing advantage over Jax, and Jax may actually just go play the Ruin King for the ability to largely ignore Maokai's damage, then lifesteal off a minion wave. So there may actually be no Titanic Hydra to be able to quickly push in a Maokai. Does mean that Maokai is more and more likely to be in a great position for the teleport plays that will probably define the game.
Yeah, does that mean that Keen's going to forego... Are you saying play the Ruin King first before Trinity Force?
Second. Okay. The Trinity Force part is implied,
Bit of a
I
given.
would say.
Yeah. Just double checking, making sure for those playing at home.
Double laning items from Untara is cool to see as well. Does go Doran's Shield and Doran's Ring.
Yeah, him taking about 1 billion damage from Keen up towards the top side. Not as fantastic, but was expected in this matchup. It's once again one of those times where the tree just has to cop it.
Last time we saw these sort of matchups, you know, Maokai against carry top laners, remember that he could use the Vengeful Maelstrom for shorter trades every 40 seconds or so and would win those because of the damage reduction and the magic damage. Now he only has an AoE ultimate that is very strong in team fighting, but actually renders him even weaker in 1v1. So it should be a very free laning phase for Jax, because even those once every 40 seconds trades won't be happening.
Well, that was actually a really, really nice trade from Ella, if you saw. Able to stun out Bang up on that bottom side. Yes, feel free to head back to your previous point, just the bottom lane. Little bit of minute action.
It's just more about the happiness of Keen, you know, in the matchup against Maokai. As FLICKR's not happy.
Yeah, he's been isolated. Heal goes down, extra movement speed creates some distance. Narang not opting in for flashing on top or anything like that, but they get FLICKR out of the way and gives themselves some time with this turret. Might even be able to contest this buff.
Yeah, probably too risky though. They start to walk over, but no setup done. And surprisingly, Duel and Ella didn't have lane pressure in bot lane as Kennen and Kalista, so there was no earlier wards put down from Space and Lane. Only now they're being able to push in. So if there was a team effort there, if Ella was able to roam up, absolutely consider contesting the blue, but not to be in this scenario.
Yeah, it was good timing for SKT as well, understanding where their lanes are at in order to get that one safely.
It's to rush from Keen, so respecting the potential for the full lockdown. And speaking of lockdown,
yeah, in goes Peanut. He's looking for Jewel, who didn't have flash, and that is going to be an easy pickup for Bang. Evening out that kill score and also giving the Tristana a lead in the early game. Nice work from SKT.
Yeah, really nice lane gank coming through from Peanut. Tried ganking down the river earlier, not able to find any value. This time, Duel was in range of Wolf. Nice combo to open that up. So SKT get the answering kill. All tied up in terms of the overall kill score. Yeah, Keen having to go respectable. We've seen a lot of Jaxes go Ninja Tabi in 7-13, so Merc Tread's certainly going to be valuable throughout the game here for the Jax.
Yep, and you can see Ella.
Oh, so painful tanking up minion waves as a cannon.
Yeah, not a great time. However, he was able to do it for a little while, and will actually get Jewel at least most of these caster creeps.
We called that the key special in spring, because he'd be playing the meta disengage support Lulu or Zyra, tank up 80% of his HP, and then someone would just flash kill him. He did that upwards of 4 times in the season.
That's called selflessness, Papa Smithy.
I think it's called greed. It's weird to think about
it's
greed.
Not his own greed, yeah.
Well, I mean, it is his own greed, right? Because he wants his AD carry to get resources. So
that's true.
It's still greed for his team, but he was well punished for it. In that case, as you say, LA able to get out happily.
I guess if you're in solo queue, it would be a like it could almost be considered selfless.
I like going
Certainly
laning
not in this
focused.
situation.
If they're not able to get a CS advantage, and also their jungler's not playing around bot lane, kind of the awkward factors. When we saw Gorilla do this, there was a lot of thought behind it. You could auto attack down the Rakan, very good laning matchup there, answer him in team fights. When you're against Elise, Alistar, if Alistar's flashes up, your time can be done, even if you have double control ward in the river. Wouldn't have helped him in a scenario like what we saw before, so they really need to be able to at least go even in this lane. Tristana may beat Kalista, but Kennen should be the equalizing factor to put the Kennen-Kalista lane over the edge, and it hasn't been so far in the bottom.
I want to draw your attention to the item build from Malrung. He's grabbed himself the Merc Treads as well, but that's a serrated Dirk immediately after.
It's Duskblade time.
Yeah, and is he going to go that before even getting anywhere near his warrior in champ?
That sounds possible. It's not impossible. It's certainly possible. The Dirk gives you extra damage on your Taste the Fear, though, and it also interacts with the isolation damage because it's 40 extra physical damage on your next ability after you kill an enemy.
Yeah.
So there's some great synergy there. We did have a phase where Kha'Zix will go Tiamat before they finish their jungle items, so I think it's just an option of a way you can go. I didn't spot which she evolved. It might
actually
be
evolved the ult.
Okay, so it's ult evolution. FLICKR was doing this in solo queue. Gets maximum value out of Duskblade, that's for sure, and lots of extra invisibility duration. So uses the first charge here, but is spotted.
Yep. Well, actually just gets it in the brush, of course, when you evolve it, so...
That's right, my apologies. I have to reset my brain now.
Yeah, exactly. Don't often see it at this stage of the game.
But it's the new thing with Duskblade being strong, with people messing around with ult evolution. Last time we had ult evolution in the competitive meta was Insect was playing tank Kha'Zix years ago now.
Yeah.
So seeing it back is cool.
It also gives you movement speed as well. So if you're running around in the jungle, you just get there faster. It's like free Moby boots, whilst also having the CC reduction, which is going to be pretty important against this composition that SKT's put together. Okay, Julianella pushing themselves up. Peanut's looking for a back. As I don't know whether they're going to go overly aggressive, but Malrung's going to turn up. Peanut holds onto his position, as now he's going to get spotted. My god, that did a bunch of damage. Maxing that W first. Sorry, the Q first is Ella.
So the full reward you get for evolving ultimate first is that basically when you're in the brush, you get 3 seconds worth of invulnerability. If you stay in the brush, if you leave the brush, you are invisible for 1.5 seconds.
As Scepted, he's in a little bit of trouble. Throws out the ultimate, but more like a fear tactic rather than anything else. As he took the full round of damage from FLICKR.
His ult was almost like ghosting. He didn't have Summoner Spell Ghost, so it was just a disengage ability. Didn't want to see any persistence from FLICKR to keep trading with him, but still will have to leave lane.
Jul not exactly finding the Q damage here towards the bottom side of the map as Peanut's moving himself over. There's the attack dissonance. That ward, thankfully, in fantastic position to see Scepted, but not going to get taken down. And Malrung to make his way back.
And basically, so again, basically the theory here is that you proc Duskblade so often with our evolve first from early in the game, so especially before the hotfix, you're just doing insane damage, but you're able to go on scouting missions like this. Not spotted just yet as Malrung.
Oh, just misses FLICKR moving himself over there. Thankfully, the control ward made sure that Malrung wasn't able to get any vision down, and of course, he only had that trinket. As Kane just once again going aggressive onto Antara, but he's slowed down and pushed back by the Bramble Bash.
No lifesteal just yet, and the Bramble Cloak also, the Bramble Vest, I should say, has been started by Antara, so already we have to talk about the grievous wounds coming through from that.
He might be going towards something like a Iceborne Gauntlet.
It's still going to be a Righteous Glory.
Damn it, I want it to be an Iceborne Gauntlet!
It's going to be a Righteous Glory. 100%.
Righteous Glory is so much less exciting.
Agreed.
But it most certainly is.
Just to correct something small you said before, there's no longer the CC reduction on the Void Assault from the Kha'Zix. It's only the
I was
invisibility.
referring to the Mercury Strats that he picked up.
Good call. But it's just the invisibility, so it's just about Duskblade and invisibility. The Kha'Zix.
Yes. Well, Ella finds the ultimate, actually gets the stun off onto Wolf, but thankfully he has the ultimate, gets himself out of the way. Malrang unable to get himself in there in time, and Scepted was even moving down, so good disengage from SKT.
Yeah, they actually had the lane ward, which is still there, and there's no information communicated to Malrang, so it looked like an over-engage, but in reality, it was only that because the vision existed for SKT. Getting the flash out of Wolf does relieve pressure from Duel, in the lane in particular, so that's at least a mini-win for the side of Ever8. But after talking about the lane gank from Peanut, not much has happened on this game, and it's not like SKT have been able to generate a gold lead elsewhere. Their comp has a lot of synergy. They still are putting together strong items. The only scaling threat really to be considered on the side of Ever8 is Keen, and to his credit, he does have a 20 CS lead over Antara.
Yeah, he's gone back, almost has the Trinity Force completed as Shockwave is going to hula hoop. Scepted actually uses his I'm going to walk out of it tactic to get himself away. But still more pressure being put on. FLICKR just happy to win this lane rather than move around, use that ultimate sparingly in order to get a team fight happening this 15-minute stage.
Both teams, it's weird to say, but I think both teams look at an extended laning phase and they're not that unhappy. If Duel can pile 2 items together while Keen gets a laning phase that's free, Ever8 have those grand hopes of a Ren set team fight while Jax is split pushing at the same time, whereas SKT look down their team, have no problems with their own scaling, and the reliability of their team fight comps means that every time teleport is up, fireworks should ensue in a team fight. So both teams kind of eyeing a longer game and feeling good about it. We look at the reliability of SKT's comp and also their prior history and give them the credit for the late game, but it's not like Ever8 have no win conditions the game goes on, like we saw with those Kalista 4 tank comps as recently as last series, and we answered your question. Straight up Duskblade Rush from Kaz.
Yeah, and he's actually just picked it up as well. So Jules actually going to go in for an exchange, and he has the Blade of the Ruin King done as well. So could this be the first item spike where Ever8 might be able to capitalize, as they seem to feel like it certainly is. Is Malrang okay?
Does have his ultimate available to try to get out. I believe he may have been spotted on the outside, but the answer is no, he hasn't been spotted. Watch this damage.
Oh my god, Peanut has to use the repel, gets himself over the side as FLICKR turns up very quickly. Gets himself out of the way. There's the flash from Ella, though, looking for it. Stun goes down, but Malrang had already disengaged. 2-man Shockwave, but Scepted was able to get that kill, and Ella is able to get out with the Fate's Call. Oh no, a little bit unfortunate as SKT have got themselves round the side, and now the slow kitties make their way forward, and Malrang, the one caught out. Man behind enemy lines is Scepted as he does make it at least further away, and Malrang should be able to get that leap. The teleport coming in from Keen was definitely a good one. Blast Cone gets him away. It's going to be a 2-for-2 trade in the end.
Yeah, kind of amazing that it only ended up being a 2-for-2. The moment that SKT caught Duel in transition and basically killed the Kalista for free, you thought it was going to be an SKT cleanup, but the cleanup never came. Ever8 could have got a bigger lead there. They had kind of left Duel to suffer. But a bit of an overengage by the bot lane is what caused them to be slowed down a bit. You saw the burst damage from Malrang doing insane damage, so we wasn't sure if the vision zone caught them. The answer was no. He was able to get through unseen. And when you include the buffed damage to isolated targets, holy crap. Boom. It is 70% of the HP of Peanut gone instantly. Malrang actually predicts wrong. Thinks that the Elise will go over the wall earlier. Scepted able to take down one. See, at this point, it's good for Ever8, but Duel dies just walking from bot lane. Second, not grouped with his cannon. Ella able to run away. Bang was able to clear him on the back end, so it was just a 2-for-2, which, given
just
how it was
amazing,
kind of,
right?
it was a bit of a seesaw both ways. At the start, like, Ever8's going to clean up, and by the end, you thought it would be SKT. Ends up suiting both. As here's Malrang again.
Yep, there's the stun. Oh my god. No Shockwave allowed to come out because he was just dead.
I mean, Malrang and earlier this week, Haru yesterday showing the value of a very early Duskblade of Drakthar. The Rengar yesterday, today the Kha'Zix.
Yeah.
Ever8 trying to say screw it to the tank meta. And early in the game especially, people are dying in one rotation effectively to Malrang.
It's Alien versus Predator, but both the Alien and the Predator are just tearing up everyone else.
Level 11 as well. Level ahead of Peanut.
Has his second evolution as well, so watch for that Q damage. That is going to be utterly disgusting, as that is what his chosen second evolution is. Understandably, of course, was normally for first, unless they are some bigger rockets on his shoulders.
I wasn't able to tell. Unfortunately, the hue of the skin changing with the R evolution makes it a little bit harder at glance to see on our smaller monitors.
Yeah. Thought I saw some longer arms, but we shall see. We'll check in on Malrung because it is exciting to see what he's going to make happen with this Duskblade.
The Q would follow the all the burst theme.
Yeah, which does seem to be what he's looking for.
I think the moment you go R evolution, you kind of give up evolving W unless you fall way behind and want to check brush with the AoE. So we get the confirmation
that is the W.
Oh, it is the W. Interesting. Okay, well, we're learning as we go along.
This is definitely odd.
So he can already burst people pretty hard with Duskblade, and now he can also inch forward and check brush with W.
Yeah, you get the vision, of course, from the evolution. Extra slow as well, I believe. W was certainly a lot nicer.
It's kind of fun that his identity changed a lot, and in this case, it's an item that brings the R evolution out, as abusing Duskblade is the main reason you evolve R first.
Yeah. Real exciting. Actually, what do you... Okay, Malrung eventually decides that the Caulfield's Warhammer is what he wants to go with, building towards his Warrior Enchant, finally.
Could I guess be Yomu's Ghostblade? Outside chance of that, but I think Warrior is probably the most likely purchase next.
Yeah, I feel like Serrated Dirk would have been his option.
It's fair.
Had he wanted to go that way, but...
Keen is sitting on a mountain of gold.
Whoa, yeah.
1,200 gold lead over the Maokai, largely just through CS.
He's just farming very, very well. Of course, that first blood going down towards the top lane allowed him to get there accepted. He's moving around.
Pick comp nature of just these two is one rotation on any champion short of Alistair.
Yep.
Maokai, I guess, also, but even then, you'd be surprised.
Yeah, I feel like even Ontara would have a bit of a problem. They just have to be looking out for Malrung. You saw what he did to FLICKR in that mid lane.
Deep teleport from Maokai. Okay, trying to exploit the difference in top laners.
Yeah, Fate's Call does come in. He's just going to try and get Ella out of the way. He's just going to look to stop this Maokai from getting anything done. Good dodge of the Cocoon, but he has to use the heal. Flash is being held on to. Actually, no, didn't have it up. Unfortunately, not quite there, and it didn't even matter because FLICKR was able to get there and stop that one. But look at this. Ever8 just say, well, screw it. We'll take all of your turrets.
You're going to take a top lane turret for sure. So much damage.
2 turrets in the mid lane and a top lane outer. Jeez.
That was so much pushing power just because the Kazakhs has so much AD early. They're even looking to contest the mountain. It's just Peanut. He might just die.
Yeah, Malrung should be able to just slaughter him right now. There's the flash into a Cocoon, though, unfortunately. That timing was extraordinarily close. Oh, Shockwave, so close. Thankfully, the ultimate was there from Malrung to give him that slight extra boost of speed. Keen? He wasn't keen for that one. Gets taken down, but SKT, they do clean up, but there was a lot of mess being created. Okay, FLICKR going toe-to-toe, and that's going to be an easy one. The health bar was not there for Malrung.
He didn't have any vision, so jumping over just died because FLICKR had stayed taking down the Krugs. Ever8 make the right macro choice by not rotating bot lane to try to save Duel and taking turrets, but then an overstay top and a brazen move by Malrung. These two players, 18 and 17 respectively, feeling the head of steam after taking down SKT early in this game. But giving up gold back to SKT with their reliable teamfight comp may come back to haunt them later on.
Yeah, certainly dangerous. And it feels like there's always this moment where the team feels like they've got this edge over SKT, and then they take it a step too far. And we see this so often against prior Rift rivals SKT.
And you can't really deride Malrung and Keen for being emotional. These are the two young guns, 1999 and 2000 year of birth for those young guys. They're, winning against SKT in the early game, which already is a rush. Can you even imagine what that would feel like? But you get overconfident. Both of them on carries, both of them looking for outplays, and both of them falling in quick succession, not necessarily deciding the game, but halting some of the advance that Ever8 was on.
Yeah. Thankfully, able to translate that into multiple turrets in the mid lane specifically, meaning that they are able to open up this map, and giving Kazakhs more room to play is certainly a fantastic thing when you want to isolate and destroy your opponents. Now has that Warrior Enchant. We'll see whether it is going to be the Ghostblade that he's building for next for the as much lethality and damage as possible build.
In a battle between tank teams like we saw in our first series, I think SKT will be happy where they are tankiness-wise, but you notice they have to focus largely on magic resist among them. They don't have much armor, which against the massive burst from Marang will be a problem. And speaking of burst, Kha'Zix's always been pretty good at taking down Barons. They have the Calista secure. They're looking to trade a Mountain Drake for Baron, but SKT have already pulled off.
Yeah, Wolf is moving over.
Good read by SKT.
Immediately getting the vision in there, so Ever8 don't have the tankiness to do this. Accepted actually has to flash to get out of the way. Good scat of the week. And Wolf is slowed by the rend. It means they won't have that.
Well, Wolf already flashed.
Starts.
Didn't have the flash again there, so it's interrupted some. That was off screen, unfortunately, but SKT with a good read. Don't say on the Mountain Drake. Could have been a Baron claim there from Ever8.
Yeah. Ever8 knowing exactly what was going on because they had the Rift Scuttle vision, of course. But man, testing the waters. And I do like it. I mean, it's a very decisive play from a team that knows they have a composition that needs to get work done now. Can't just fight straight up. Needs to be these sneaky, shady plays.
The item spikes are about perfect for Ever8 at 25 minutes. 3 items already completed on Scepted. There's 3 0-0.
Yeah, has himself a cheeky 20 CS lead as well. As finally SKT will be able to get this Mountain Drake.
It's the sort of game where, we talked about the reliability factor for SKT. The tanks aren't unkillable yet, but the Maokai in particular is venturing towards that territory with a couple more item completions. We always talk about how Calista is never stronger than she is at 2 items. This is kind of the peak, the apex of Ever8's power. Apart from the Jack split pushes, they can maybe, just maybe, take the right team fight and win one here as finally Scepted's hit by an ultimate.
Yeah. Nice work of FLICKR to utilize the Q as well as, oh my god, the ultimate, not enough, the heal! And the scat of the week, not enough to get the orb over there. FLICKR just keeping himself alive with everything he had.
And when you are able to use your R ultimate passive coming out of the brush, then press ultimate, you have 3 seconds of invisibility to close insane gaps without being spotted. They don't quite pick up the kill. It was only the Morellonomicon effect. It wasn't the Ignite that would have spelled the doom for FLICKR. They have to give up a lot of mid lane control, as FLICKR now will find it harder to find safe places to farm. But there's the item completion we've been waiting for. Untara has the Thorn Mail, so when the completion comes in on the Blade of the Ruin King, it'll be interesting to see what the side lanes look like for Ever8.
Yeah, and whether or not this item's actually going to put Untara over the edge when it comes to answering the Jacks, something that's unheard of, as we might be able to find out right now. Nope. Looking like they're just going to hit each other for a moment. Keen looking to head himself back. A lot of questions to be answered here about what this patch actually means for the split push versus the tank. As Ever8 have kindly given us a look in on exactly what this matchup looks like.
Scepted's off the map, and Untara's been caught by players like this before, trying to catch Untara.
Oh my goodness, Scepted gonna be able to get the stun there as they're looking for the dive. Really good twisted advance, but it should be another auto attack. Leap Strike is going to do it. Bang wants the kill and he gets it as well. Feel like it could have been Keen trying to deny himself there, but wasn't to happen as Malrang looking for Wolf, but Peanut just catches him out of the air. Gonna move himself over, knew exactly what was going on because he did have that Oracle sight. Malrang gets out.
And Malrang was caught, got very greedy, flashing for a kill on an ulted Alistair. Peanut couldn't continue because he didn't have vision of where the rest of Ever8 was. So he couldn't take down Malrang even though he's very squishy. But still, at 27 minutes into the game, there are trades happening. SKT have not stymied this game. It is still a 500 gold lead for Ever8. This is actually becoming more and more the late mail of SKT's struggle rather than necessarily an instant return to greatness on patch 7.14. We like their draft. It's going to get into a more and more comfortable spot. But you look at Jax, he's going to have options in the side lane, and there's still opportunities for Ever8.
Yep. Malrang does now have his Blade of the Ruin King completed, so those questions you're asking before, certainly with an opportunity to see them through, as FLICKR farming things out on the top side. Remember, no flash, but Wolf flanking him.
I want to draw your attention to a lack of control wards in the inventory from SKT.
Yeah.
You have 6 items for Bang. He should be definitely selling his Doran Shield for some control wards. FLICKR still has a refillable potion. They only have 1 control ward on the map, and they're not able to get any sort of supremacy around the Baron in particular, which gives Ever8 more and more hope. Remember, they're basically a pick comp. Malrang and Scepted can still one-burst most of the members of SKT, so getting advanced vision is so important. right now, not very possible for SKT.
Yeah, look at Marong just zip around this map as well. He knows that he has to play this aggressively. Bang. Oh, that was the greedy approach to that situation. Not wanting to use the leap to jump his way in, but still keeping himself with the option of getting out.
Himself working on the Righteous Glory. This will be another initiator build, basically the same as a Rakan, even though you're getting no value out of the mana on the Glacial Shroud. Ever8 are happy to see everyone from SKT in vision whenever possible because it gives more time for Jax to split push down turrets in the face of Antara.
Yeah, Tara's trying to clear things out, but Keen just says, I'll bash the turret instead of killing myself on you. As, yeah, that sap magic, I know it got a slight nerf, but it's still dumb. Whoa, really good flash from Jewel, gets himself out of the way of Wolf. Doesn't have QSS just yet.
It's a happy trade from SKT, though. They don't use anything.
Yeah, true.
To get the flash away, just a headbutt. Cool down, taking the flash from Duel.
I feel like I could have still been a definitely dead Kalista, but you're right. I mean, they'll happily do that.
But you think about how this game should play out. SKT should be thinking, okay, we got the flash down from Kalista. If we can get Scepted's flash, Ever8 can't really play 4-1 because they can't contest vision around Baron because they have no flash high damage champions. They'll just die if Alster has headbutt pulverize up. Instead of that, because they don't have the control wards, and it feels bad to harp on this again, but they can't actually force a zone of control around Baron for Ever8 to face check. So in the end, it feels like Duel and Scepter can both pick up farm and not be punished for being no escape AD carries and mid laners respectively.
Yeah. Certainly doesn't seem like Ever8 are letting go in any sense of the term. They've in fact extended this lead with that bottom lane outer turret falling. Finally the last remaining outer. As Marong gets that slowdown on the Wolf on his way back out. Still, they're hunting for these picks. It's Keen in vision, going to be taking down the Grom. Tara in his pajamas, still just clearing out minion wave after minion wave, and should at least deny Keen from being able to make it towards the turret. Spirit Visage now complete. 3 items on the Maokai as they're moving towards the later game, and this is a dragon that Ever8 will be interested in.
SKT want to trade it just like we saw the trade attempted on the side of Ever8, though.
Scepted. Banshee's Veil kept by Scepted and denied onto FLICKR. Be an opportunity as Kane just happily takes this one down. Had the teleport available as well, so that's going to be the Baron started for SKT, but Ever8 have a way to collapse. Just not quite doing it just yet, and the Baron should just fall down to SKT. Easy pickings. So there's the Fate's Call just to get Ella out to safety. Scepted has the Banshee's Veil, so he's not going to get rooted down. And they still have this turret. That's going to be the Kalista turned on immediately as Keen has to flash his way out. There's the Shockwave, not doing enough work.
Double flash from Ever8 to get out of it. They're chasing though, Bang.
Yeah, the flash from Bang. Ella's just going to get taken down, ignoring the turrets. You're not a tank in the tank meta, Bang. But he's just going to ignore that fact and take him down underneath 2 turrets.
That's smart decision-making from SKT. They forced Ever8 into a bad scenario. They were slow to make the decision, Ever8. Came in late to contest the Baron, and then peeling off with a team like SKT's with ball carriers and guaranteed point-and-click CC. Gave Ever8 no opportunities. 2 taken down, and they're going to break the base in 1 push.
Yep, should easily do it. Bang just has so much damage now. Quietly 6-0-2. On this Tristana that's pretty much been ignored for this entire game. And SKT, that's going to be about a 6,000 gold swing. They'll go back to base and spend all of that on some fancy new items.
And you weren't feeling the power of the SKT comp until a scenario like this, where for the first time in the game, Ever8 was forced to react to SKT's plays as SKT was watching a Jax split push, as they were watching the team poke around. Duel does not have flash. They know that, they call it, the initiation comes through, and all the split pushes in the world don't matter from the side of Ever8 when you just barrel down mid with this strong front line, with the reliable CC and burst. Ever8 have to respect it, they can't. And it's a heavy price to play because they had control of the game till just a moment ago, and now they may never find it again.
Yeah, this is catastrophic as far as the outcome. FLICKR still able to pick himself up. More items, Void Staff, Morellonomicon, and the Banshee's Veil done. Cheeky little Isly large rod hanging out there as well. But look at this Tristana. That's 4 items done, Papa Smithy. He even has the QSS for the added protection.
And now you're trying to split push against Baron, which we have learned through the accumulation of many patches is a losing scenario, even for Jackson to Maokai. Trundle is forced out of scenarios better than this, and so will Jax be. Happy to tank up for Bang, who has free farmed his way to a significant CS advantage, and also now the kills start to come raining in.
Yep, about 7 away from a Flame Horizon himself.
Hasn't been the explosive rotational Tristana, but they kept at it. They never surrendered too much, SKT. And now they certainly do profit. Nothing Ever8 can do. They have to watch another objective goes down.
Yeah, you know that when a Syndra gets a 3-person stun and nothing actually comes of it, you've got a bad news story, as the kitty cats aren't quite quick enough to find anyone here. And that's going to be a second inhibitor all too easily as, okay, Scepter's going to get his Banshee's Veil removed by a flash shockwave. Oh, baby.
Questionable.
Yeah. I think it may have just come up
could have.
as he was flashing in.
It's off screen for us, so weren't able to confirm that. This is what being outscaled by comp feels like. Ever8 have to watch. They don't have engage. They don't have a tank front line. Jax can start building around Randuins. That's not going to convince us of tankiness, especially in the face of Antara. And Marang's going to try an isolated takedown Bang.
Oh, really nice buster shot as Ella looking to try and make his way in, but doesn't have the flash. He's just going to walk at him. And that's going to be Antara getting his way in there. Bang to back him up as well. And look at this. Antara just takes 0 damage at all.
Ella's back up in a couple of seconds.
Yeah, exactly. FLICKR a little bit further away. That was a small opportunity, but man, that buster shot got some value from Bang.
And SKT just don't need to play in enemy jungles from now on. They can just stay grouped as 5, remove any sort of advantage that would come through being isolated in the eyes of the Kazakhs. No need to play the sort of game they were playing a moment ago. The Baron buff really was the capper for SKT. This is the sort of sick Baron buff power play you dream of.
Yeah, this is like the 10k gold Baron power play. It's already up to about 8,000 and we've still got... Actually, no, it's just worn off. Never mind.
Super minions slowly pushing in top. They're not going to be relevant, but in the mid lane, big minion wave pushing up as well. And Antara and Wolf can both shrug off the turret for a couple of seconds as Tristana gets a full explosive charge through.
Yeah. And you can imagine that SKT will probably just lead this minion wave towards the turret. Wolf going to head his way in there as well, so it's going to be the last inhibitor falling down. SKT just looking like a brick wall that Ever8 cannot get over. And there's the flash headbutt entrance. Ball carrying situation. The big cow able to do it. And that's going to be an obliterated Scepter. Finally, the shockwave is actually going to connect. And Ever8 just relegated to the fountain. Absolutely nothing they can do against this SKT composition. And they will counteract the 9-game losing streak. No longer have SKT got themselves in this situation. They can now move forward, and we'll see whether it's going to be a 2-0 or not, as they'll take down the Nexus for the first time since Rift Rivals.
Let it be known that no team can inflict 10 consecutive losses onto SK Telecom T1. Not a moment too late in the eyes of their fans, or even in terms of their standings position. That went from being ironclad top 2 to suddenly being an outside chance of falling out. The outside chance seems to have gone. The opposition got more straightforward, but in the patch change, you had to like a lot of SKT's draft. You had to feel like a tipping point would come, especially against a team like Ever8, who have mismanaged bigger advantages than they had in this game. And the moment that Baron was traded by an Infernal Drake, which was kind of ironic given that's what the side of Ever8 tried to do during the previous Drake. SKT land the Baron, turn onto the no-flash Kalista. All their calls from that point make a lot of sense and return to the SKT smart decision-making that we remember from just about 6 weeks ago.
Yeah, it's exactly what this team was known for, and unfortunately Ever8 Winners fell into the trap of going for that early game power. It's like, yes, we can get the early lead and then just snowball it and take down SKT that a lot of people have fallen into. This SKT was stalwart, and they were also a different SKT than what we were seeing on patch 7.13. This was an adjustment. This was the Maokai of the top lane. This was the tank meta that SKT have put together. You can see Koma still absolutely all business. That's not a big grin. That's not a celebration. He knows that they've still got so much more room to get back to where they were earlier in the season.
Momentary relief, but only just that, Atlas. They still need to beat Ever8 in a best of 3.
Yeah. Game 2 could still be an opportunity for Ever8 to get that turnaround victory SKT is still wounded, but how wounded is the question? We'll find out after a short break.
Shake these boots. We're taking chances. We're taking chances. We're taking chances. We're taking chances. You better tie those shoes. We're jumping fences. We're gonna shake these boots. We're taking chances. We're taking chances. We're taking chances. Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as the wild birds sing, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's now, as the world cries tears in our hands. Are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back to what it's now.
Welcome back, OGN Legion, and yes, it's finally happened. SKT have broken the losing streak, and it did take Ever8 in order to do that. Not necessarily the hottest of competition, but it took about most of the game before SKT had the lead.
And that's the thing, is that SKT, they won. In many ways, the draft was a big improvement over some of their misfirings on the last patch, 7.13, but it wasn't perfect, Atlas. There's definitely stuff to work on, and their opposition, like you say, is of lower ebb MVP will go to Bang, who certainly had an up and down time, largely playing Varus during that losing streak on 7-13. He moves on to the Tristana. The successful lane gank from Peanut was really the only bright moment of the early game for SKT. But by the time he'd free farmed himself to late, we actually missed this fight off the side, but that was them assassinating the Kalista. And Duel is perhaps our weakest AD carry in Korea, and definitely Ever8 have the weakest bot lane. So while they didn't pound them in the laning phase, eventually Bang had a big CS advantage, and in team fights, with a strong front line, no one could get to them.
Yeah, it was the case of suddenly Tristana has 5 items and there's nothing we can do.
Suddenly Tristana was a rejected name for Suddenly Susan, the 90s sitcom.
Yeah, I personally loved the idea of that sitcom.
I mean, you get the Baron, and that's when the team comp from SKT actually really hits its highest ebb. The items were completed just as they had the Baron. All the split pushing in the world would do nothing from the side of Ever8 Winners, and Bang, I love the aggression. This is this one way you can come back from a losing streak to return to greatness.
This faster shot.
Yeah, the target selection, right?
Oh,
beautiful.
Just amazing.
I like how Bang just nods his head. He's like, yep, I'm the MVP.
Yeah, you know what's up, guys. Not as surprised as we saw ADD and Ian in our previous series, but Ever8 have an opportunity to try and turn it all around and do it again in game number 2. They did manage to get a lead in the early game. SKT with a little bit more of the meta composition, and do Ever8 Winners stick with their guns as far as this aggressive composition is concerned, or do they move to that tank meta that you've illustrated already is a little bit easier and more straightforward to play?
I mean, the game 1 draft certainly was a surprise, but Keen has played Cho'Gath and 5 games of Maokai recently in solo queue, so clearly they have the option to run the more standard tank comp, and following the question you're asking, the spirit of it, it does feel like that would behoove them to go more standard, potentially, if Malrong gets successful ganks off in the early game, have the ability to take over a game and the ability to turret dive. Ever8 were doing very well in this game, all things considered, but yet hit the brick wall that was the SKT comp with Baron. So a lot of what ifs, but I don't believe they're pigeonholed based on champion pools into only playing the split push focused comp from game 1.
Yeah, feel like that too. We'll see exactly how this one works. There's the Zac ban on the blue side. Not something we often see.
They would do this with Blank and Peanut in the lineup at the start of the season, which is a bit of a surprise, given that Blank has a world skin on Zac, and you would think they'd be happy to first pick it on blue side, but they don't want any shenanigans to deal with. This may allow Ever8 to actually put a targeted ban towards SKT that otherwise would have been impossible.
Galio's going to go. So Galio with a pretty low win rate in our first series was in fact relatively ignored in the last game, but 2 losses earlier on.
And Thresh banned on blue side twice by 2 different teams.
Yeah.
It was a weird read for Ever8 to ban Thresh, given that there's only been a couple of games from Wolf on it earlier in the season. He didn't play it at all on 7-13 and hasn't really been focusing on it in solo queue. And they will respect the R evolution first Kha'Zix from game 1 from Malrong, who started strong and then predictably started to fall away.
Now we'll see if Ever8 are actually going to ban away the J. So whether SKT want to be able to pick it up, because Kalista, you're exactly right, certainly available, would make some sense, as Talia just going to be targeted against FLICKR, and SKT can't pick up all of these priority picks they have available to them, and it looks like Elise will be the option for Peanut. Now Ever8, bit of a smorgasbord when it comes to the picks available.
Does feel like Elise may be the highest priority jungler short of Zac on this patch. Kha'Zix being banned. It's a bit of an anomaly in that scenario, but it's also Peanut who does best with a dueling advantage, an invade potential on his jungle. He, on Cinderhulk junglers, doesn't look like the top 3 jungler in the world that is purported to be in other metas. So getting him on a Runic Echo jungler like the Elise, who has that invasion advantage, it's pretty important for SKT. It's at the cost of the Kalista, but we already saw Kalista well held by Bang & Wolf in game 1, and Tristana, of course, is still available. The jungle pick here is an interesting one. We saw Haru get a lot of success on the Rengar earlier this week. But Haru is the best Rengar we have in Korea. And while Malrong has a long history on the champ, there's a reason it's fallen out of meta. And being invaded by Elise can send the Rengar very far behind.
Yes, and he has a long history on Rengar, not against SKT as well.
Sure.
So See how he does go here, as that is a very quick Tristana lock-in. Bang, pretty happy with the matchup into Kalista. And FLICKR, does he just pick up Orianna here? Because they were certainly happy to grab it in the first round, but Alistar, they want to deny any sort of ban coming out of Ever8 or any sort of Kalista combo.
Tristana Alistar's a really fun duo to cast as well. This was a duo back in Season 1 and pre-Season 1 that was seen as the strongest Tristana lane. Headbutt Pulverize into the rocket jump, into death, often followed from this duo. So cool to see it come back, and you do have that dueling advantage of the Tristana over Kalista. That wasn't that relevant in the laning phase in Game 1, but maybe relevant here. Ever8 probably just going to take support. Don't want to see that pinched, and Braum makes a lot of sense. Very powerful on the power rankings. So solo laners being searched for by both teams in the next round, and you have to feel like if SKT can take Maokai, they'll just take it again.
Yep.
I mean, Maokai Ori would be pretty happy times for the side of SKT.
I feel like Maokai Ori are really good ideas as far as bans on the side of Ever8 though, but they're going to look at the LeBlanc first.
Now LeBlanc
has had a lot of respect given to him.
LeBlanc was permanently banned against FLICKR in 7-13. Was very tunneled on him because it's not a champion you can carry with. He actually ignored it in Game 1, which I thought was surprising. He just wanted to go team-focused, you know, ball carrier. Like a Maokai means that Orianna is incentivized, but FLICKR did not have a great game on the Orianna in Game 1. A lot of hula hoops on the ultimates. He'll ban it away, even though it had some synergy with the picks that were already locked in. So maybe we'll see a different side of FLICKR and SKT as a result.
Well, a lot of focus into this mid lane. All three of our bans so far in the second round have been aimed there. That's going to be the Trundle taken away, as that could potentially be SKT, like you mentioned before, looking for Maokai.
I mean, Ever8 could just take Maokai here. Trundle's one of the best answers to Maokai.
Yeah.
And Keen has been playing it like we say.
Saving Scepter's big Tula still makes sense as well.
And with the ban, you have to imagine SKT will take it if Ever8 don't. So I think it would be a misdraft not to take Maokai in this scenario.
Remember, Jace was banned in game number 1. Ever8 haven't looked at it in the slightest here in game number 2. It is curious.
Rumble is still a very possible draft into Maokai. Was the old counter pick going the Leandries into Void Staff and burning down the trees. Law appropriate. And so Untara will go with a pick he's well known for. Only question is, what is the blind pick mid laner? And very quickly answered, going to be the Lucian blind pick. We saw a lot of Lucian bans in Series 1 of today. Clearly the Lucian mid lane trend has not ended on patch 7.14. Can just go into Black Cleaver Blade the Ruin King. But every option open for Scepted, who, if you remember, was 3-0 and doing very well on Syndra in Game 1, could just return to it in Game 2.
Yeah, happily grabbed that one. Of course, FLICKR has played Lucian once and picked up the victory on that champion as well. Hasn't died yet on Lucian so far in the summer season. We'll see whether that's going to continue this game around, but my god, SKT, it's not necessarily full tank meta this time with the Rumble being picked up. They have a lot of options when it comes to engage and pick and late game damage as well.
It's a tempo draft from SKT, trying to get the Tristana out of lane and push, because Rumble will outpush the Maokai. The Tristana and Alistar have a lot of options in the bot lane as well. Lucian double 80 carry means they have good siege options, or even if they don't have the biggest range on the Lucian. It's a flexible draft from SKT, but you're right, it's not just I hear Tranks is strong, Cho'Gath in the top lane, very standard. It is kind of the fusion of previous SKT with the new meta. So while we won't be seeing ultra tanks, it is a quintessentially SKT draft.
Yeah, and I just love Wolf being back on the Alistar as well, because that's the difference between SKT's Game 2 draft and Ever8's Game 1 draft, is that Kennen isn't going to offer any tankiness, whereas the Unbreakable Will, especially after the buffs, is certainly going to do that. That's going to be a matchup there. As Ever8, they've jumped onto the tank meta hype train. SKT have just jumped off.
Pretty easy way to summate it, I agree. Some engage from support SKT have desperately needed for multiple games. They have it here, Wolf on the Alistar. It's a match made in heaven.
Yep, and he certainly looked good on a game number 1. We'll see whether SKT is going to be able to make this a 2-0, whether it's going to be Ever8 Winners striking back.
Will there be a cheer? Okay.
There we are. Well, it's a lot of T1 fighting happening, Papa Smithy. But that wasn't everyone yelling.
Whoa.
We got a packed house right here. Good God, that is incredible. Unfortunately,
She must be really sad that Huni's not playing.
Yeah. And there's the Lee Sin.
Peanut and Blank. See, unbiased jungle supporter.
And this is also perfect because they know that one of them's going to be playing.
I know the cowbell's playing. Wolf did this in game 1. Ella hit the skill shot and then lost the game. Coincidence?
Ooh, I think not.
Don't do it, Ella.
Oh, Ella's actually dancing in time. Nice.
He hit the skill shot as well.
You did. Nailed it.
2-0 SKT.
Confirmed.
He's trying to cancel the animation in mid-sound.
Yeah, he's just like, he doesn't want it to be the same rhythm. This is just the slower one. You know, we've dropped the timing. The metronome's been brought down.
There's something funny about channeling the SKT skin recall in the face of Bang.
Yeah. But Bang doesn't seem to mind about it. He's actually gone for the Dragon Tamer, my personal favorite Tristana skin. Stepping away from the adorable witchy one.
A bit of lightheartedness before what SKT are probably going to hope is a surgical game, because as we were kind of saying in the post-game for Game 1, wasn't necessarily ideal. This is a pretty strong invade coming through from SKT contesting the Raptors.
Yeah. Do have a man disadvantage, though, talking about that, as Malrung with his red claws going to be able to take down these Raptors.
You think back to Game 1, and you're not ready to say quintessential SKT. You're not really willing to lay the superlatives, because Ever8 had a pretty big advantage in the early to mid game. They could have played out the late game in a way that, sure, would they have won? We're not sure, but they had options, right? They could have put down Vision. We mentioned that SKT were very short on Vision themselves, not buying enough control wards, and then Ever8 made one decision-making mistake around Baron, and then sure, the tank comp there, Baron buff, they can dive. From there, it worked for SKT. But SKT still have not hit their old level by any means, that's for sure.
Oh, okay. Jewel just tanking Bang's damage. That explosive shot's going to go off, but not that much with this amount of points in it. But still, bit of pressure. Level 2 gained by Jewel. Ella actually a little bit further behind. Got to get stay in range.
Invading at level 2. Okay.
Scepter takes a fair bit of damage. Q from Faker, but look at how much magic resist this guy's got. He took nothing from that Q.
Peanut hit level 3, pathing his way to top. Pretty good idea of where Malrung is at, so definitely a counter gank potential here.
Oh, Malrung actually just going to launch himself out here. There's no mana on the Elise.
Really good repel.
Yeah, going to get his way out.
He repelled during the last second of the flash twisted advance. That was sick play from Peanut. His mechanics never in doubt.
Tara moving away from his lane almost completely, and these minions have got very, very confused. So they're not really much going to come from it. Malrung just going to head back, continue taking the Krugs. Nothing to see here.
There is something that was inside Atlas, and that was that Keen used his flash to try to look for that collapse and got no value from it. So Maokai, not normally someone you want to chain gank. Maybe there's an outside chance that'll be viable in this game.
Oh man, Faker on a pressure laner is just so... It just feels so bad to watch how the enemy laner is being treated.
Well, you talked about Faker being on a pressure laner. It is very much the same identity for Untara in the top lane. Sure, Rumble has been nerfed since the old Rumble vs Maokai days, but more points he gets in queue, more he's going to push in the Maokai, who desperately wants to farm until he gets Spectre's Cowl, and Faker's basically proxying the minion wave here.
Yep, Scepter cannot approach it at all. Even Ardent Blaze has to be respected. Just look at this. Light Slinger down to 200 health is Scepted, and that is his last potion wearing off.
Yeah, Faker's,
so he'll be here a while.
Faker's Lucian in solo queue has got so many highlight reels already that while we've seen some of it in competitive play, we haven't seen the greatest hits, and it was Faker versus Scepted where Faker was able to just completely undo Scepted's confidence on Victor in that game too, famously.
Surprise Rumble from the jungle lands the double harpoons, and they know that Scepter just
this might not be over.
Flash comes in. There's the flash from Peanut, but he misses it. Does have to get himself up into the air, but now on Tara, he has to get out. Faker moves himself up, and thankfully he has control of the minion wave as SKT unable to quite make that dive work, as now Keen getting himself down here. That sapling will spell SKT's disengage.
The dive itself may have been over-aggression, but the rotation was super smart from SKT. Untara had push lead. He knew that Keen was not incentivized to roam because his flash was down. And if there wasn't a smart check from Marang, the level 3 Rengar might have died in a single rotation. So nice collapse, bit over-aggressive. Predictably, when you have Peanut on the team, that's what can happen. But SKT make the first roam and 400 gold up just on CS.
Dual trading nicely down here towards the bottom side of the map, and Marang does have his flash. Now Peanut doesn't. So Ever8 with an opportunity to make something happen, but SKT in the driver's seat otherwise, especially with the lane pressure that you alluded to earlier on, Papa Smithy. These solo lanes are not getting any better for Ever8. I feel like we are going to be looking towards Marang to get to that level 6. Has level 5 now, approaching that mark relatively soon.
About a minute and a half away, about 4 camps I think it will be. 3 at the minimum.
He just hits every piercing line.
He's super good at Lucian, which not a surprise given his reputation. Pop 6 and just use the culling to once again try and force Scepted out of lane.
Yeah, any sort of advantage that he can get against the Scepted with absolutely no potions, no regen at all. And there's the ult coming out. We've got Marang heading over as Untara. He's just going to get flashed on. Flashes the other way, just walks himself down the red carpet. And that is just unfortunate for Ever8 Winners.
Yeah, follows the actual equalizer, knows that Marang, who had already used his flash, had no way to gap close again. So smart play from Untara. You're not spotted in a ward, just looking for some very deep vision. Puts down a control ward in the second brush, but with the information, Marang will know to path around it or clear that ward. You're not looking for the turret dive again.
Yeah, Scepted spots him just the very end of that ward.
But isn't it good to see SKT playing around pressure with knowing that Rumble will have the perma push on Maokai this early in the game? Happy to take any skirmishes in the area and thus pathing around the red side jungle. It's also such a gambit to draft Rengar into Elise, where sure, if your lanes are stronger and the Rengar can come in with ultimate, you have kill pressure on an Elise, but if it goes the other way, if you fall behind, you're a farming jungler against an Elise, and that so often can be your undoing.
Scepted still looking for these Qs onto FLICKR, who just seems to have infinite health here in this lane. Now with the Vamp Scepter completed, going towards obviously the the Blade of the Ruin King first. Just happy to take Qs from Scepted. He got stunned, doesn't care. And he's the one that's able to heal himself back up just with his auto attacks and continue this unrelenting pressure. Feels like there are no good options for Scepted in this lane, which is weird to say for a Syndra.
And play around the pressure. Invade with Peanut, who has been relentless in invading this jungle. Rengar will get his red buff, which maybe is more than he might have gotten if SKT had been slightly more proactive in that roam.
Yep, does have Thrill of the Hunt now as well. That level 6 mark has been hit. Peanut, of course, has his as well, but isn't as happy with it. He can still transform into stuff.
Marang waiting in a ward. Waiting for what to be cleared, I should say.
Yep, we'll take down the Rift Scuttle. Scuttles away from his bowler as well, which is a little bit frustrating.
Wolf actually stops the back from being interrupted, but Duel and Ella can't realistically take down an Alistar with everything available.
Yep, first back comes in for bangers. There's the equalizer actually landing really nicely under both Scepted and Marang. There's the culling. That'll do it. Outside of vision, but who cares? FLICKR grabs first blood. Deserve it as well after what has been an incredibly dominant laning phase.
And great to see from Untara as well, as Wolf will interrupt the back from Ella. Untara, who's been playing the split pushes and often losing lane or being caught, is the one making the roams, this time not into the enemy jungle, but visiting mid lane knowing Scepted's flash is down. Starting to be those multifaceted decisions from SKT that separated them from other teams, playing around things like Summoner Spell cooldowns so well. The end result is that Scepted goes down, FLICKR gets to grow his CS lead, get the preferential back time, get his way pretty damn close to finishing the Blade of the Ruin King.
Yeah, we'll see what he can actually pick up of that one now as well. Does decide to go with the Hex Drinker. Can't quite afford the Bilgewater Cutlass just yet. He's waiting. That's going to be the control ward to come in the back pocket. So
it's also the purchase that allows him to overextend in the face of a Syndra even more than a Bilgewater and a recurve bow would.
Scepter grabs his blue buff. Not a lot of good news stories to say about this Syndra at the moment, but he does at least have his Sorcerer Shoes, so a little bit of extra movement speed should help him out. If there are more rumbles heading towards his lane, it is still going to be dangerous. One good thing is that This dual Ella bottom lane has certainly gone better this game.
The awkward factor for Ever8 is if you consider what the draft was supposed to do, was that Syndra was supposed to have at least parity with Lucian. It's not a great matchup for Syndra, to be honest, so one of the worst when it comes to laning matchups, but obviously not as far behind as it's evolved to be. FLICKR on pressure laners. Maple remembers from MSI what can happen with his Cassio play against Maple's LeBlanc, but this was supposed to be Malrong just chain ganking top lane because Untara twisted advance into the empowered bowler into death is what you want to do with Rengar Maokai. But Rengar has been invaded so many times, set behind in level, set behind in pressure, that Malrong has had to shadow his lanes rather than make proactive plays like Haru was yesterday on Samsung in Game 1. And then Rengar really is just a farming jungler who's ripe to be invaded by an Elise. So it's been kind of the worst case scenario for Malrong, who it's just chased out of the jungle by FLICKR.
Speaking of worst case scenarios, that's going to be the kill. Bang grabs it onto Jul, and Ella has to run away. That explosive shot did so much damage.
You can tell because he didn't use Fate's Court, heal, or flash. Just straight up died.
Felt a little bit like the Maha Kalista from Game 1 in our first series of the night, Papa Smithy. But I also was very surprised by that explosion.
Genuine reactions for both of us. I was like, well, that's not how damage calculation is supposed to go.
It's like not like boom, 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 dead. It's normally boom, boom, boom. Oh, a little bit more damage. Yay! That was just a pop.
Same time, Peanut getting a free Rift Herald on the other side of the map. SKT are just going to hope, but it's kind of playing as if 7-13 was a bad dream.
Yeah.
And that it didn't happen because they're, at least in Game 2, resetting to the sort of SK Telecom that dominated the last 4 years of competitive League of Legends. Game 1 certainly had some holes in their draft, and in their gameplay mostly, but also in the draft a little bit. They certainly weren't on the same page and were bailed out by a late-game Tristana, this time playing around pressure smartly, enacting multi-step plans, getting Avengers cross-map as Rengar is slowly farming, and also minimizing their weaknesses, which is largely Untara being chain-ganked in the top. So that's been good to see from SKT, and as you can see, it's the second time they've put down a control ward in the enemy red side jungle.
The thing I'm scared about, Papa Smithy, is how much we're actually learning from this game, because SKT being better than the bottom team here in LCK is something that you should assume, right? But whereabouts do they fall after this series is said and done? Say this is going to be a 2-0 for SKT. How happy should SKT fans be?
If they had two games like Game 1, actually I would say not very happy, because Game 1 was sloppy. There were mistakes they could have lost. I think their vision control was pretty poor. They've corrected a lot of those mistakes in Game 2 with a pressure draft. And it's what they've done is a blueprint to play League of Legends well, not a blueprint to beat Ever8 Winners, the 10th place team in the LCK. Now, can they do that against better teams? Will they be able to do it reliably? I don't have the answers to those questions, but Game 2 is going to leave a lot more of a lasting impression than Game 1.
Especially if they can continue this pressure moving forward. It looks like they should be able to, if that blueprint that you were talking about is anything to go by. They're continuing to add pressure towards this bottom side of the map. You can see that tower very close to going down as Malrong will be able to get rid of this ward. Ever8 should at least keep control of vision in their jungle on the bottom side, but this Infernal Drake looks to belong to SKT. Bang's going to make it a bottom outer turret as well, make it first brick and solo gold to the Tristana. So we saw what happened when he was given all of the gold in game number 1. Looks to be happening once again, plus an Infernal Drake on top of it. This is called having your cake and eating it too, because they even took the Rift Herald.
Bot lane.
Yeah, Fate's gold, there's the flash. And that's going to be traded for a rocket jump cooldown.
And that was flash from Duel, just to get him in range of the Fate's Call. So low percentage play at best. Scepted wants to interrupt Peanut. That would have cancelled the channel on the Rift Herald, but not able to. And now Wolf's doing his own roaming mission.
Yep, there are teleports happening everywhere. As there's the headbutt. Oh, really good equalizer. Pulverize comes in as well just to keep them on that red carpet. Turret falls mid lane, but the story is that Wolf is going to fall down, actually, and Ever8 Winners looking to try and turn this one around. They lose the Kalista, but that's a 2-for-1 trade. But the turret did fall. Now Peanut getting chased by Scepted, not a lot of mana, and Malrong getting himself up here as well, but look at this. The Rift Herald still doing damage to this inner turret as Peanut just wants to help it do its job.
Yeah, first mistake of the game for SKT. Were a bit too aggro in the bot lane while Malrung was on that side of the jungle and able to react, and they had a numbers disadvantage. And SKT would have preferred just to have Peanut and FLICKR take down the turrets faster in mid lane and not trade anyone, but they got greedy, trying to look for extra kills that weren't necessary. They were already winning in basically every scenario. So Ever8 get a couple on the board. I think at the end of the game, it won't necessarily be significant. We watched the replay. It's pretty clear what SKT want to do, but notice that Peanut was already actually tending towards the top lane at the time. He walks down from basically where the control ward is on the top side. He's never going to get to the bot lane, and Malrung is bot side. For once, he's going to be on this side of the map, and Untara, upon seeing the threat indicator from the Rengar, realizes the only way he can even hope to trade is to flash aggressively, so condemns an extra flash. A bit too rash there from SKT, but not the sort of play that will lose in the game.
No, not quite. Now SKT, predictably, will just move towards its top lane, continue their onslaught on structures. They did the Ever8 from game one, taking down both of the turrets in the mid lane, but now Ever8 are setting themselves up to try and get this collapse. They clear out the vision. Now Ella's going to get here. Rocket jump on cooldown, but they don't find the Winter's Bite. Oh, depressingly so slow kitties. Look at how long they are.
It's true.
That's some
Alistair
long
was
kit.
CC'd for a long time.
He was, by a long kit. Okay, Untara's going to continue splitting on the bottom side of the map. Sceptred will turn up, clear out those minions, and thankfully Ever8 were at least able to stop the pressure on top. But they probably would have liked to be able to actually collapse 4 members to get a kill. As FLICKR throws out his Blade of the Ruin King, that's a lot of damage. Even Piercing Light doing a bunch of work. There's the culling. And this is when you know that FLICKR means business. When he's just culling people through their base gate at 17 minutes.
You also know how much map control SKT has, that FLICKR feels like he can do that, and he's not just going to be collapsed from a different direction. The ward line has been strong. Ever8 have only now put some control towards top side to get some semblance of control back on the map, but even taking the Raptors feels like a bit of an overextension from Ever8 based on where the game is at 17 minutes.
Yeah. All right, King getting burned down. Oh, my fantasy. The class fantasy working out so well.
The 2-item build from Rumbles evolved out of this matchup between Maokai and Rumble. The Leandru's into Void Staff, so you'd have enough pressure to actually push a Maokai out of lane once he inevitably rushed for his Spirit Visage.
In solo queue, if you actually get this matchup and you're the Maokai, you should choose the Charred Maokai skin as well.
Lore appropriate.
Yeah, just you got to continue that complete lore option.
SKT continuing their complete full court press in the enemy red side jungle plan. They've enacted from the start of the game. Basically, every red buff has been contested off spawn.
Yeah. This is just this. Oh! Nice work, Jewel.
Fade away.
Yeah. Fade away jump shot rend. Ooh. Very nice. 5,000 gold, though, is the lead for SKT, so Ever8's going to have to steal a heck of a lot more red buffs to get themselves a lead back in this game. Sceptred casually wandering towards FLICKR. He does get stunned, and there's some more red carpet going down. Jeez. Oh, my goodness. So much damage.
Heals just for safety, because they don't have vision of the red side jungle. Wasn't sure if he's going to be collapsed upon by Elise during that passage of play.
Yeah. And look at it. I mean, they've got vision everywhere moving up towards the base of Ever8, pretty much.
I mean, this is the
Just
sort of game.
decorated jungle.
It's sort of game where you can wonder, will Ever8 ever have a ward more advanced than the river? And the answer is probably no.
Yeah. Would they be even able to walk there? Because it seems that SKT are just patrolling, trying to get picks. Finally, Peanut will go back to base. See what he can actually pick up, whether it is going to be Leandru's Torment for him, or whether he wants to turn that cloth armor into something.
Ooh, Braum, pop a ward over. Okay, yeah, that counts. All right, you did
Nice.
it, Ever8.
Gets there. Will they ever make it into the enemy jungle? That is the next mission. The quest.
Realistic goals.
Yeah, there it is. Talking about quests in a game that Rengar's in as well, definitely a good feeling.
No Kha'Zix for the lore battle.
Oh, the ultimate quest. We've been talking about lore a lot. I feel like that just would have been so much better. However, Malrung would have to be doing battle with himself, as he was the one playing the Kha'Zix earlier. He was banned, of course. This game...
Cheeky cowbell.
Yeah, I like it. Okay, Malrung.
Baker's happy to solo kill
Malrung.
Malrung.
Yeah. Unfortunately, there's a minion wave there, but FLICKR seems to not care. He's Still got the flash. Actually thought he might burn it there just to kill Malrong, but he's going to get himself out. Keen in trouble on the bottom side of the map. No jungler to keep him healthy or safe. Thrill of the Hunt is there if Malrong is able to get himself back down towards the bottom side of the map. But so far, this Rengar has certainly not looked like it's working out despite being able to get that first kill towards the top side of the map.
I mean, the highest praise you can pay SKT they deserve for their Game 2 performance is it really feels like the old catchphrases and thoughts about SK Telecom from a month and a half ago apply to them in this game as well. You know, for the longest time, we knew what SKT represented. Late game macro, late game team fighting. But then there was a phase, you know, that 9-game losing streak where it felt like they didn't deserve their history. The history of what we understood to be SKT didn't apply to the team we were seeing on the Rift, but it does apply to them here. It has been the multi-stage plans. It has been smart decision-making, and it has been suffocating the life out of their opponents, which is what they have been best known for throughout all the rosters, is making it so even if you want to take your Raptors, that's going to be a battle on its own because SKT own both sides of the map.
Cool. Okay. Malrong certainly on the ball when it comes to his W empowerment. He's going to be able to utilize that to get out of the way of the Cocoon. Yeah, and I think you're exactly right. And I feel like if you're someone who was asleep for most of July and you've woken up now, you're like, well, nothing's really changed. I can go back to sleep. As FLICKR tries to cull down Sceptred once again. Sceptred's been taking a lot of Lucian bullets today. It's not having a great time. But yeah, it's just, this is the SKT that we know and love. We know that they can still do it. They can still do it against Ever8. Who else can they still do it against?
I mean, know and love is definitely for the SKT fans. Learn to love for the rest of us who've had to begrudgingly deal with the dominance of SKT for the longest time. But it's just a single game against Ever8 where they've really looked like their old standards. So we're not willing to completely write off the past. SKT want to write off the Baron, and they're doing it damn fast.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage. Okay, Ella is going to get a Winter's Bite in there and says, yep, they've done the Baron. As he flashes to the right. That was actually really clever, making sure Wolf is going to headbutt him towards his base, as opposed to the other way. So no pick, but it's easily going to be the Baron. And Ever8 Winners just say, well, I guess we had no real options there because we have no vision, apart from one cheeky ward that I believe they probably shouldn't have on their Ripper. That's a gimme from SKT. They're like, you can keep that one. That one will allow.
And SKT just pile on what they probably think will be the final item purchases of this game.
Oh no, it's that depressing moment where the observer says, yeah, they haven't taken any damage off outer turrets.
Nope. Well, Maokai was never going to do damage to Rumble's turret. Lucian.
He has the highest base damage out of any other melee character in the game.
But he can't get to it, Atlas. That's his bigger problem. And Lucian was proxying the Syndra early in the game.
It looks like the Fnatic gank brush will be the opportunity here for Ever8. They're just going to move over some vision. FLICKR's going to relentlessly pursue and exit.
All the meanwhile, when you're grouping for a gank brush, it means that in your side lanes, you're going to be very weak, Atlas, as the inner turret goes down.
Yep. Bang just casually taking down structures extremely fast. And can they even get back here in time? There's definitely no Maokai. Bang feels like he's more than capable.
Explosive charge.
Ella puts up the door.
Explosive charge was on cooldown, so couldn't get great majority of the HP down. But as Maokai abandons top lane, he'll take a bit of chip damage from the Rumble.
Yeah. Tara getting the auto attacks in there. Oh, nicely done. Love it when the menu wave arrives just in time to pick up the aggro.
Big CS leads. Every lane for SKT. There's getting access to CS being denied to turrets. Okay, emergency engage.
Yeah, he's going to cancel the rocket jump there as well as in goes Ella, but unable to follow it up with much at all. Wolf going to flash. Unbreakable will wear off.
Here's Maokai.
Yeah, not quite going to be able to get in there as now Wolf just going to re-engage. Wants to find the stuns as Jewel pulls out the sticks, and that is going to be the victory. On Tara utilizing this time that Ever8 have decided to engage, and will just take half the health bar of this inhibitor turret.
Yeah, the re-engage was smart. It was not actually to start provoke a fight. It was getting to disengage off of Lucian and just accept the free kill onto the Alistar. All in the meantime, on Tara, just turbo pushing down the inhibitor turret. Won't get all of it, but did take the inner turret during Wolf's death.
Yeah, did a lot of meaningful damage there as well as Bang moves towards his mid lane. FLICKR taking care of the bottom side. Every wave getting pressured. SKT feeling like certainly worth multiple members of Ever8 at the moment. That was sick.
That's being confident in your recall time.
Yeah, that was like Neo levels of like classic FLICKR, you know.
Well, the classic FLICKR soundboard may have to be once again taken out of the archives as SK Telecom are putting in much better performance than they have in recent times. They have another easy opposition, at least by their standards this week, in Rox Tigers, who have actually been noticeably worse recently than they were right at the onset post-Rift Rivals.
Yeah. Still getting themselves back into a good position. Even the kitty cat can't find any damage as FLICKR. There's the culling once again. You expect him to use it, but does get stunned out of it this time.
SKT's goal will be top 3 right now. They are 2 matches behind. We'll move to 10 match wins with a win here. Desperate to get to 11. That's where Samsung and the rest of the pack are at, but with 4 match wins, difficult to get there. Remember that 4th or 5th place, which is where SKT is likely to finish, would be the wild card as bot lane.
Yeah, can't actually rocket jump out as Bang takes an ultimate, but not even half of his health bar has been removed. Ella sets up the door slightly awkwardly as Marong jumps his way in, but look at the damage burst. Has to flash his way out on Tara. No, not enough Ren stacks in there at all, and thankfully for Ever8, no one's died just yet, but there it goes. FLICKR flashing forward, picks up the Callista. Now Kane has to Twisted advance his way out of the fight, and this should spell the death of this inhibitor turret.
Let's move on to the mid lane as Tristana polishes off the bot lane. Minimum 2 inhibitors here for SKT.
Only able to get the 1 pick, but now 5 versus 4 when Ever8 are behind. It's a 12,000 gold lead out of nowhere as Malrong just takes about 3 shots from FLICKR, and that spells half his health bar. This Lucian going pretty ballistic at this stage of the game. And they're not going to stop. Nexus turret's now under fire. Multiple minions here to tank things up as SKT fan out around this. Explosive charge going to do it. They're going to leave the last remaining inhibitor turret because they know the duel. Back up again, 5 versus 5 in the enemy base. Not something that SKT want to do just yet. And they'll go back and spend their buckets of change.
The tune of 12,000 gold lead over Ever8. We're going to see a replay. Ever8 try a lot of emergency engages here. Interrupt on the rocket jump from Bang by the Fate's Call. That was a good start. Malrong also is able to get into the middle of the fight, but is not able to do any real damage. And while Keen also gets the flank, consider all these things happen disconnected, and there was no one in the backline joining the Maokai to actually do damage onto the Tristana as FLICKR realizes that all the immediate threat is gone and flash aggressively to try to clean up at least 1 kill. And now with the gold spent, we're looking at some pretty significant item discrepancies between the 2 sides.
I have to say as well that animation cancelling of the Light Slinger auto attacks was beautiful, piercing light. But, you know, talking about how good FLICKR is at mechanics is a pretty silly thing to do. That is 2 inhibitors now down. Ever8, not a whole lot of options now, and it's felt like they've been suffocated out of this game since the very beginning. But like you indicated before, I mean, it's how SKT win that we need to be judging this game off. Game number 2, certainly a fantastic situation for the team as Ella, okay, looking for it. Oh God, the door, is it enough? Doesn't even look like it is Keen. He's gonna take a whole bunch of his health bar, and FLICKR, just a 1-man wrecking crew, happily underneath the turret, tanking it up himself. The last inhibitor will fall down. And remember, there are super creeps now crashing towards 1 Nexus turret. Ever8's gonna have some sort of hella heroic performance here, but Wolf is gonna deny it. Equalizer's fantastic as Keen gets his way in. The kiddies are trying to do the work that they can, but it just doesn't seem like enough as Keen's gonna go down first. FLICKR now pushing forward. Good stuns out actually, but Bang, he does a lot of work. FLICKR will fall in the end, but look, even the creeps are not enough for Ever8 to deal with.
Let's look to close the game. This will be SK Telecom ending their 9-game losing streak with a win. SKT fans, which litter the audience, are stoked, but Atlas, there was no question more frequently asked of me in the past month or so than what is happening with SKT, what needs to change, and are they going to get better? And do we learn anything definitively from this series? My answer is no. You have to take in who they were facing. Ever8 is a far gone team from Samsung, Afrika, Jinair, Longzhu, which was the run-in for SKT. But you do take away, at least implied, that SKT have a better read on the patch 7.14 meta. the sort of game where in game 2, sure, with a long leash, because SK Telecom didn't find a lot of resistance from Ever8, they made the right moves. I love how they played around their control of the enemy red side, gotten from Lucian and Rumble, both having pressure advantages, and the fact they could enact those multi-step plans that they never got past step 1 in their losing streak was good signs for SKT, but it's nothing tangible. It is a tangible 2 points. It is a match victory. But when we're talking about SK Telecom, we're looking forward. We're looking forward to the Gauntlet. We're looking forward to Worlds. We're looking forward to Worlds Finals. And in light of those things, we still need to see more from SK Telecom before we really feel good about power ranking them against teams like Longzhu Gaming, KT, and Samsung.
Yeah. And we have set a lower limit here. So we know that as far as their fall from grace is concerned, they are not going to crash all the way out of the LCK. Ever8 Winners still proving too tough a task.
And it's insane to think that we had to answer that question because it was a free fall. Samsung, FLICKR, Jin-Air, Longzhu in straight sets. For once with SKT, you didn't know when they would hit the ground. We found out the answer. Today, they found some level footing. They can actually stand and say, we could play our own game, we did well, especially in Game 2. Game 1 was pretty shaky, let's be honest, but Game 2 was the solid foundation of what SKT fans will expect of SKT moving forwards. But when the opposition starts to assert themselves with stars, with solid macro that Ever8 Winners does not have, will it still be the same SKT? That's what I need to see, and the Telecom War next week, maybe that will give us our answer.
Certainly will. Of course, KT on an absolute tear. SKT's next remaining match will be that one against Rox Tigers that you've spoken about. So moving their way back up the standings as far as opposition, but they'll have to get to the very top next week. Look at that damage though, Papa Smithy. The Lucian Tristana combination, that's just way too much.
And we wondered about the Rengar, and 3,600 damage to champions lets you know that...
Out-damaged by a Braum, Papa Smithy.
The fact that he could never gank top lane, which is the freest gank for a Rengar, an overextended Rumble, Twisted Advance, Rengar Ultimate, clean up a kill with the brush, it could never happen because he was so dictated to by the entire SKT team that played around Marang by just being battle wards as a unit and putting down aggressive wards out of aggressive wards was a great team play to trivialize a Rengar. Haru can make it work, no way for Marang, and FLICKR, with all the threading you talked about, with the animation cancels, easily picks up the MVP, and for me, it wasn't about the sick plays in the highlight reel. We probably won't even see why I think FLICKR should deserve this MVP, but to me, the big takeaway was when he was proxying the minion wave at level 6 or 7. That lets you know that, okay, this game, through the mid lane, is looking great for SKT.
Yeah, look at that. Just happily face tanks the ultimate, cleanses himself out of the stun, and all too easy grabs that kill. So he died at the very end of the game. That is that one death. And that was basically when they were killing the Nexus.
This was the fight where people got onto Bang one by one, but never with a damage dealer to back them up. Here's FLICKR. He sees a kill. Dash into flash. Very, very nice.
Too many bullets were coming out of that gun.
And we saw so many of these Lucian bans yesterday respecting the power of blind pick Lucian. Wouldn't necessarily think it would be as powerful on 7-14, but it certainly has worked. And FLICKR, BDD, these are the guys jumping on Lucian that you want to avoid.
Yeah. See FLICKR just threading so much damage. This team fight, that's where FLICKR would have done so much. However, gets exhausted in the end and will be taken down, like you saw. But did just spell the end of the game for Ever8 Winners, unfortunately. Going to be FLICKR returning to the throne, Papa Smithy. It did just feel like that. It felt like he had the confidence, especially in that lane.
And now we get to actually have an interview with SKT and maybe ask some of the hard questions about the last month.
Yeah, and it is going to be with FLICKR and Bang as well. So let's throw it over to Joel to translate.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Joel with your last interview translation of the day. We are here at SK Telecom, this time getting a 2-0 win themselves. And now we're here with today's MVPs, FLICKR and Bang, for the interview. Bang, it's been too long. Finally broken your loss streak. How do you feel? It's been such a long time that it feels awkward winning, you know? And I think our whole team morale and our just the overall environment around us was very depressing, and I think, but we're at a state now that those things are very much improving and feel a lot better now.
보면서 뭔가 이렇게 감상해졌는 듯한 그런 느낌도 좀 들었거든요.
And Faker, I'm sure, you know, watching today's replay, it seemed just very different today.
저희는 일단 기본적으로 실수가 지금까지 너무 많았기 때문에
I think the accumulated mistakes that we've had up to today was just uncountable and really unmeasurable. And I feel like, you know, we limiting that mistake for today's specific game was an accomplishment for us. So I think just that limiting mistake was a big thing that we did. So we're thankful for our teammates. Of course, you guys had your struggles with the actual matches, but a lot of people were saying that SK Telecom has improved their practice time. Yeah, after losing 4 series straight, we realized that we were lacking in so many departments of our play, and we wanted to limit our mistakes as much as we could, and we thought the best way to do that was actually to discuss it over as a team and to practice with it together and just really trust each other a lot more. And I think just trying our hardest and just giving the best effort was the best we could do, and I think we have plans on working even harder even from today. And the first game really showed us from the ban pick phase that you guys were really looking for the team fight, that you guys weren't really worried about the laning phase, that you guys were really going all in on trying to get that big team fight win.
일단 저희가 게임 시작하기 전에 이번 판은 한타 조합으로 가자 이건 아니고요.
And before we did start, we weren't like, let's go with a team fight composition, let's go with that. It wasn't pre-planned like that. But I felt like with the composition, seeing the opponents pick their champions, and we were trying to see our composition at the same time. We thought that the composition just kind of ended up the way it is. And of course, you know, with the composition that we had to rely on team fights after that. But it wasn't pre-planned by any means. And Bang, it's actually your first time using the Tristana this time around this season, and did you make a lot of preparation for that pick? Yeah, I did have a few efforts on that during scrims, and I thought that it was a decent pick to go with at certain situations. And I felt like, you know, those kind of things were really towards my advantage in the laning phase and also in the team fight, things that I could contribute to. And it's a lot of separating opinions on the Tristana pick right now with many ADCs around the league. How do you rate the champion? I think just by having 2v2 in the bottom lane, in the laning phase, it's not the best to go with. And the fact that we have the jump and also the Alistar to really save me in crucial times, those are the kind of things that really accumulated, that really contributed to the safety of the laning phase. But there was it won't really have a very aggressive pressure on the opposition. But at the same time, with those two champions putting all the safety tools together, it really creates a very risk-free laning phase for us too. And a lot of people are really speculating many things with this recent change, with the Deathblader Drothar doing many things for the DPS champions, but with the tank metas as well. And for me, honestly, I don't really see the huge amount of difference between this patch and the most recent patch. But I'm sure the top lane saw a lot more changes than I did. So, but with my teammates always really being focused on what this current situation is, I'm just trying to play my game and just play always as I've been. So that's kind of the things I'm always focused on. I think we do have a video highlight that we can look at. It just seemed like game 1 wasn't the easiest for you guys. Of course, this is after around the Baron played. Yeah, this was a situation where they were going for the Infernal Drake and we could just try to go for the Baron. But there was a situation when Kalista was off. Flash was on cooldown for Kalista. And we felt like if we were opening up a team fight that we had the advantage with the escape tools to our advantage.
세트에서는 또 상대가 미드를 네 개나 밴을 했어요. 갈리오, 탈리아, 르블랑, 카시오.
And in the game too, if you guys haven't realized, they banned out 4 mid laners against you, FLICKR, on game 2.
요즘에 다른 미드 라이너들도 그렇듯이 챔피언 폭이 꽤 넓어요.
I think it goes with every mid laners on LCK nowadays, is that so many mid laners here, they have such a wide variety of champion pool they can pick from, and especially for the mid laners, and you just have to ban out so many champions in the ban pick phase. And a lot of people thought that Lucian was a kind of a specialty pick, countering certain champions, but it just seemed like you went blind with it and really wasn't afraid of the opposition, what they're going to counter with.
경기에서 이전 경기는 아니고 진에어전에서 신드라 루시안 구도를 한번 해봤었는데.
Yeah, back in the Jin Air series, I tried the Syndra and Lucian matchup, and I kind of saw the advantages of that. So I felt like, you know, the opposition was going to go with Syndra either way, even though I picked it first. So I thought that Lucian would have been a good pick to go on to Syndra. I'm pretty sure you got an MVP with the Lucian last time you picked it around against Syndra. I don't really remember. I'm not sure. Well, he doesn't remember. But we do have another video highlight we can show of how Lucian got the MVP this time around. With the help of the equalizer, you got the kill by dashing in right away.
탑에서 저희가 게임 시작부터 의진이가 자신만만해하더라고요.
Yeah, Untara seemed very confident starting from the very beginning of the game, and we just kind of trusted him to make the plays happen. So I think, you know, him doing really well was a big help and really a big addition to our team's success, and so I think that's kind of how that gank worked out. And I'm sure you guys felt a lot of pressure being put on the other team on the bot lane, but how do you rate the Tristana and Alistar duo right now? Yeah, I don't think I know too much in detail right now. I think we have to still test out a few things and experiment with a little details of that duo, but you know, because they picked the Kalista first and they showed that they were going to go with that pick. But I don't think Tristana and Alistar won't be the best blind pick option if you were to pick your choices in the bot lane. Do you have anything that could counter the Tristana? Yeah, I think we're not really at that phase yet that we really know the exact counter to what Tristana could be. And we saw the coaching staff come in and really give you guys a tap on the back for, you know, doing a good job and getting the wins that you guys been long waited for.
코치님이 요즘에 유독 스트레스를 많이 받는.
I think coach has been under extreme amount of stress in recent days, and that's kind of the thing that we really want to relieve him of. And I think that the only way we could do it was I think just getting him the win. And you know, I think getting him the win today didn't get rid of all of his stress, but I think it was just like a one hurdle that we had to always go over for him. Now you're up against Tigers, KT, and BBQ for the remainder of your season. But what do you think going up to that game? Anything you'd like to say to the fans? Yeah, after losing 4 straight series, we know that performance-wise and just there's no excuse for what had happened, but I think it's just over it now, and we're just trying to get back to our old form. Anything else? Anything you'd like to add on, FLICKR? As far as I know, I never had a loss streak as this in my career before. So I think I had a lot of struggles and stress that I had to deal with during this process, but I really feel sorry for the fans at the same time, because I know they would have been as much as disappointed as we were. So we will try to not repeat that type of tragedy ever again in our career. So that's the promise we give to you guys. And that's the end of the interview. Back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Joel. Interesting here, SKT.
Continue on with this.
Actually, no worries.
But Bang, I think it's Bang is trying to apologize for some of the comments that he made during his personal stream, and I think he's trying to acknowledge the fact that the hate comments towards going towards him was an acceptable thing, and he really does regret his actions. But I think he's trying to say that he really wants to learn from that mistake and try to become a better person. I think, but he really needs a lot more time to think this through and see what the best process is and the next best direction is. So I think he needs some time to get the apologies necessary for some of the things he did. So that's why he's just asking everybody in the viewers, asking for that apology. So that seems to be finally the end to the interview. Back over to you guys.
Thanks very much, Joel. Unless you want to... No, we're okay. We're okay. Nice to hear from Bang. And you could see the emotion in his face, actually, when he was very, very sincere when it comes to getting out that. And it just shows how much SKT were affected.
I mean, SKT are, that team that's held to a higher standard. Yeah. So the losing streak, some indiscretions on stream by players. All this just means more when you're in the middle of the spotlight, right? That's just a reality of if you're champions, if you're taking all the adulation, you take the criticism as well. And this is the first time SKT have finally been able to bounce back in any great degree. And we still don't know, is this a true bounce back? Will they suddenly go on and sweep the LCK? From this game, I certainly couldn't say that, but it was a big improvement in Game 2 especially, where SKT showed that on their day, with certain scenarios, and okay, against the 10th place team, they could show something. So that's finally a ground. We finally reached the ceiling, or the floor, I should say. The ceiling, once again, is unknown, which for a team like SKT is so weird. They should have nothing to prove, and yet, 4 matches in a row lost, they do have to prove it all again. And what that will mean going forward, we'll find out over the next month as the playoffs will start. The games start tomorrow, and they're going to be good ones, Atlas.
Oh, yeah. Tomorrow is a fantastic day. Just pretty angry that it's Killiers. You will have a Killiers and Papa for tomorrow's games. God, they are going to be good. Samsung versus FLICKR, Longju versus Jin Air. All of those results are cool. Everything that happens there is cool, Papa Smith.
And I spoke to some players about who would be most benefited from 7-14. They said FLICKR Freaks, because the tank meta suits Marin in particular. The man was always on point with his teleports. If he can get back on his famous Maokai, very high career win rate on that one. Could be big for FLICKR, and Samsung ripe for the pickings after a couple of losses, but the games continue.
Yep, Budget Telecom War, which is going to be the next day. We'll be on Friday instead of Saturday, guys. There is a different tournament that's going to be happening on the weekend.
So yeah, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, OGN action, all packed into 3 days, back-to-back KT versus BBQ, SK Telecom versus Rocks. That once meant a lot and does represent another growth point for SK Telecom, even if it's not a meeting of the 2 best teams in the world. And then the matches will skip. So there will be no Saturday match day, and we're back at the Gangnam Stadium on Sunday. Yeah,
and we'll be Jin Air Green Wings versus MVP. Jin Air looking for some victories, and then a FLICKR Freaks versus Ever8 Winners. But I love what you were talking about it, going back to SKT, Papa Smithy, because the fact that you're waiting for the playoffs to really figure anything out is the last game that we've got is the Telecom War that really means a whole lot for SKT. They've got BBQ immediately after that, and that's all we see of SKT until those playoffs as well. So it just makes the playoffs so much more exciting here for the end of the summer split.
You got to take some time to reserve your judgment or to gain hype. The hype level's low for SKT, but the ceiling, we know it's very high.
Yes, and is it going to continue rising against KT next week? We have no idea, but we've still got heaps more games this week. For now, for tonight, we are going to bid you adieu, but tomorrow will be a big day, so don't miss it.
Don't miss it at all. Not even a little.